the 75th anniversary of the alliance, but also will address some of the very serious issues and challenges. So I'm curious to hear from you, what are some of the key threats faced by NATO allies and what are we doing to solve them?
So NATO faces, of course, many threats and many security challenges. We live in a world with more great power competition, also with China, but we have, on top of that, of course, a new war in the Middle East, and we have a full-fledged war in Europe with a brutal war of aggression launched by President Putin against Ukraine. And all of this matters for our security. No one can tell with certainty what the next war, the next crisis, the next threat will be. But what I can say is that as long as we stand together, North America and Europe, and protect each other, we will be safe, we will be secure. Because together, NATO allies represent 50% of the world's economic might and 50% of the world's military might. So as long as we stand together, we will be able to handle any potential threat and challenge against our security.
Well, I want to turn to the question of, an increased defense spending, because at a time when there are so many challenges around the globe, and this can go, from health to education to climate crisis, why should governments be spending taxpayers' money on, more tanks and bombs? So why this conversation about the increase in defense spending?
Because without peace, without security, we will not manage to cope with any of the other big challenges we face, be it global warming, climate change, or alleviating poverty, or making social and economic progress. All of that will be impossible if we are not able to preserve peace, to preserve security for the 1 billion people that live in NATO countries. I have been Minister of Finance, I've been Prime Minister for 10 years, I've been in different political positions over many years, and I really understand that it's hard to find money for defense, because all politicians always, and I've been among them, would like to spend money on health, on education, on climate change, on all the other important tasks. But the reality is that unless we succeed when it comes to security, we will not succeed with the other tasks. And when the Cold War ended, after the Berlin Wall came down and the Cold War ended, NATO allies, also my own country, Norway, we all reduced defense spending for many, many years when tensions went down. But when we reduced defense spending when tensions went down, we have to be able to increase the defense spending and once again invest in defense when tensions are going up as they do now. And the last thing I will say about defense spending is that we have done it before. Also, as late as the beginning of the 1990s, at least the end of the 1980s, NATO allies in Europe and Canada, we spent roughly 3% of GDP on defense, which is significantly more than we spend today, because then we lived in a more dangerous world and then we invested more in our security.
Well, I think we should open the floor to questions. We'll get started in Miami, where I know Donna is standing by, and we have a couple of questions for the Secretary General.
Yes, thank you so much, Carlota, and it is a great honor to the Secretary General. We have asked one member of the Aspen Youth Council and one of the winners of the Youth Summit Challenge to address a question. So Vijay and Kissa, I'd love for you to come to the stage. Please introduce yourselves. We can grab that microphone. You can come on up and both come on at the same time. And you will introduce yourselves with your name, the country you're from, and then your question.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Miami, and good afternoon, Sweden. Thank you so much for having us. My name's Kissa Jaffrey. I'm part of the Youth Council Summit. And I'm originally from Pakistan, but I've lived in Chicago for a couple of years now. General, thank you so much for your time and sharing your knowledge with us and answering some critical questions that we have. And one from me is, with emerging technology shaping the future of warfare, how is NATO going to be responsive adaptive as well as ethical during these changes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you can pass the microphone on to Vijay. Vijay, you may do the same.
Hi, so my name is Vijay. I'm a senior at Yale and from Luxembourg. Thank you so much for taking my question today. My question is about NATO strengthening relations with countries outside of the alliance, like Australia and Japan. What is NATO's mission in fostering those relationships? And how do you respond to questions about NATO potentially overexposing itself, specifically in regions that intersect with China's sphere of interest?
Thank you both for your smart, thoughtful questions. Carlota, back to you.
Thank you. Well, let's begin with the first question about, emerging technology and how it is shaping warfare. I'll let you tackle that one first.
Well, emerging disruptive technologies are changing the nature of warfare as much as the Industrial Revolution did a couple of centuries ago, because we see it also in Ukraine, how cyber, how drones, how autonomous systems are playing a very major role in the warfare in Ukraine. There's this paradox that you have trench warfare, which reminds us of the First World War, and then we have very advanced technologies applied to this kind of classical warfare. NATO has been and continues to be the strongest and most successful alliance in history for many reasons, but one of the reasons is that we have always been able to keep a technological edge on our potential adversaries. And we just need to make sure that we maintain that technological edge. We do that by now investing more in technology. We have established a new fund, innovation fund. We have also established a network of centers for developing technology across the alliance. And all of this we do to partly ensure that NATO as an alliance, but also allies as allies, ensure that they invest in new disruptive technologies, which are very linked to also military capabilities. Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, of course, it matters really for how weapons and weapon systems will be applied and developed today and in the future. We also need ethical guidelines. We're working on that for NATO allies. But most of all, we need to ensure that not only NATO allies, but also our potential adversaries have a minimum of ethical guidelines when they now implement all these different technologies in their weapon systems. Then on our partnership outside NATO, we have many partners. We have close to 40 partner nations around the globe. But the question was primarily about our partners in the Indo-Pacific. We have 4 partners there: Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. These are important partners for NATO. NATO is a regional alliance, North America and Europe, and NATO will remain a regional alliance. Article 5 of our Collective Defense Clause will apply for NATO allies, Europe and North America. But this region, the North Atlantic region, faces global threats. Cyber is a global threat. Space, which becomes more and more important for defense, is a global challenge, of course. But also, for instance, China. It's not about moving NATO to the Indo-Pacific, but it's about that China and global threats are coming closer to us. We see China in cyberspace, we see them in Africa, we see them in the Arctic, we see them trying to control critical infrastructure in our own countries. So all of this matters for our security. In many ways, the war in Ukraine demonstrates that security is not regional, security is global. The main country that is enabling Russia to conduct its war of aggression against Ukraine in Europe is China. They are by far the biggest trading partner for Russia. They are delivering critical components to their weapons, electronics, advanced technology, which is enabling Russia to build missiles, drones, a lot of other stuff, which is key for their war against Ukraine. And then we have Iran, and then we have providing drones. We have North Korea providing ammunitions and weapons. So the Asia, the friends of Russia in Asia, Iran, North Korea and China, they are key for Russia's capability to fight against a European friend, neighbor of NATO. So this idea that we can divide Asia from Europe doesn't work anymore. This is interlinked. Therefore, we also, of course, need to address the security challenges that China is representing for our security.
Well, let's turn to the newest member of the alliance, where Sarah is standing by in Stockholm with 2 more questions for the Secretary General.
Thank you, Carlotta, and thank you for your time, Mr. Stoltenberg. We have 2 young participants here in the room. We have an international participant who also competed in the NATO Youth Challenge, and we also have a Swedish participant asking each a question. Please introduce yourselves, tell us which country you're from, and ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, my colleagues from Stockholm and also Miami. I'm Bartosz Mościcki, President of Polish Forum of Young Diplomats from Poland. I would like to ask about what should be the role of the alliance of NATO in the reconstruction process in Ukraine after the war ends. Last but not least, thank you for the years of your service for the alliance. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Amitra Valle and I'm a political science student at the Swedish Defence University from Stockholm, Sweden. I want to thank the organizers today for doing all of this. It's very nice that the youth get a place to ask their questions. And I also want to thank the Secretary General for answering our questions. The debate surrounding Sweden and Finland's entry in NATO have been characterized by how the organization will contribute, or how the countries will contribute to the organization. But my question is, how will the NATO membership contribute to these countries? Thank you.
Well, first, on the question about NATO's role in reconstruction of Ukraine after the war. The first thing I will say is that, first of all, we need to ensure that Ukraine prevails. Because unless Ukraine prevails, there's nothing to reconstruct in the free and independent Ukraine. So the most immediate, the most important task now is to help Ukraine with military support, as NATO allies and NATO do. We need to sustain that. We need to make the support more predictable and more robust. And we are going to hopefully make decisions on that, not least at the NATO summit in July. So yes, reconstruction in the future is important, but unless Ukraine prevails, there is nothing to reconstruct. And second, the reconstruction will be very expensive. But prevention is cheaper than in a way repairing. So meaning that every air defense missile we can provide to Ukraine will actually mean less damage, less destruction, and then also less need for reconstruction after the war. So
does it go back to that notion of the increased defense spending then?
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is that we must afford, we must be able to help Ukraine prevail, because it's important for Ukrainians, but also because every day this war drags on. Of course, the more destruction and the more expensive, the more resource demanding it will be to do reconstruction afterwards. So I'm not saying that we should not think about reconstruction, but the precondition for reconstruction is to prevail. And the sooner Ukraine can prevail, the sooner this war can end with a just and lasting peace where Ukraine prevails as a sovereign independent nation in Europe, the less need there will be for costly reconstruction afterwards. Then on the issue of reconstruction, of course NATO will play a key role in rebuilding defense and security institutions. We will play a key role in also helping them to not only reconstruct their own country, but become a full-fledged member of the alliance. We decided in Vilnius at the summit last summer that Ukraine will become a member of NATO. We also made 3 important decisions to move them closer to NATO membership. We turned the whole process from a 2-step process to a 1-step process. We removed something called the Membership Action Plan, So meaning that Ukraine doesn't have to go through membership action plan. They can go straight from where they are now and be invited as a full-fledged member. So then we shorten down the process. Second, we established something called the NATO Ukraine Council, which is an important political body where we actually strengthen our political integration and cooperation with Ukraine, and also make it easier for them to join the alliance at a later stage. And thirdly, we agreed a big program for interoperability, and interoperability is a difficult word for ensuring that Ukraine and NATO allies can work together on communications, on operations, on everything. And this program will help them now, but to help them also in the future to build a future force which is fully interoperable, that can fully be integrated with NATO forces. So these are the things we have to do, both in the short and the long term, ensure Ukraine prevails and help them to rebuild the country afterwards.
Well, let's tackle the other question then, which was about, the other side of membership. What can NATO membership do to the newest members of the alliances? Yes.
Yeah, well, first of all, NATO provides security guarantees. And that's the best security guarantee that ever has existed. That's Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, saying that an attack on one ally, it will be regarded as an attack on all allies. So if you attack Sweden, or you attack Finland, or Norway, or Belgium, or whatever NATO ally, then it will be regarded as an attack on 32 allies. And again, we are by far the strongest military power in the world, 50% of the world's military might. So as long as we stand together, as long as we ensure that it's no room for misunderstanding in Moscow or in any other capital that may be an adversary to NATO, there will be no military attack against any NATO ally. And that includes also Finland and Sweden, because they realize that an attack on one ally is an attack on all allies. So the first and most important thing that Finland and Sweden gets is Article 5, is NATO's collective defense clause, collective defense security guarantees. Then, of course, they get the opportunity to sit here at the NATO headquarters, to be fully part of this family, to sit at the council meetings just inside the meeting room over there, and be equal around the table and take decisions, and be integrated in our political, our practical, our military cooperation. That's good for Finland and Sweden, but it's also, of course, good for NATO, because Finland and Sweden brings a lot to NATO. So this is good for NATO, good for Finland and Sweden, and good for peace.
Well, it would be remiss if we didn't turn to the audience here with us in Brussels. There is time for a few questions. So if anyone has a question for the Secretary General, could you put your hands up? Okay, I can see two here. 1, 2, and if we could follow the same format, could you introduce yourself, say where you're from, and we'll have the questions back to back, please.
Hello everyone in Miami and Stockholm, and good afternoon, sir. My name is Cornelia, I'm from Hungary, and my question would be, over the past 10 years of being Secretary General of NATO, what do you think was the biggest challenge, and on the other hand, the biggest accomplishment of the organization?
Thank you. And second question, please.
Yes, hello, my name is Tatum Brunton from Canada. My question for you is, did you always want to work in this field? And do you have any advice on youth professional career paths? Thank you.
Thank you. Quite nice that we got a bit more personal here in Brussels.
So first, on the biggest challenge. The biggest challenge is and has been the war in Ukraine. Because all the other challenges I have faced has, of course, been very serious, but they have not had the same magnitude and not the same implications for NATO security and for peace in our region as the full-fledged war in Ukraine. And I say full-fledged war on purpose because when I arrived in October 2014, Russia has already annexed Crimea, and they have already taken part of eastern Ukraine, or used their forces to control the eastern part of Ukraine. So the war in Ukraine didn't start in 2022 in February, it started back in 2014. But of course the full-fledged war invasion in 2022 really changed everything and has been by far the biggest and most serious challenge I have faced as Secretary General. Then the good news is that I've seen how allies have stepped up, how we have mobilized and provided unprecedented support to Ukraine, And also, I'm absolutely certain that President Putin totally underestimated the Ukrainians, their bravery, their determination to fight and protect their country. You have to remember that at the beginning of the war, most experts feared or believed that Ukraine would fall within weeks, Kiev within days. That didn't happen. The Ukrainians have been able to liberate 50% of the territory that Russia occupied in the beginning of the war. They have been able to inflict heavy losses on the Russian occupiers, and they have been able to open the corridor in the Black Sea, enabling them to export grains and other products. So these are big victories for Ukrainians, showing that they have the determination, the bravery to really fight back. But Putin also underestimated NATO and the unprecedented support we have been able to deliver to Ukraine. So this has been my biggest challenge. Then the other question was
about if you always wanted to work in this
no,
field,
not
and
at
any
all.
advice for young professionals.
First of all, my plan was never to become a politician. That was the beginning. So I was a young politician when I was in my a teenager in the beginning of my 20s. Then I was active in the Social Democratic Party of Norway. But then I decided to leave politics and to become an economist, to do statistics and mathematics. So I started to do a PhD at the Central Bureau of Statistics in Norway. And my plan was to never engage in this kind of dirty business of politics, because I wanted some true, pure and, serious stuff science. But then I was asked to become Deputy Minister for Environment in 1990. And I promised myself and my wife only to do that for a year or two. And then I ended up here because I stayed in politics. And to be honest, politics is very exciting because you actually do something, you can change the world. Of course, not as fast and not as always in the direction you really want, but at least you're part of a process where things are changing and things are happening. And in democratic countries, of course, then you also have to face the voters. And I have lost elections, I have won elections, and I can tell it's better to win than to lose the elections. But you have to be able to do both and to live with both. And then my plan was to work also on the international scene. I worked mostly on climate change. And also with a big campaign to immunize children, which is a very effective way to alleviate poverty. But then when I was asked by President Obama and Chancellor Merkel and the other leaders back in 2014 to become Secretary General of NATO, I thought it was impossible to say no. And of course, I don't regret for a second that I said yes, because it has been and is a privilege to serve at this great alliance with all these great people, with all these great nations. And also to have the honor of welcoming North Macedonia, Montenegro, but also Finland and Sweden as members, and to serve at a very critical time for our security. So I'm extremely privileged. I'm very happy that I had this opportunity, even though it has been a very challenging period, 2014 to 2024. But yeah, that has been a privilege.
So advice for young professionals is perhaps to not be scared to deviate from the plan.
The problem is that I never had a very clear path or a clear idea for what I should become, except for the one thing I didn't become. Because I had one clear plan, and that was to not become a politician and to become a professor in mathematics and statistics. That was my only clear decision in life. And I failed totally. So I think first of all, it is important to be devoted to what you do, a bit regardless of exactly what you do. And not think too much about the next job, but think more about the job you have. And not be too afraid of authorities and bosses. That's really serious, the last one. So be yourself and believe in yourself and be nice to all the people you work with, and then something nice will happen.
Well, I have one final question. I think this being the NATO Youth Summit, it is important to address, everyone watching us, of course, the audiences here in Brussels, in Stockholm, and in Miami, about, what parting words you have to say for these young audiences about the future of our defense and security. Big question to end, yes.
We live in a more dangerous world, and we have to take that very seriously. At the same time, NATO is stronger and more united than we have been for decades. So as long as we ensure that we are united despite our differences, we are 32 countries from both sides of the Atlantic with different political parties in power, with disagreements on many issues, but we have always been able to unite around what is NATO's core task, and that is to protect and defend each other. NATO's purpose is not to fight the war, but NATO's purpose is to prevent the war, is to deter war, is to make sure that there is no room for misunderstanding, that we protect and defend each other. And by doing that, NATO has been able to preserve peace for NATO allies, 1 billion people, for 75 years. So yes, there is a more dangerous world, but at the same time, this alliance has proven extremely resilient, extremely capable, and we are by far the most successful alliance in history for at least 2 reasons. One is that we have been united despite our differences. We see the value of standing together. And second, we have been able to change when the world is changing. So as long as we just keep this, what should I say, big and sometimes a bit strange family together, we will be safe. And then we can devote our time and our energy to climate change, to education, to science, to all the other, to arts, to all the other beautiful things. So just make sure that NATO is, as I say, strong and united, then we can devote time for other more beautiful activities.
NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, thank you very much for your time today. I have no doubt that everyone watching us on both sides of the Atlantic found this to be a really inspiring conversation, which will hopefully pave the way for further debate and conversation about the future of the alliance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
Well, that concludes the Transatlantic conversation coming to you from the NATO HQ here in Brussels. The NATO Youth Summit will continue now with Donna in Miami. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General, for your insights and for showing all of us in the room and beyond that you can carve your own path. And thank you to Sarah and Carlota for helping facilitate this wonderful conversation. And thank you to all the thoughtful participants. Now we are ready to continue our full day of discussions right here in Miami. So let me officially welcome all of you in the room and our online audience as well from around the world. I am Donna Farazan, and I will be your master of ceremonies right here today in Miami.
Okay.
For those of you joining us online, oh, was that a round of applause I heard? Oh, I will welcome that. Thank you. See, we're having fun already, so thank you for joining us online. For those of you joining us online, please make sure to interact throughout the day on the app. That will be very important, especially when it comes time for Q&A. You use the app, find the button labeled Q&A on the home screen, and that will enable you to submit your questions for the speakers. All right, here we go. After hearing from the NATO Secretary General and in preparation for the next session, I'd like to run a quick poll using the app. So the question is, what do you see as the key benefit of your country's participation in NATO? In order to vote, go to the polling function in the app. Everyone can go there now and submit your response, or if you are in the live stream function, press Slido to access the poll. So the question again is, what do you see as the key benefit of your country's participation in NATO? Is it transatlantic commitment, peace and security, preservation of democratic values, or nothing? Everyone can submit their responses, and it looks like peace and security is taking the lead far ahead with 71%. Peace and security. Now, this will be important because the next session is a conversation with Jakov Milatović, the President of Montenegro. We are incredibly honored to have him here with us today. And now I would like to hand it over to Marie Doha Besonsinot, the NATO Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, who will lead this conversation with the President.
Good morning, Miami. Good afternoon, Sweden, Belgium, and to all of you around the world following us online. I'm Mary-Dora Besancenot, indeed NATO Assistant Secretary General in charge of public diplomacy. And let me say that this event is very dear to our hearts at NATO. We do engage with the youth throughout the year. Of course, we organize visits, we have dedicated grants, but this yearly event is that one time in the year where we actually connect with you very directly and where we learn a lot from you. So thank you for being here. This edition, fourth edition, is very special in many ways because you're 1,000 in-person participants and many, many more online, but also because of the quality of our speakers. And it is a huge privilege for us to have, for the first time, a head of state joining us in person, and not any head of state, because it is the youngest head of state of any allied nation. So applause for President Milatović. President, you were elected 1 year ago. And one of the things that we have learned and heard engaging with the youth last night was that some of them call themselves a skeptical generation. That means not taking things for granted, eager to understand things for themselves. And two things I've heard last night is that two keys to their hearts is first, authenticity, saying things in a very simple way. And the second key was engaging with other youth, others who have achieved something, who have an expertise, and who can actually share very openly their own experience. So I couldn't think of a better person than you to be addressing them directly today. So thank you so much for being here. So Montenegro is a beautiful Balkan country on the Adriatic Sea, joined NATO in 2017. So indeed, you're no longer the most recent ally. And I think it's a great privilege to give you the floor today to share your own journey as a head of state, but also Montenegro's journey. What has NATO brought to Montenegro? What is it bringing today? And maybe more particularly to the youth of the country.
Well, thank you very much. And this is, by the way, let me at the beginning say that this is much more fun than the real NATO summit. I've attended one as I was elected, as you said, in May of the last year. I've attended the summit of Vilnius. And it is really a great pleasure to be today in Miami, to be able to speak, to be able to sort of share some of the takings that I have gathered so far here together with you, with the youth, with the future of NATO alliance as well. I think this is what's the most important part of the NATO alliance, exactly the youth of the NATO countries. And so thank you again for inviting me. Greetings to all of you who are here physically with us. Greetings to all of you who are also in Stockholm. Greetings to all of you who are virtually following us across the globe. And when I was really thinking about how to start, what to say, and the youth is always the most challenging audience, I've decided to perhaps start with some of the conclusions from different international observers about the state of democracy today in the world. And I don't know how much you read different international reports on the state of democracy, but what is really problematic about the today's state of the world is that democracies are in decline across the globe. There was even a recent report from the Freedom House, I believe, with the title "Democracies in Decline." And I think this is really sort of something that especially the youth of the NATO countries, of the NATO allies, should realize that democratic development is not only the road in one direction, it can be reversed. And I think what we are observing today across the countries, across the globe is exactly this reverse of democratic development. So to that extent, I'm very proud to be representing today a very small, beautiful, we like to think the most beautiful country in the Balkans and in the Mediterranean region, Montenegro, which is one of the most recent NATO members. As you said, Montenegro became a NATO member back in 2017, and perhaps also to share the story of the change, also of the NATO alliance today when we are celebrating the 75th anniversary of the NATO alliance, but also to sort of simultaneously tell the story of the change in Montenegro. And I think this is you know, what's gonna also sort of help to all of us to understand how the world is a changing place, and how it is important to be able to adapt, but also at the same time to always stick to the principles of democracy and everything which is underlining what democratic society is. And as you can imagine, Montenegro is, as all the other NATO allies, being challenged by different challenges that are global. The Secretary General spoke about some of them. There are challenges that are now being part of security of the European continent. Naturally, the climate change, fight against the poverty, economic development, and you know, everything which is related to democratic development, what I mentioned also at the beginning of the story. And what I believe is really important, and what I believe is really important is we are all part of a global world, of an interlinked world. So when we are facing those challenges, it is important to find the partners, real partners, in order to fight this battle together. Montenegro is a member of NATO. It is the most advanced country on its EU accession journey, with the aim to become the next EU member state as of 2028. And perhaps, you know, as I said, I would like to share with you the story which is related to the 7 most important points in time of the NATO alliance, following the change of the NATO alliance, which was, as you all know, founded in 1949. So the change of the alliance, which was the alliance of 12, and how the alliance now became the alliance of 32. But at the same time, trying to tell you the story of this small, beautiful country in the middle of the Mediterranean, which I'm today representing in front of you. So everything began in 1948, when the NATO was founded in DC at the summit as the Treaty of the 12 member states, US, Canada, France, Italy, the Benelux, the 3 countries of the Benelux, Portugal, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland. And it was only 4 years after the atrocities of the World War II. So you can just imagine how visionary the decision was. And think of Europe, which was still facing all the challenges of the Second World War, the brutalities of the Second World War. At the same time, back in the middle of the Balkans, in Montenegro, Montenegro was the part of another country, the country which is now gone. It was called Yugoslavia. It consisted of a number of now independent countries, basically covering most of the Balkan Peninsula in Southeastern Europe. And it was the time when Yugoslavia just separated away from the bloc of the Soviet Union and the other countries of Eastern Europe. And that was the beginning. So that was 1949. And the world, and the NATO world and Montenegro, how it looked only 10 years after, in 1959, when the NATO celebrated its 10th anniversary. So over the last 10 years, Greece and Turkey became the new member states in 1952. And in 1955, it was a very visionary decision of the NATO alliance to bring in West Germany into the alliance. However, many say that the decision of bringing in the West Germany was the one that was the driving force of the creation of the so-called Warsaw Pact. So in 1955, there was another military alliance which was created, the one led by the Soviet Union. This is how basically more or less the Cold War started. So as you all know the story, Europe was pretty much divided in two blocks, while this Balkan country, Yugoslavia, was at the same time creating what used to be the so-called third part, the part of the non-aligned countries. It was led by Yugoslavia, Egypt, and India back then. So the world was sort of divided in three blocks. The NATO bloc, the Warsaw Pact bloc led by the Soviet Union, and the so-called non-alignment movement, where Montenegro also belonged as part of the former Yugoslavia. Then, as you all know, the World War II was ended, but the Cold War was shaping the geopolitics of the world. However, the Cold War ended as the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989, and this is when the NATO celebrated its 40th anniversary. So the dissolution of the Warsaw Pact happened, so no more the bloc which was led by the Soviet Union. Democracy came in Eastern Europe. Many of the countries, such as Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, entered its democratic path, while the most prosperous part of Eastern Europe, the former Yugoslavia, entered its worst decade, which ended up in the Yugoslav Wars and the dissolution of the country, with terrible nationalistic rhetorics of the leaders back then. The 50th anniversary, NATO celebrated in 1999, and this was the first time when some of the Eastern European countries joined the bloc. The democracy in Eastern Europe consolidated. Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary entered the NATO alliance, while Yugoslavia and Montenegro were living the most terrible and horrible decade of the atrocities of the Balkan Wars. In 2009, 60th anniversary of the NATO alliance, there was another huge enlargement of the NATO towards the east when the Baltics came in, Bulgaria, Romania, Slovenia, Slovakia, as well as the two countries from the Western Balkans, Albania and Croatia. So that was probably the largest enlargement of the NATO alliance, and it was really an important milestone for the NATO alliance. At the same time, in 2006, Montenegro became an independent country, separating from Serbia, clearly putting its foreign policy path aimed towards its NATO accession and the EU accession, trying to consolidate democracy and really to make sure that there is an underlying democratic development ongoing in the country. 2019, the year which brought the 70th anniversary of the NATO alliance, was already seen with Montenegro in, and I believe truly that the NATO membership for Montenegro brought a number of important benefits. I think that some of you already mentioned the stability and the guarantee that your integrity and sovereignty would be safeguarded, so that the peace would be preserved. And I think this is now what has been clearly understood. What the NATO also brought was modernization of our military services, the army, and I think that many of the Eastern European countries, including Montenegro, are now, in relative terms, some of the most advanced in terms of how much of the budget we are spending on the costs. We have already exceeded the 2% of GDP for the military expenses. And when you really zoom out, the NATO membership brought predictability and stability, which is the guarantee for everything else, which is also a guarantee for economic development, which is something that, as you all understand, is terribly important for the elections and for the benefits of the people who vote in the elections. And ultimately, we came to the 75th anniversary, the year of 2024, the year when we are again seeing the return of the war to the European continent, the brutal Russian aggression on a sovereign country, on Ukraine, and the challenges that have been brought with that fact. But as the Secretary General has said, I believe that the NATO alliance has been proven to be resilient. I think that the challenges have also brought the strength of the alliance, which is something that is to be cherished in the future. The alliance is pursuing the open door policy, and what you also understand is at the last summit, the dialogue between the NATO alliance and Ukraine has been elevated to the level of the Council between NATO and Ukraine. And now it's really the question for you, how the NATO would look like in 100 years anniversary in 2049. I'm probably going to be coming to my retirement age, but that's my question to you. How do you believe, and what are going to be your decisions as the future leaders of the NATO alliance on how our NATO alliance will be looking during the 100th anniversary of the alliance? So NATO will depend on you. And this is why I'm very happy to see so many of you today interested in the topic of the NATO. But one thing, and to close up with that, when we really zoom out, when we sort of understand the change of the alliance, as well as the change of the countries that became the members of the alliance, is that this is the only alliance in the world that has been driven by our democratic institutions, by the democratic institutions of the member states of the alliance. And to complete with, as we are in this great country of United States of America, with the words of Benjamin Franklin, who said, "Where liberty dwells, this is where our alliance is." And thank you very much for this introductory note.
Thank you very much, President, for this overview, which was also a very personal take on NATO's achievements. And I think this is what we need on the 75th anniversary, is messages such as these explaining how each nation at some point in time made that decision to join NATO out of their own free will, because it became obvious for their own security, for the stability, and for their own future. So thank you very much. My first question is on the emerging challenges and the threats that we face today. So indeed, we're facing Russia's brutal war of aggression in Ukraine. And by the way, I'd like to extend special greetings to the watch party in Kyiv, because we have colleagues in Kyiv watching us. You mentioned non-alignment 7 years ago, and right now we see this rhetoric on non-alignment coming back and being manipulated in a very specific way by Russia, by proxies. So my question is, how do you see the emerging threats? Which are the ones that we should be facing, we should be prioritizing, and especially maybe this one around, disinformation, which, as you mentioned, is really, really hard on our democracies.
Yeah, well, I think that disinformation is a global challenge. It's not a challenge of an individual country. It is the challenge that all the countries share together, regardless of whether they are developed or less developed. Disinformation is about false information. It's as easy as that. And I think that what is important is that perhaps it's something which also comes as a negative side effect of a state of a free media and the state of a free press and the state of generally freedom of opinion. This is why I believe it is very important to build on media literacy, to build on education, because in the long term, the only way to fight the false information is through education, ethical journalism, and generally educated population. What I believe is important is also the cohesion of a society. The societies which are polarized politically, nationally, religiously, are the societies that are sort of more risky to be vulnerable to false information, to be vulnerable to disinformation. Disinformation also comes as a result of the foreign malign influences. I think that the Secretary General have touched upon that topic. We are all aware disinformation that comes from Russia, also in the sphere of the war in Ukraine. But there are other countries that are also globally promoting false information. And what I believe is important is really to be able to build a resilient population who is able, first of all, to understand and to differentiate the true information from the false information. This is something which is becoming only through the professional journalism and media-related literate population of a country.
Thank you. I think this resonates very nicely with what many other allied nations are trying to do, create this whole of society approach and create this resilience across society.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'd like maybe to draw on an experience shared by the Secretary General as a politician when he said, it's always hard to prioritize when you're a prime minister or a finance minister. How do you make your population aware of the security challenges, of defense challenges? You've obviously achieved something quite special in Montenegro. How do you, maybe it's more on the communication side, but how do you as a politician inspire your population with this sense of urgency, this sense of prioritization, and keep consolidating this very specific path that Montenegro has chosen as a member of the Euro-Atlantic family?
With examples. I mean, all politicians and there is a clear difference between the statesman and the politician. A politician is doing everything just, for the sake of winning elections. A statesman is the one who is doing the things for the sake of the country. Sometimes those two things can coincide, but there are occasions where there is a difference. And what I'm really trying to do is to be less of a politician and to be more of a statesman. It is a difficult world, but what I think, when it comes to the mainstream politicians, not those who are perhaps, leaning towards the populist rhetorics, is to be able to communicate well your ideas to the public. As somebody who joined the country's politics to the position of, I was an economy minister in a situation following the COVID when the economy declined 15%. And the way that I communicated certain measures that the government implemented was probably the key for my success later on. This is what led me to win the local elections to become the mayor of the capital city, which, by the way, I never became just because of the fact that I entered the presidential race. And I became the president, defeating the long-lasting political figure which basically ruled our country for the last 30 years, with the real hope to, by example, to a new political culture, to new political ideas which are tremendously important, how they are communicated back to the public, change the country, make Montenegro a credible NATO member, make Montenegro a country which is the next member of the European Union, do everything which is possible to make sure that economic development is sustainable in the country, and ultimately do everything which is important so that the democratic development of Montenegro, which has been on a part of a major democratic development over the last few years, is the one which can never be reversed. In a world where many democracies are reversing back from what used to be their genuine democratic part, and I think that's problematic.
That's it.
So integrity, one word which is important also for you is integrity. Never, ever compromise with your integrity. That's the most important ingredient for the long-term, sustainable, successful part of whatever you do in life.
Thank you very much. I think we started with authenticity. I was going to ask you exactly that. What is your key message to our young audiences? Is it about authenticity, which you have obviously displayed and which was obviously key to your own success and your whole political career? This is what you've been chosen. Now you add integrity. Is there another key message you'd like to share?
I think love. Love is a driving force. So obviously, I wouldn't be able to make sure that I'm putting all my efforts into the things that matter without the support of my wife and the support of the family. I think that the family is a driving force, regardless of how you define the family. You can define it on however you want, but that's ultimately the driving force that is always there for us. And I think that besides integrity, goal and love, everything else is marginal.
Thank you very much. And we hope that NATO as a family also provides this kind of love, this kind of support, and definitely this integrity that we're all looking for. Thank you so much. It was a great privilege to have this example among us, very inspiring, and thank you for your strong stance on democracy, which I believe we will be getting back to today.
I mean, as I said again, democracy is what is and what has been the underlying force of the NATO alliance. This is why NATO has overlived the Warsaw Pact. This is why NATO has been the greatest NATO alliance in the modern history of the world, because that behind it there are democratic institutions that are ultimately the driving force. And the future of it are obviously you. So, I hope that at least, this will be helping you to think about the future of the NATO and the future of our alliance. Thank you again very much. It has been really a true privilege for me for being here today with you.
Wow. That was incredible, and I loved talking about integrity as a principle, as a driving force. That's something I think that we all share in this room and beyond. That was an incredibly inspiring conversation, and to hear from one of the youngest leaders in the world is incredibly powerful, inspiring, and also relevant because of all of you. We look forward to what all of you are doing to shape the future of your communities and your countries and the future of our tomorrow, and that's why that conversation was so important. In fact, a few weeks before the event, we challenged youth ages 18 to 35 from across the Alliance and beyond to tell us what their role is in shaping a better and more secure tomorrow. Jan Lukačević, who was one of the selected NATO 2030 young leaders a couple of years back, is now on stage with the three of the top Youth Summit Challenge winners to discuss their ideas and proposals on how youth can take a more proactive role in collective security. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Donna. Good morning, Miami. Hello to Prague. and hello to Stockholm. What better way to kick off our summit than by highlighting some of the most innovative ideas for shaping our secure future. Our panel will do just that. First, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jan Lukačević. Back home, I'm responsible for the development of the space sector at Prague Innovation Institute in Czech Republic. And as a former NATO 2030 young leader, I'm thrilled to talk about the Youth Summit Challenge. This was an opportunity to actively contribute to shaping NATO's future. In the challenge, young individuals could participate by submitting proposals in form of policy papers, videos, arts, and I have a privilege today of moderating a panel with these wonderful minds. This panel is featuring our 3 Youth Summit Challenge winners. It's June Beck, leader for Tomorrow Fellow at the UN ODA, Moritz Ludwig, public policy student at Georgetown University, and Evelyn Deborah-Nuca, software engineer and founder of Collabrix, an edX startup. So let's go. Guys, your proposals. First, June, could you perhaps elaborate on your disarmament proposal first?
Yes, so my name is June Beck. I'm a software engineer. I'm also a co-founder of a youth digital privacy advocacy organization called Youth of Privacy, which I co-founded with my co-founder Zino Har, also in the audience today. For my submission to the Youth Challenge, I was inspired by the Reykjavik Summit about 40 years ago. That was a summit between Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev, and on the agenda on the table was a total elimination of nuclear weapons. Now that summit was not successful. We did not eliminate nuclear weapons, but using AI and some quick editing, I just wanted to create a video of an alternate history, imagining what the world would have been if that summit was successful and we actually managed to eliminate all nuclear weapons. So instead of me talking, let's actually watch a short clip of that video.
Good evening and welcome to Nightly ABC News. I'm Jay Beck, your anchor for today. In a historic vote, the United Nations Security Council has voted unanimously to abolish nuclear weapons. The vote was 15-0, with no opposition. This is the first time that the UN has voted to abolish nuclear weapons, and it is a major victory for global disarmament advocates.
The results of the vote are as follows. The draft received 15 votes in favor. The draft is hence adopted unanimously as Resolution 2005-401 for the year 2018.
Great stuff. That was so much fun. Now, Moritz, can you please introduce us your idea of using labels for trusted information sources to our audience, which was included in your proposal?
Definitely. So my name is Moritz Ludwig. I'm a German public policy student at Georgetown University with a background in international relations, which I studied in Germany and in France. And just as many of us, I receive most of my information from social media, and that is true for many adults. In the US, it's more than 50%. In other countries, it's as high as 80%. And among Gen Zs and millennials, those numbers are even higher. But as President Milatović just pointed out, disinformation is such a big issue, and on social media, that's especially true because there's just so much information and so many sources provide information which is not correct, which is misinformation or disinformation. And so my idea was to use labels such as verified by the US government or fact-checked by NATO on certain information on social media to make information more reliable and to really signal to consumers of social media, to us, that this news source on national security issues is reliable and that it's correct.
Great submission. I really hope this will work. Let's see first. And finally, we have Evelyn. Evelyn, could you perhaps tell us a bit more about your super creative, and I've really found it super creative proposal that incorporates a story?
Yes. So hello everyone, my name is Evelyn. I have a background in business and computer science, and I am the founder of Collabrix, an education technology startup. So my proposal, and we can show it maybe on the screen, is a comic book. So the goal of the comic book was to incorporate entertainment with education. And it follows the journey of a young software space engineer in an alternate universe that gets inspired at one of GATO's interstellar hackathons, the Galactic Alliance Treaty Organization from an alternate universe. And she learns about the use of AI in cybersecurity and its ability to predict threats and alert alien operators. So she creates a project and inspires fellow young peers to contribute to a more secure future for their galaxy.
Awesome stuff. I guess you appreciate this as much as I do. This is really nicely done. And this was a super quick introduction to the proposals, which probably took you much more time to prepare. So I would have a couple of follow-up questions regarding this. First to June. Well, we've seen a part of the video, but how does your video, which leverages AI to expand our imagination, really emphasize the importance of working with creativity and imagination?
Yes, so earlier I mentioned that this video was inspired by the Reykjavik summit between Reagan and Gorbachev. And President Reagan was very influenced in his nuclear policy after watching a movie called The Day After. It is a made-for-TV movie that showed a possible war between US and USSR that would decimate the entire planet. And he wrote it in his diaries that it really depressed him and made me think about nuclear issues. So that is the power of these kind of creative forms. They could push boundaries of what is considered possible and make us think in very different ways than we are very much used to. And the movie that I mentioned the day before, it cost a lot of money. It required a professional production, but using AI, just by myself, could make a very quick movie, short film about these alternate histories, about alternate possibilities of the world. So I think that's really the power of AI that pushes the creative potentials.
Great, great. Maybe by show of hands, can you please show me if any of you seen the Day After movie that June mentioned? No? Okay, full 2 people. So 3, okay. So perhaps there's something we should watch if it influenced Ronald Reagan, and who knows, or we should watch the full video of June. Now, Morris, could you share perhaps your insights on why you chose labels for the trusted information sources in your proposal?
Yeah, for sure. So, like I said, I'm from Germany, and maybe some of you know the Made in Germany label. Historically, that was imposed on German firms to put it on their products to disincentivize consumers from buying those sources. But over time, people found out that the products actually have a good quality, and so it became this label which signaled quality and reliability to the consumer. And nowadays we have so many labels in supermarkets, on online platforms, and the most well-known labels, they really are recognizable and people know what they get when they buy a product with this label. And I think that social media platforms already have the tools to implement my proposal. I think we all know the blue badges. We all maybe have seen information being flagged as correct or not correct. And it really needs to just be able to allow certain institutions like governments or international organizations to flag information themselves. And I'm not thinking that NATO should go through all the information on social media. Maybe even 10 posts a day would be enough. And then social media platforms could push these posts with their algorithms so that it gets to more people's feed, and then more people see exactly those flagged 10 posts per day.
Okay, well, that's an interesting idea. Now, finally, Evelyn, what inspired you to present your submission in a form of a comic book story, and can you perhaps tell us a bit more about it?
Of course. Well, the story itself, it's based on a personal story. It started when I was participating at a global innovation lab in India, organized by a nonprofit organization called Unleash. And just being there with so many people from all over the world that were so passionate about creating positive change in their communities really planted a seed of hope in me and gave me the fuel to start my startup for education and improving education. And the comic book, I'm trying to use one of the tools that we found out from our design process that is extremely, extremely efficient in communicating knowledge. Storytelling is extremely valuable for communicating really complex information in a very accessible way. So I believe that by communicating information in a way that youth can understand it and making cybersecurity and AI accessible to everyone, not just domain experts. In this way, we can encourage youth to not only be better prepared for their future, but also shape their future. So that was the primary inspiration for it, just how we can use these easy tools and incorporate them to create information in a way that speaks to everyone, letting them know, yes, you can be part of this, and you can contribute to building a more secure tomorrow, and it's not as hard as you think, and it's not only the techies and the brainiacs and the engineers that have to be part of it, but it's everyone, and it's everyone's mission.
Good, good. Well, one impromptu question to you, Evelina, perhaps to encourage our audience. Are you really like visually skilled, because this looked perfect, or what tools did you use? Do you have any secrets?
I am not really visually skilled, but I used AI to generate images. Of course, I tuned it a bit, and I made them in the same style. I edited the pictures a bit. And for putting everything together, I just used Figma to put the comic books together, the comic images together, and write some text. I'm not really visually skilled, but I just tried to do something funny that I thought would be engaging for everyone and would be easy to understand.
Good. I mean, really, kudos to you. Kudos to June as well with his AI video. I guess AI is really the big thing even for the Youth Challenge. Now, since we have a few more minutes, one last question to any of you who feels like answering. When preparing the proposals, have you thought about other ways of engaging young people in the decision and making processes and strategy making of NATO?
At least for me, I think the one idea I had is that having like a bad ideas hackathon. So like people have a lot of like ideas, a lot of them will be bad, a lot of them might be even stupid. But I think that these kind of bad ideas are effective in a way of pushing what we thought was like the orthodox, the good ideas, and actually challenging our assumptions. So maybe if NATO could have like a bad ideas hackathon where people could take all these like ideas they have and maybe like go through them, maybe there'll be like a gem in one or two of them. So I think that's like a fun idea.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening, and thank you all for your outstanding proposals. I really think your victory in the Youth Summit Challenge is well deserved, and I'm hopeful that your ideas will yield tangible results, and I'm sure the audience is equally inspired. So let's dive into the exciting agenda ahead, and I'll pass it back on to you, Donna. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jan, for facilitating that conversation. And thank you to our Youth Summit Challenge winners for sharing their vision and having the courage to share their original ideas with all the young leaders in this room. That is what it's all about. We are now diving into track 2, which will focus on shared values. We are here today to provide a platform for your ideas and concerns regarding the future of peace and security, the #1 object, including from those who haven't had the chance to share them with the world yet. And now we have a very special message for all of you here in the room, as well as for those of you watching us online. For those in the room, please turn your attention to the screens to hear from Dr. Jill Biden.
That you are the future, and it's true. But sometimes that message can sound like wait. Wait for some far-off finish line that makes you wiser or more powerful. Wait for your community to listen to what you have to say. Wait while others build the future for you. I know, however, that there are things you want to change now. There are problems that you can solve now, and you have gifts to offer our world now. And we need your ideas, your insights, and your wisdom. Yes, you are our future, but you're also our present. That's why you're here today, because you're already looking for solutions and finding ways to come together in your communities. But the challenges of our time aren't contained by borders. Injustice and poverty, violence and war, climate disasters and disease, those things cannot be solved in isolation. It is on that principle that NATO was founded 75 years ago, that when we come together to protect peace and democracy, we are stronger than we are alone. And this summer, the President and I will host NATO leaders in Washington as we look forward to the next decades of our alliance. So thank you for being part of this summit, for bringing your good ideas and innovation, for reaching across the Atlantic, so we can continue creating a safer, fairer, freer planet. The President and I are listening. The world is listening, because you matter to us. Young people are one of the reasons NATO is stronger than ever. You are the leaders of tomorrow and today, the keepers of this alliance, the dreamers of a better world. The future is not a far-off finish line. We are building it every day. Hold on to your dreams, raise up your communities, bring others along, and together we can shape better tomorrows for us all. Thank you.
That was such an inspiring message from Dr. Jill Biden, and I am just in awe of everyone here, because these messages are all for you. You are our future. Are you feeling it? Yes, okay, good. As part of this summit, we want to ensure that we are providing space to hear directly from you on key concerns, and we want you to feel empowered to shape better tomorrows for us all. So, before we go further, let's check how you feel about your power to influence the future. I'd like to invite you all in the room and everyone online to vote on the next poll. As a reminder, you can participate by voting in the WebEx Events app. And in order to vote, go to the polling function. You may go there now. If you're in the live stream, you may click on the Slido to access the poll. All right, here's the question. Do you feel you have the tools to influence our future? Yes? Maybe? No? Do you feel you have the tools to influence our future? Be as honest as you can. All right, it looks like yes. Yes is the winner, which is really good for us. Okay, 57% yes. Maybe in the middle. No at the end. All right, we will be conducting the same poll once again at the end of the event so we can see how many of you still feel the same or maybe you've wavered. In this track, we will have a series of spotlight sessions featuring one speaker per session that will talk about the challenges they are working on and their proposed solutions. So our first spotlight is Manu Meal, who tackles the very important topic of polarization, which deeply threatens our fabric in society. I welcome to the stage Manu Meal, CEO of Bridge USA. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's great to see you, Donna. Thank you for all your facilitation. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I don't know who's planning these lineups because I'm following Dr. Jill Biden. The last time I did something like this was Michelle Obama, so I got to figure this one out. It is amazing to be here with you. As Donna said, I lead an organization called Bridge USA. It's the largest student-led student movement in the United States focused on civic dialogue in America's colleges and high schools across the country. But before I get there, I want to ask you two quick questions. First is, who here has traveled or is from abroad? Who's a non-US citizen? I'm just curious to get my... And is everybody else American here? There's like one American raised their hand? I just need to figure out where my allies are. That's amazing. That's amazing that the summit was able to achieve such representation. The second question I have for you is, raise your hand if you've heard the word polarization. Amazing. So the reason why I had proposed this specific topic for the session was, on my flight over, I was Googling NATO US involvement because I wanted to get an understanding of what the world thinks about when they think about NATO. And the first news story that popped up was a Pew Research Center poll. And the Pew Research Center poll said that US public support for NATO reflects partisan gaps in our politics. Specifically, it showed that 75% of Democrats support NATO and 48% of Republicans support NATO, both numbers which have dropped by 5% in the last 2 years. Why does that matter? And why is that? Why does it matter? Imagine I told you that the largest military alliance in the history of humanity's military strategy was dictated by who was in office every 4 years. And not just that, imagine I told you that our military readiness was subject to the domestic political whims of people in the societies of the countries that constitute that alliance. Imagine I told you that our generals had to determine their 15-year strategy based on 4-year swings in the US political system. That's a real challenge. Political polarization, in my opinion, I think poses a significant and substantial threat not only to institutions like NATO, but the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, different forums, because I think that if we're unable to figure out how we have conversations where people have radically different political opinions, and I don't know anybody's politics here, but I can guarantee it that there's a lot of different political opinions here. How do we construct a society in which we're able to actually navigate our differences and disagreements? So that brings me to the second question, which is, why is it that we live at a moment of the most information-saturated environment in the history of humanity, and yet, if you go by the political parties in the US, the favorability of NATO is determined by whether or not you're a Democrat or a Republican? Why is that? I've got two thoughts for you. And this isn't definitive. This is just two of my observations that I shared after having built these college and high school chapters across the country where we have amazing young people of our generation focused on actually fostering productive civic dialogue. The first is that I think that in the 21st century, we have not trained everyday people to be information literate. What do we mean by information literacy? Just before this, I was just Googling on Fox News and CNN. I just typed the keyword NATO. If you were on Fox News, you'd think it's the worst institution that was ever created. If you're on CNN, you'd think it's the savior of tomorrow. And if those are the only two sources of information you consumed, or let's say you were only on CNN, or let's say you only read the New York Times, or let's say you watched Newsmax, or let's say you watched The Blaze, or let's say you were a listener of the Daily Wire, your entire worldview is shaped by that source of information. So we're constructing a world in which there's massive amounts of information, and yet we haven't actually educated ourselves and trained ourselves to be able to consume information in a way in which we empower ourselves to understand the nuance and complexity of the reality of the problems that we're trying to solve. Second, there's a term I read, I think it was 2 years ago. It's called the outrage industrial complex. For those of you that are not from the United States, President Eisenhower in the 1950s, as his last speech, talked about the military industrial complex. The outrage industrial complex is this notion that we live in an environment, an ecosystem, in which outrage sells and nuance makes you poor. Outrage sells. We've built a world in which, whether you're on social media, whether you're running for political office, whether you're talking to people that are different than you, it's all about the hot takes. It's all about the hot takes. That's what gets you traction, that's what gets you influence, that's what gets you money. And so we've built a world in which folks are not necessarily trained to be able to consume massive amounts of information, and we've built a world in which we prioritize outrage and hot takes over nuanced and complex thinking. And now you apply that to an institution like NATO that has to wrestle with the complexity of things ranging from cyber attacks to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And now we're going to ask the publics of different countries across the world to be able to have a real opinion. It's not that hard to understand why the Democrats 75% support NATO and 48% of Republicans only support NATO. We've built a world in which I think our political tribes dictate our thinking. Not only do they dictate our thinking, but I think we are being played. And I think it's up to our generation to figure out how to opt out. I think it's up to us. I think it's not the fact that that poll showed that 58% of us think that we have the tools to shape tomorrow. I think demonstrates that all of us understand that when we choose to be simple in our thinking, when we choose to let the outrageous takes of our influencers and our politicians slice and divide us, we give up on the fundamental commonality that binds everybody from different countries across the world here. So what am I doing about it? Well, I've got a minute to tell you. We built this organization called Bridge USA in 2017, my freshman year of college at UC Berkeley. We had experienced some of the largest protests in the history of the campus because a speaker came. We created this space called Bridge Berkeley. Right after that, I went to Notre Dame, Colorado Boulder, spanned across the country. And essentially, what our job is to build the permission structures on America's college campuses, high schools, and broader societies to incentivize us to be nuanced and complex, to incentivize us to work to actually bridge our differences as opposed to divide. Because let me tell you something. It is way easier to divide today than it is to actually try and understand what brings us together. And our job is to build a real identity around the need to bring people together, because if we don't do that, then I think that we will not be able to put institutions like NATO in a position to succeed. And it's up to our generation to recognize that the complexity of our moment demands something much more nuanced than outrage. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Manu. I saw a lot of nodding heads in the crowd. That was really great action-oriented solution to how we can tackle polarization in our communities and institutions, which flows very nicely into our next spotlight on building community. I welcome to the stage Jaron Chang, co-founder and CEO of Gen Unity, to discuss how to break down the barriers so that all young people can affect change. Thank you.
Thanks, Donna. It's a privilege to be here. Manu had promised me he was going to fall on his face and set the bar low for me. We're good friends. You didn't do that, buddy, so I'm a little disappointed. I want to start us off with a poll question. Pretty simple, yes or no. I think it'll come up in a second. The question is, do you want to be meaningfully heard and involved in the decisions that impact your life? So give folks a second to select that poll question. And for those in the audience, in the in-person audience, if you just want to raise your hand, if you're a yes, you just, if you yes to, you want to be meaningfully heard and involved in decisions that impact your life. Okay, pretty overwhelming majority. A lot of people asking, why are you asking this question? This question, though, and our shared recognition of this right, the right to be free from tyranny, the right to civic agency, right, that's as core to democracy. It's the beating heart of a democracy. And as you can see here today, that heartbeat is strong. At the same time, of course, our belief in that democratic value is different than whether our democracy today lives up to it. As a kid, growing up in suburban New York, I was maybe one of your textbook definitions of civically engaged. I was an Eagle Scout. I was an altar boy at my church. I was involved in multiple school clubs. And I can tell you, I definitely didn't feel meaningfully heard or involved in the decisions that impacted my life. Even now, as an adult, with 2 Harvard grad degrees in public policy and business, with a real-life political education working for Rahm Emanuel in Chicago. I still don't. And I imagine many of you might feel the same. You know, I think sometimes life feels a little bit like this hamster wheel where we're chasing, trying to find jobs that pay a living wage, much less a thriving one, struggling to find safe and affordable housing to live in, to invest the time and resources we need into our physical and mental health, to give our kids the opportunities they need to thrive, not to mention finding time for civic engagement on top of all that. And sometimes it feels like our government, which is designed to protect this sacred right, the right to be meaningfully heard and involved in decisions that impact us, is being undermined by powerful special interests, and that our connectedness as a community, as Manu talked about, feels fractured by physical, digital, emotional separation, and a lack of practice with having these hard conversations that center our common humanity. Your feelings are spot on, and you're not alone. Our institutions and our civic culture are 2 halves of a broken democracy. And we experience that through this day-to-day grind where escapism sometimes feels more tangible than hope or change. So where do we go from here? I believe we need to build communities by everyone, for everyone. Right? Imagine a world where instead of being condemned for something, a position you posted about on social media, you're met with compassion, inquiry, this commitment to our shared humanity, and a belief in the possibility that we could grow stronger together. Imagine a world where our connectedness breeds this nuance, this complexity that is reflected in our leadership and our policy making. Imagine a world where your honest effort is rewarded with an opportunity to flourish. Making that world our reality is possible by renovating our institutions and our civic culture. Institutionally, we need democratic processes that make sure that when people pull the lever of government, the machinery moves and reflects our collective needs and wisdom. Organizations like Partners in Democracy are spearheading this work. It looks like advancing proven policies like same-day voter registration, ranked choice voting, top 4, top 5 primaries, campaign finance reform, that make your vote count. It looks like adopting practices like civic trusts, citizen assemblies, participatory budgeting that tap into residents' lived experience to directly inform decisions. It looks like leaders, elected or appointed, hired, that bring the lived experience with the issues our communities are grappling with. Culturally, we need to build civic gyms, spaces for people to come together across difference, across race, across class, across gender, culture, education, religion, to learn from each other, to build that muscle of having hard conversations, to understand why problems persist, so that we can move to how we can make a difference. My organization, Gen Unity, is pioneering this in our hometown in Boston. And as one of our members likes to say, hard conversations aren't that hard when we make the space to have them. When we bring people together across difference around a shared issue. When we facilitate a process of collective learning and trust building. And when we support people to translate that learning and relationships into strategic civic action that betters their communities. I'm seeing this transformation in real time, firsthand. I saw the other day a group of housing insecure seniors collaborate with a local mortgage lender to introduce a new product helping folks who are on Social Security and disability to buy their first home. I saw patients and providers and health insurers working together to expand access to culturally competent care. I'm seeing hundreds of people reclaim their civic agency in ways big and small to better their communities. I also recognize that to build communities by everyone, for everyone, that starts and ends with each of us. When you
decide to stop on the street and engage in a conversation with someone living in a tent, or when you train yourself to facilitate those hard conversations at the family dinner table at Thanksgiving, you're healing our civic culture. When you push leadership or decision makers to collaborate with the people who are experiencing the issues they're trying to address, you start shifting our institutions from policy making to partnership. One of my favorite moments in Gen Unity's programming is what I call the moment of reckoning. It's this moment where you realize the immensity of the challenge that you're up against. And at that point, there's no going back. There's no going back behind the veil of ignorance. You're left with a simple choice. Do I accept and resign myself to a broken status quo? Or do I do what I can, where I can, to make a difference? Today, we're faced with the immense challenge of renovating our democracy, to make sure that everyone feels meaningfully heard and involved in the decisions that shape their lives, our lives. I'm committed to doing what I can, where I can, to make a difference. And I hope you're with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaren, for sharing your perspectives on key barriers and how we can overcome them. It is such a privilege to be in this room speaking and hearing so many speakers and leaders who are intellectual, solution-oriented. So the upcoming session is unique, as it will explore the nexus between technology, security, and gender equality, and it will look into the role that technology can play as a bridge between these themes, providing innovative solutions to today's security challenges and promoting gender equality. I give the floor to Victoria Sarmiento to introduce the panelists and dive into the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria. As you will probably guess from how fast I can speak, I'm Spanish. I'm working as a government affairs specialist in Microsoft, and for a bit more than 3 years, I've been working in the European Government Affairs team in Brussels. And amongst other things, I've been leading on an initiative that's called Conversations Unscripted, under which we're organizing this session today. And for that, I want to thank NATO and the Aspen Institute for having us here today. So before I give the floor to my amazing co-panelists today, I wanted to give you a quick snapshot of what Conversations Unscripted is about. So this initiative was born to address the gender gap in technology and digital policies, and in the first pilot year, we've partnered with 8 organizations that are active in the gender equality space in Europe, including a youth organization that's called Young Professionals in Foreign Policy. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it, and we particularly partner with the Brussels branch. And we've also partnered today to do a watch party from our office in Brussels. And the reason why we decided to partner with a youth organization was very simple. For us, if we want to solve some of the current challenges around gender equality, and we want to make sure that these challenges remain solved today and tomorrow, and also we prepare ourselves for the ones that will come along our way, we need to ensure that young voices are part of the discussion and that young leaders are seated at the table. Through this initiative, as I mentioned at the beginning, we've been looking at addressing the gender gap in technology, in the technology sector at large, and addressing the gender biases in technology, but also within the realm of digital policies, in our case, particularly in Europe. To us, there is a unique opportunity at looking at gender inequality in a combined way, one in which we look at sectors that are different, but that they complement each other. As much as it is important to make sure that technology companies like the one that I work for continue to address gender biases in technology and continue to make sure that there is higher participation of women in the sector, so it is to make sure that the next generation of policymakers also count with female strong voices that are going to play a role in shaping the new generation of digital policies. So this is much of what we're doing today. We're looking at the intersection between technology and security and the importance of integrating gender perspectives in these spaces, as well as discussing the role of women in these domains. So I won't reveal any secrets by saying that technology is at the center stage of today's global order, where it can act as a threat multiplier. The Secretary General was mentioning this morning cybersecurity. Hybrid warfare has become the norm, not the exception. But also at the same time, especially in the era of AI, digital technologies continue to play a key role in addressing systematic inequalities, providing new opportunities in the digital economy, tackling the global data divide, and addressing the threats to today's digital world. So today, I am super lucky to be joined by two amazing speakers, Sina Gusek and Owen Wong. So for those of you that do not know Sina and Owen, Sina is working in the team of Ms. Irene Felin, NATO's Special Representative on Women, Peace and Security, and Owen is a researcher at the Center for International and Defense Policy at Queen's University. So he's looking at the Women, Peace and Security agenda, but also more specifically researching on gender-based disinformation. I was really happy to hear the President of Montenegro setting the scene about the impacts of disinformation in today's world. So I'm gonna turn to Sina first. So gender equality and human security are at the core of the Alliance's values. How are these values translated and brought into practice within NATO?
Yes, hello everyone. So first of all, Victoria, congratulations to the great work you and your team are doing. So NATO is really committed to promote gender equality and human security in all it does. We always say it's not only what we do, but it's really who we are. And it comes down to NATO's values. But what does that mean? So on one hand, it does mean increasing the representation of women in military forces, and at the same time, reducing the barriers for women's advancement to senior ranks and levels. But on the other hand, it also means to consistently integrate gender perspectives in all we do, to really adapt better to the changing human dynamics of conflict and security. So let me start maybe with a little example. So NATO is a value-based alliance. So we are based on the values of individual liberty, human rights, rule of law, and democracy. And this year, over 40% of the world's population have or will go to vote in elections. And what we can see is a real increase in gender disinformation and in tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So I know Owen is going to touch a little bit more about the narratives that are employed, but it really targets women specifically based on their gender. Women are portrayed as weak, as emotional, as incompetent to pick up their roles. And we really see a real pushback from women in public spaces. The main aim here is to silence women. And this is a direct attack on NATO's democratic values that we are based on. So we have several tools on how we translate those values and how we address those issues. But let me just really quickly touch on one. So our guiding document that really guides our work is the Women, Peace and Security Policy. And this spring, the Special Representative worked on updating the policy. And for the first time ever, we included gender disinformation and tech-facilitated gender-based violence. So we're really putting emphasis to it and putting it in the center of our responses. And yeah, the policy will be endorsed at the Washington Summit in July.
Thank you, Sina. Looking forward to see that policy work being endorsed. And from an inside NATO perspective to an outside NATO perspective, so Sina touched a little bit on the Women, Peace and Security agenda. So I was just wondering, Owen, based on your work and the research that you're driving on gender-based disinformation, how do you think this is going to impact the work that NATO and other public institutions or international organizations are driving in the Women, Peace and Security agenda? And do you see any potential solutions so far?
Yeah, that's a tough question. First of all, thank you so much for having me. This is an incredible event. This is an incredible initiative. I think it's really interesting, your question. And what we know is that Russia, which is NATO's biggest threat right now, Russia uses gender-based disinformation to undermine international support for NATO's military missions and operations. So gender-based disinformation is a threat to NATO as an alliance, as an institution, and to its missions on the ground. And here's kind of the way that I think about it, and I think it's really interesting. So the world around us is complex, and we're constantly being bombarded with information. And all the time we're trying to simplify the complex world around us. And to do that, we use heuristics. These are like mental shortcuts or mental rules of thumb. These heuristics are great. They help us make sense of the world, but sometimes they can lead us to cognitive errors or cognitive biases. And Russia knows this. And so Russia uses gender-based norms and gender-based disinformation to tap into these cognitive biases such that it undermines our support, international support, for NATO as an alliance. And so I think when we talk about gender, everyone at some level knows what gender is and what gender means. I mean, if we talk about traditional gender roles, I think everyone here has some idea of what, according to traditional gender roles, it means to be a man or a woman, or what it means to be gay or straight. And so Russia uses these gender-based norms that we all hold at some level, whether consciously or unconsciously, and leverages them against NATO. And so maybe this is time for an interesting example. So in the United States, for context, about 3/4 of Americans believe and support in gay marriage. But that's not the case all around the world. In Latvia, for example, only 20% of Latvians believe and support in gay marriage. And Russia knows this, and so they try to tap into these beliefs. So when Canada, which is where I'm from, when Canada assumed the leadership of a NATO battle group in Latvia, Russia began spreading disinformation targeted toward Latvians, saying that Canadian troops were filled with gay soldiers, that they were rapists, and that they were pedophiles. And so what they were doing is that they were tapping into these gender-based narratives to undermine support among Latvians for the Canadian troops that were stationed there to protect them. The narrative is that Latvians would be better off if NATO wasn't there. So these are really interesting narratives, and there are thousands of narratives just like this. And so the work I'm doing at Queen's University with Stephanie von Platke and Claire Mountford is to try to identify the common gender-based narratives that Russia in particular uses across time and across space. And there are no easy solutions. There are some things that NATO can do in the short term to combat and defend against gender-based disinformation, but probably the best solution is also the hardest one, and it'll take the most amount of time. And that's to develop critical thinking skills among the youth and among the citizens of NATO and NATO member states. And so the work I'm doing at Queen's University is to, first of all, identify the common gender-based narratives, then to see and try to identify what cognitive errors and biases these gender-based disinformation narratives tap into. Because if we can identify the narratives and the cognitive biases that they tap into, we can develop a critical thinking toolkit that's tailor-made for NATO citizens so that when they read information, when they read the news, they're able to think critically, they're able to understand, and they're less susceptible to foreign influence.
Thank you. And so disinformation, hot topic in the tech space these days, particularly as we are facing a big election year this year. So I'm going to move from tech to tech, like a true Microsoft employee talking about technology. So I was really happy to hear the Secretary General talking about how NATO is recently sharpening its technological edge. So I was just wondering, how is NATO shaping these discussions on enhancing gender perspectives across emerging disruptive technologies throughout the entire alliance?
So I already mentioned that a bit. Women, peace and security for us is really a mainstreaming topic. That means we and our colleagues, we're sitting together analyzing and applying gender perspectives from climate change to counterterrorism to emerging disruptive technologies. And when it comes to EDTs, to emerging disruptive technologies, we really see interesting aspects of gender here. So I was really happy to see that NATO's AI principles of responsible use include bias mitigation as one of their 6 principles. And why is this important? So I think most of us, if not all of us, have used AI or ChatGPT to write and help us with some university assignments. But what happens if those tools are actually built on biased data? And I would like to go to a little test that one of my colleagues does, and if you want to read more about it, it's on our webpage. So what she did is asking ChatGPT different questions. 2 of them were, what are women's role at NATO, and what are men's role at NATO? And while ChatGPT came back saying mostly the same. There was a clear difference when it comes to gender equality. So gender equality was not included at one of the tasks that men have to do at NATO, but for women it was mentioned 3 times as being a gender advisor, working on women, peace and security, and advocating for gender equality, when gender equality really is an issue for all of us, regardless of our gender. So we can already see a little bit how the bias is there. But it can become even more dangerous. So a study back in 2016 showed that voice recognition systems are 70% more likely to recognize men's voices accurately over women's voices. So voice recognition system might not recognize a female voice of a pilot. And this directly impacts NATO's operational effectiveness. So what we are doing is, in our unit, is really to create a platform where people can come together. And last year on International Women's Day, we hosted a huge conference on women and technologies where we brought together policymakers, researchers, practitioners, really to create the opportunity for them to connect and exchange their experiences so that we can really ensure that NATO is leading by example.
Yeah, I think, you mentioned the AI principles, NATO's AI principles, and that's actually music to my ears. I feel like every actor that is active in the digital space should do that, and actually at Microsoft we do have those responsible AI principles that focus on fairness, reliability, safety and privacy, inclusiveness. So this is something that guides the way in which our technologies are developed and deployed. So we always support efforts from other organizations that are following the same paths, because at the end we have our responsibility to set our own guardrails when we develop those technologies. So we talked about elections a couple of times, and of course, with a disinformation expert, I could not avoid a question on elections. So this year, 2024, is very special because of that reason. There is over 2 billion people going to cast their ballots this year, and with every election comes an increase with social media use. With the increase in social media use, there is also a spike in disinformation, but also on deepfakes. So how do you see the impact of gender-based disinformation around these elections?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think it's important to say that we know the strategies and we know the techniques that our adversaries use to influence elections, but we don't know, and we don't really have good data about how effective they are. And so, I mean, it's kind of like a shot in the dark. We can do our best, but without good data, we have no real way of measuring like the impact that these strategies have. But concerning gender-based disinformation surrounding elections, there are kind of 2 strategies that at least Russia uses. And the first is to undermine politicians. So Russia is notoriously famous for either, providing support or trying to undermine politicians that, take a relatively hard line or soft stance on Russia's foreign policy issues, right? So Russia knows, right, when an election is held, like which politician do they want to win? Which one, will most likely be soft on Russia. And so particularly if the person who's more likely to be hard on Russia is a female politician, Russia will use gender-based narratives to try to undermine or discredit that female politician's chances of getting elected. And so we see narratives that Zina just talked about, that, because a female politician is a woman, that they're too weak to lead a country or an alliance. There are also a lot, more darker narratives that, this female politician slept her way to the top, that if it weren't for gender quotas, this female politician wouldn't be where she is now. And all of these kind of narratives try to undermine the politician and say that they don't deserve to be there and that really you should be voting for someone else. So these narratives can be pernicious, and they can really resonate, especially with conservative audiences of a population. And if people aren't thinking critically or thinking where their information is coming from, they might be susceptible and might be more likely to believe them. So that's kind of the first way, it's to influence elections directly. The second way that gender-based disinformation is used around election time is indirect, and that's to polarize foreign publics. And really we see this on social media primarily, but it happens through official mediums like Russia Today or Russian news channels as well. But on social media in particular, Russian trolls and bots will often go on Twitter or Facebook, and they'll pretend to be people from different issue-based camps. So they'll pretend to be feminists. They'll pretend to be trans right activists. They'll pretend to be advocates of the gay rights movement and supporters of these movements. But they'll go on social media and they'll say really, really controversial things. And the goal there is to polarize the public. So they take, seeds of the truth, little bits from the movement, but they misrepresent, they co-opt the movement and their ideas, and they say really controversial things to create a wedge between feminists and non-feminists, people who support the trans right movement and conservatives that don't. And so kind of the idea or the logic behind these strategies is that if Russia can polarize foreign publics, taking seeds of existing divisions and fueling them, exacerbating them, then people will be more likely to vote on these, social, cultural backlash issues instead of focusing on the pressing issues that are happening in the foreign policy world. And again, dealing with these kind of issues is really, really difficult. On the one hand, you want to call out when these narratives are happening, but the research from psychology also shows us that when we call out these narratives, we often reify them. I mean, people often forget where their information came from. And even if we call them out and say that it's wrong, the research shows that maybe in 3 days, the person who's been exposed to this information, even if it's been proven false, will say, oh, it really didn't affect me. But if you measure the effect of that disinformation and these narratives months in the future, often people will forget where the narratives came from and think, well, I made this up myself. This is true. It has to be true. And so it's a really difficult and challenging problem to solve.
Yeah, and I was talking before about, the way that technology companies develop AI, and in the context of this information, since we saw this big explosion on AI technologies a couple of months ago, we also realized that technology companies have an incredible responsibility to play a role in combating deepfakes, which actually, to a large extent, targets women, to your point earlier, especially public figures, women running for office. And last February at the Munich Security Conference, I'm sure some of the people in the audience have been there this year, we signed the AI Elections Accord together with over 20 technology companies, which is aiming at combating the deceptive use of AI technologies in elections. And it focuses a lot on awareness raising, education, content provenance, detection, evaluation, and so on and so forth. Actually, I'm super happy because yesterday we were worrying that 21 minutes was not going to be enough, and yesterday we spoke a lot to one another, which is great, but we also would love to speak to you. I know there is a mic somewhere in the room, so it's your opportunity to ask any questions. I know it's really hard at the beginning, the first one to break the ice. Don't leave us hanging. There's one over here. Yeah, she's coming to you. Thank you so much for breaking the ice. We appreciate it.
Hi, hello everyone. I'm Campbell from the Aspen Institute. Recently it has become trend. You mentioned the word Russia many times, that everything that's coming from Russia is disinformation and things coming from the West is true. How do you counter these perceptions, and what about the disinformation coming from the West?
Yeah, that's a really tough question, and it's hard. I mean, they're simplifying narratives, and I think that politicians in particular, whether they're trying to get reelected, they like to portray the West as a good force and a force for good, and the East or Russia as a force for evil and a threat to the West. And so it's important that we really think about all the narratives that we consume. There's certainly disinformation that comes from within and from the West, and it's spread from the West and from within. I think one of the interesting things, and it kind of blurs the boundary between what's going on in the West and what's going on in Russia, is that oftentimes the stories that come out of Russia are then propagated and they're diffused through the networks within the United States in particular. So we see and we can track, the way that narratives spread. So Russia today will, send out a story and then it'll end up on the Daily Mail or it'll end up in Fox News. And so I think it's really important that we can't just think about, the news in, the West or the news in North America as safe. It's really important to get back to what I was saying before, that we develop these critical thinking skills so that regardless of the information, we aren't just appealing to authority. We aren't just appealing to the news stations that we know, and that we're critically thinking about every bit of information that we come across. So it's a tough challenge. There's no easy solution, and I wish there was, but yeah.
May I just add to that? So I subscribe to what Owen has said, but I just wanted to add that it's also our responsibility in the West to kind of counter those narratives. So I just remember an example of a Ukrainian politician way before the full-scale invasion of Russia. There was a fake tweet by her which was saying that she would run naked in the street if Ukraine would lose certain battles. And although that was identified quite fast as a fake tweet, even months after that, she was approached by German television about that post. And that really shows what Owen also said before, is that once it's out there, it really sticks in the mind and stays there. And it is our responsibility to counter those narratives.
Yeah. Yeah, there's another question there. And there. Maybe we can take them very, very quickly, and then we wrap out, because I'm getting the point right that we're close to the end.
Thank you so much for giving me the chance. As we understand the developing of the technology and the Russia or any other countries using that technology to threaten our democracy, what are the sources in technology field that we can protect our young generation from these propaganda? If we cannot ban the technology, what are the sources for the leadership to teach back to our generation and clean the bad mind of propaganda, that they will not be dictated on the wrong way?
Very quickly, guys, in a couple of seconds.
Sure, I can just repeat what Owen said before. I think the most important thing is to educate young people. I think we are all brilliant, so we just need the right tools to really identify disinformation and revealing it.
Yeah, we can't censor, we can't indoctrinate. The purpose, I think, of education is to let people think for themselves. And if we give them all the tools so that they can think critically about the technology that they're consuming, we can defend against these new technologies.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. As you see, gender is a big topic. It's one that's going to be here to stay. So for the young leaders of tomorrow, keep on working on it, be involved in it. And thank you so much for listening to us.
Thank you, Victoria and panelists, for that wonderful conversation. And thank you to those of you in the audience for your thoughtful questions. There are so many ideas and so much to talk about. So with that said, we will let you now speak. We are going to take a short break. And during this time, you can connect with each other while your thoughts are fresh, reflect on what you've learned so far. For those of you in the room, you can check out the networking activities in the Miami tab in your WebEx events app to identify which speakers and officials are at the designated networking stations you'd like to visit. They are all to your right over here. And for those of you watching online, explore the networking capabilities on the app, the chat function, as well as the games available to play. We will be back in 15 minutes. And for those of us in Miami, we get the treat of listening to the sweet music of DJ Yusel. Thank you all. more from her in a bit. And I promise you all will have more opportunities to network, to take photos. So as we make our way back to our seats, first of all, did everyone raise your hand if you got a chance to connect with at least one person? Thank you for raising your hand, front and center. I know that there are more, you're all in conversation, that's the thing. So you're connecting, I'm happy, I'm glad about it. That's the whole point. All right, welcome back as everyone settles back into their seats. We hope you enjoyed your break and the chance to check out some of our networking activities, connect with each other, get some ideas and conversations buzzing. I know that they're still buzzing. And I promise we have a very engaging program. So as everyone is making their way back to their seats, because there will be more opportunities for photos and there will be more opportunities to connect, I'd like to start with some compelling personal stories about resilience and how it's shaped through the power of sports, common values, and a common purpose. So as everyone gets back to their seats, the floor will be all Michaela's.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Michaela Richards, and I'm the Invictus Games Foundation Grants and Programs Director. I served 9 years in the Royal Navy as a weapons engineer, seeing service on HMS Portland and HMS Bulwark, deploying on anti-narcotics operations and anti-piracy operations. Unfortunately, in 2011, I was involved in a car accident which ended my naval career with hip and head injuries. It was during my rehabilitation in the United Kingdom that I found the power of adaptive sport to aid my recovery. I competed at the inaugural Invictus Games in London in 2014, participating in track and powerlifting. After being medically discharged in 2015, I joined the Invictus Games Foundation to give back to those who would benefit from the same opportunities I had. I'm joined by Angelo and Alona, who I will ask shortly to introduce themselves. They are here to bring to life what Invictus means to them, and along the way share some stories of hope and resilience and what Invictus means to them. So Angelo, you were a corpsman in the US Navy. Can you tell us how you came to join the military and about your service?
Of course. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. I joined the military at 17 years old, immediately after high school graduation. Just later in that year, in December, I was off to boot camp to pursue my naval career as a Fleet Marine Force corpsman. And during just shy of my 3-year mark in the military, while deployed with 3rd Battalion 6 Marines in Marj, Afghanistan, I sustained multiple gunshot wounds to my right side. And as a result, I fractured my humerus and my right femur and my right leg. So rehabilitation for me was being medevaced from Afghanistan to Portsmouth Naval Hospital, where I was already a staff member there working in an infectious disease clinic. So continuing to serve despite what had happened to me was almost a blessing in disguise, because now I could continue to serve and give my testimony on to others there and also continue to provide care.
Amazing. And you competed at the first 2 Invictus Games in 2014 and 2016. How did sport help you with your recovery, and the Invictus Games in particular help?
Great question. Because I got injured so early on in my career and at such a young age, being a competitor at the Invictus Games helped me combat isolation, find my community and my sense of belonging, and just be around other like-minded individuals that had something that they were trying to overcome and find their community as well.
And Alona, you come from a slightly different perspective than Angelo as a former Games competitor. You are the team manager for Team Ukraine. What does that role look like?
Yeah, so hi everyone. I've been drawn to military and volunteering all these years. At the age of 18 years old, I started making trips to the front line to bring essential supplies to our soldiers. And I joined Invictus Games in Ukraine in 2017 from the very beginning. And in particular, NATO Trust Fund was our founding partner, and actually they made it possible and financially supported us from the first day. So yeah, big things start when communities support each other, whether it's sports, democracy building, or defense. So in 2019, I was offered team operations manager role, and in 2023, I was appointed as team manager. And all these 5 years, I've immersed myself to different adaptive sports programs in Ukraine, because that was my way of paying respect to those who gave too many serving our country. Coming back to your question, Mickey, it is a life-changing experience for me, because behind every budget, every Excel table report, there are hundreds of human stories that I have had the honor to experience, to witness. And we, in our team, we build relationships, we influence people's lives, and most importantly, we are endowed with unique trust to witness the vulnerability of our competitors. So yeah, it was one of my biggest honors serving as team manager for Team Ukraine, because these men and women, they taught me resiliency, strength, courage, and that there's nothing impossible in this life.
Amazing. And Angelo briefly touched upon the power of the community and sport helping with his recovery. What impact has sport had on the Ukrainian wounded, injured, sick community?
Yeah, so what Angelo just mentioned is very relevant for most of Ukrainian veterans as well, because I know lots of wounded warriors whose biggest trauma was not the loss of limb or sight, but the loss of the belonging to their squad, to military, the loss of their purpose in life. So Invictus Games gives it back. It gives a strong sense of belonging to the community in uniform once again, because we need communities of people with similar experience to overcome challenges in lives. And yeah, I would like to share maybe a story of one of our competitors, because for me he is a great example of the power that sport has on the recovery and the resilience. His name is Andriy Badorak. He is our former competitor and now assistant coach for Team Ukraine. He was injured in 2017. He received severe gunshot to the spinal cord, which resulted him to use a wheelchair now. He was kicked out of the military hospital twice because of the alcohol use problems. And on the third time, the whole hospital personnel begged him to please register at least for national trials for Invictus Games, which he did. He was very frustrated with his results. He almost gave up and went home, but the teammates stopped him. And then he started training regularly. He improved his self-esteem. He gained confidence, but most importantly, he gained a mission. And he told me that only after competing in Invictus Games, he understood why he started swimming. And now he is a social worker at the same hospital that kicked him out twice. And he teaches other patients how to swim. And this year he registered 16 other patients for national trials of the Invictus Games.
And it's fantastic to hear that service beyond surface and giving back to the Invictus community, bringing on that next generation of wounded, injured, sick. And Ukraine attended the Invictus Games in The Hague in 2022. What drove the team to still attend the Invictus Games, and what did it mean for you to join?
It was a hard decision back then. So yeah, in 2022, as you know, Russia invaded Ukraine, and most of our team, including me and my former manager, Oksana, we enlisted to the Armed Forces of Ukraine, or went back to service. So it wasn't on our agenda. It felt surreal back then, but Invictus Games Foundation, they kept a finger on the pulse and offered their support in different ways. but most importantly, they gave us time to make a decision, and they gave us an opportunity to act in our own speed limits. And when it came time to make a decision, we gathered our team on the Zoom call, and we discussed who can go at the time. At first, it was only the competitors that were wheelchair users who didn't serve at that moment. But then, a few weeks before the Invictus Games was supposed to happen, our one and only female competitor, Tyra, she was captured in the city of Mariupol while she was rescuing civilians and our wounded soldiers. And a week before, on April 5th, our former competitor and archery coach, Dmytro Sidoruk, he was killed in action, and his body have not been even returned when we took off. So those two were, they became our driving force for action, because we knew that we have to find meaning in what is happening right now, and we have to go to the Invictus Games to speak about them, to speak about Dmytro, his extraordinary personality, and Tyra, to help her bring home and help release all the other hostages. And of course, it became like a diplomatic mission for us, because we asked for weapons, we interacted with the ministers, and etc. And when we came to Invictus Games, we were met by Invictus Games community. And incredible things happen when this community comes together, as you know. And we received immense support from our fellow nations, and it wasn't just the practical, the material support, like provided equipment, coaches, but also an emotional support. Like Team US, they made those blue and yellow handbands in our support. Georgian teams, they gathered on our stands to cheer for us because we came with limited support team. And we were so thankful. Thanks to this community, we received the hope. And when we went back to Ukraine, we wanted to share this hope with our brothers and sisters in arms and show that the whole world is with us, standing with us, and that we are not alone in this fight.
And we've heard from Alona there just the importance of coming together at the Invictus Games and coming together in person. Turning to you, Angelo, you left service in the US Navy. You now work for the Invictus Games Foundation, facilitating the online platform We Are Invictus to enable the community to come together. Tell us why that's important.
Oh, it's so huge. Just like Alona just eloquently spoke about, it is a community effort, and We Are Invictus is a closed platform app open to all wounded, ill, and injured servicemen and women of all nations, where we offer opportunities beyond the games, because we understand that not only did those games competitors have an experience that changed their life, but there's also a net of individuals that need sport for recovery and adventurous challenges, and that's what We Are Invictus offers. Just to name a few, there's some right on our soil. There's 5-borough bike tour that we had a bunch of wounded, ill, and injured service members participate in, some up in Canada, like Grand Fondo Whistler, and some across the pond, which is London Marathon. And you mentioned the London Marathon there. Arena was one of the first family and friends participants in our Beyond the Games program. Can you share the story of Arena and the importance of resilience played in her story?
Sure. So in 2021, number of Ukrainian competitors were chosen by Invictus Games Foundation to participate in London Marathon, and Alexei Rubtsov, a veteran, was one of them. He served in Armed Forces of Ukraine since 2014, and actually he mentioned on the phone that he met his wife during his service, and she was the one who brought him home from the war. So in 2022, he enlisted again, and when it came time to participate, he postponed his entry to 2023. On September 2022, he was wounded in the battle, and he was surrounded by the enemies, but he didn't ask for mercy, and he met death heroically. So as soon as we found out about his death, I informed you, Michaela, and asked you if we can make an exception and nominate his wife, Irina, to participate in London Marathon in his memory, in his honor. And you kindly agreed, and that's how Irina got to her first marathon, because Alexei told me that she promised him to run her first marathon together, so they've been training together. And it was a great source of inspiration to her. She trained during winter, during snow, sun, rain, raising 2 kids by herself and running her own business. And she is a great example of determination and resilience. So she kept her promise. She ran this marathon, and I am so thankful to you, Miki, and to Invictus Games Foundation that you acknowledge the role of friends and family and give this opportunity to them as well.
And they really do play a critical part in a recovery journey for the wounded, injured, sick. We've heard from Angelo and Alona today a snapshot of stories of hope and resilience. For more information, please watch Heart of Invictus to go further into what Invictus means. It's powerful because of the timings of Ukraine, but also you hear how our community is changing the perception of physical and mental health and representation of disability. It's not just for the armed forces. Anyone can use sport to develop resilience and learn about how to be part of a community, which we've heard today is so powerful for bringing people together as part of recovery. Thank you very much to you both, and thanks to all of you for joining us today and for your time.
Thank you so much to the Invictus team for those inspiring stories. I love hearing about the power of possibility, and I invite you all during the breaks to hear more from the Invictus team as we go on throughout the day. Now we are moving on to a critical topic that we all hold dearly. How do we ensure that we center humanity in all aspects of decision-making, especially around the protection of civilians in conflict and preserving cultural landmarks? Now, I turn the floor to Blas Moreno and Ian Platts for this important conversation.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, all of you. I'm so delighted to be here, particularly being with Ian Platts, who is working as a senior.
It's a long title.
It's a long title. He works for the United States Institute for Peace, specifically focused on security sector governance. And before that, he worked for 6 years at the Department of State. We're going to talk about human security, which is a huge topic because it relates to how do we protect civilians, how do we avoid child from suffering, how do we protect cultural heritage, for example. And I wanted to ask you for our first question. NATO has been paying more attention to this recently in the last few years, particularly since the 2022 summit in Madrid. They approved a framework regarding human security. Why is that NATO is paying more attention to this topic right now?
It's twofold. First of all, I'd always say that NATO has always been concerned about human security, freedom from fear, freedom from want, protection of human dignity, that 75 years of NATO. But honestly, it's 2022. It's Ukraine. Europe is at war. The conflicts of the 2000s do not meet the conflicts of the 2020s, and it was time. As you go through like the Madrid Summit documents and looking at human security, it's very focused on that. NATO is going to operate in an environment where there are civilians, where there are children, where there are women, where there are cultural heritage sites, and it's going to be challenging. And I think we're seeing that right now, obviously, again, in Ukraine, and it's been a real-world flashpoint.
How is different the Ukrainian conflict, for example, with the conflicts that NATO knew before? For example, the Iraq War or the Afghan War, in that sense?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing now is you'll hear this parlance a lot in the United States, is a large-scale combat operations. These are not counterterrorism. These are not, these are battlefields where there is imprecise intelligence. It's very hard to deconflict with people, cultural heritage sites, and it's just going to be just a much more messier, more difficult battle space, not to abuse a DoD term. Yeah.
Coming from Spain, we are very concerned. I didn't say that, I'm Spanish. Sorry. Coming from Spain, we are very concerned on migration. Every country in Southern Europe knows about this. Migration is not only totally interlinked with human security because of people coming across the Mediterranean to find a better life, but because many of them are actually flying away from conflict. We also see in other parts of Europe, Eastern Europe, for example, how countries such as Russia or Belarus are pushing migrants against the NATO member states, such as Finland, for example, Poland, or the Baltics, to use migrants as a tool, as a geopolitical weapon pressure to these countries. How can NATO actually protect migrants against these malicious users of them?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I would definitely say yes, the Mediterranean migrant crisis is a completely very vexing, wicked problem. And then obviously engineered migration, which we're seeing in Central and Eastern Europe. I honestly, and this is a very United States Institute piece way of taking it, but I do stand by it, having hard conversations about what this means and what it may look like going forward. I think, we had talked previously, Russia's involved in Burkina Faso, it's involved in Mali, it's involved in the Sahel. They have levers, and it's going to be a difficult thread of, are we going to cooperate with them? Are we going to cooperate with these juntas to reduce migration, to try to do something to make this easier? Or is this going to be used as kind of a lever to apply even more pressure on the alliance? If I had a very easy answer for it, I would not be on the stage. I would be receiving awards. But I think really it's going to be just having hard and open conversations that touch on borders in Central and Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean.
Yeah, because I would say, just to make it clear, migrants are not a threat per se, because
no, not at all.
At the end they are people who are trying to find a better life, but they are being used in a malicious way by certain countries, and they are, most of them, flying away from conflicts or difficult situations at their other countries. Being in this place and being in this beautiful area of Miami, I would also like to ask you about cultural heritage, cultural sites. We've seen Russia attack systematically churches, theaters, and other cultural installations, places in Ukraine, which seems to be like a deliberate effort to kill Ukrainian cultural history. How can we address that?
Another hard question there with no easy answers. I think it's an unfortunate reality that anywhere that Russia is involved in conflict, they are going to seek to do some sort of cultural infrastructure termination. I think one thing that came up in conversations that I've had with other folks on this is, why are these important? Obviously, they're important for religious and cultural reasons. Obviously, it's even more important in times of crisis. People, if something bad is happening, no one says, let's go to City Hall. That's where we go. They say, let's go to our church. Let's go to, cultural sites. And it's going to require a lot more protection, a lot more security infrastructure around them. I think it's also an unfortunate reality that they're going to be targeted and you can't be everywhere at once. And then the follow-on to that is it needs to be documented. These are war crimes. Cases need to be built and it needs to be called out. And that's always been, again, it's an easy answer to a very difficult problem.
Anyway, we've said NATO is putting human security in its strategic documents. What are the practical implications of that? I mean, how is NATO addressing this in the practical term?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think one thing that came out of the Madrid summit was that, the importance of this, that it has to be threaded through the strategic, operational, and tactical. Obviously, 2022 is not that far away from us. I think we're still seeing what it looks like. I think what has been interesting are the lessons learned from Ukraine and other conflicts where military partners, especially ones that are so closely tied to NATO, are having to actually apply this in a real-world setting. What it will look like, I think honestly, many people in this room will know more about that than I will because it's our future. We're still in this sort of 24 to 36 months. Let's think about it. Let's have these hard conversations. But I think it's going to involve, reducing risk for others and taking risk on your own. And that's going to be something that's very difficult for a lot of militaries and a lot of countries and governments involved in the alliance.
I think I want to push a bit on you on that.
Please.
How do we reduce these risks?
How do you reduce the risk? At the strategic level, you constantly talk about it. You don't save it for 2-minute conversations. It should never be a slide in a discussion. It has to be threaded throughout. We heard earlier from the Secretary General, we're not sure how conflict will look. We know it's going to be brutal. We know it's going to be difficult. We know it's going to be among populations where there are people that are stuck. It's having those difficult conversations. It's not just kind of avoiding it. Yeah, it's having those conversations and accepting, as some other panelists had mentioned too, that, there will have to be a dialogue on this. It's not just human security, we've done it, it's on paper, case closed, everything's great. It's going to have to evolve, it's an evolving concept that has to actually be discussed and brought forth. And
it's really blurred, right? When you put civilians in the middle of a conflict, it's always difficult to distinguish
absolutely
what is a target, a legitimate target of a military conflict, and what is something to be protected, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult. And I know people are very excited about AI and they're very excited about advancements, but conflict is never clean. It's always going to be messy. It's always going to involve deconfliction. I think the other part of this too, in the conversations, we're very focused on, preventing Russia from targeting civilians and others, but, there are our own actions that we have to be cautious of, and we have to have, again, those hard conversations of, in a large-scale combat, what does this look like for us as an alliance especially when it's very likely we'll be fighting on alliance member soil. And that's, I wish I had a very easy answer for that one, but I really,
it's great.
I know,
You mentioned AI, we are finishing now, but you mentioned AI, and I find it really interesting. Do you think we can use technology to address these issues, to avoid certain risks, or is it just too difficult?
I'm going to hedge and say time will tell on that. I think it adds more dynamics that I think we're getting closer to understanding. I know there's other panels that will be talking about this. I know, again, Secretary General mentioned this, we need to think about humane ways of applying this technology on the battlefield. We need to think about ways for security. I would say, to lean past the time will tell, I think most of the people in this audience are going to be the ones that will be shaping that. There needs to be pressure. It can't just be decided behind closed doors. There needs to be civil society engagement. We need to think about what this actually looks like in a real world. And we probably need to think about it a lot sooner than now. Yeah.
Is there anything else in the side of solutions that you would like to put forward?
Outside of everyone.
As a general big ending question.
I would say, just to tie it into the summit, the answers really are here in the audience, and obviously in Brussels and in Stockholm. I'm an in-between generation here as an older millennial, but I have been just really, really impressed with how Gen Z has looked at this and how they've asked questions, very hard questions that, my predecessors and even my current generation still struggle to say. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, all of you. Thanks for the organization to holding this great summit. And I give it back to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you to Blatz and Ian for touching on such an important subject. Now, it is no secret that one of the biggest issues today we face is the loss of trust in governments, in people, and in institutions. So now we will spend some time attempting to tackle this challenge, and thankfully, we are joined by Terrence Smith, Public Innovation Fellow at the Bloomberg Center for Public Innovation at Johns Hopkins, who has done a lot of field work on how we can regain and rebuild that trust. Welcome, Terrence.
Thank you. Good morning. So we're going to tackle the topic of trust in 8 minutes. I am a true Southerner, so this is going to be a great challenge for me. Bear with me. So, as you've heard, I am a Bloomberg Public Innovation Fellow at the Center for Public Innovation at Johns Hopkins. But I started my career off designing schools for at-risk students. Then moving on to the government to understand how do I get people who are supposed to work together to actually work together to tackle tough issues. The success of all that, though, led me back to this understanding that the people that I admired who did really good work were able to engender the levels of trust needed to be successful. How do we get people to do tough things? How do we get people to take risk? How do we get them to be vulnerable, to venture off into uncharted territory when they're not incentivized to do so, right? Most of these people have been incentivized to do things a certain way for so long that it becomes very natural and ingrained and embedded. So, are you ready? We're going to talk about this. I started out thinking about, in my journey of this public innovation fellowship, I wanted to understand who were the people who really did well in engendering trust, and where were they? So I went to Finland and Denmark, people who had the greatest, highest levels of trust, over to Barranquilla, Colombia, 14 other cities across the U.S., and ending in Mobile, Alabama, which is the home of the last known slave ship in America, right? So you can imagine that dynamic and crossing that. What I've learned is that people want to live in just, fair, and caring societies. What does that mean? Especially when we talk about caring in government and caring in public institutions. What does that mean? That means, starting with one, is that they want us to be able to value the lived experiences of those who are closest to the problem. Two is that they want us to be able to show how much we care through our actions, through how we listen and observe, how we show that we're assuming responsibility for the things that we control. How then do we show our level of competency to actually solve the problems? How are we showing our level of responsiveness to when we start something and it doesn't quite hit the mark? And then how then do we take all that to the top to collaborate? This other part, though, is this fairness piece, and how are we showing that we're fair in our resource and our information distribution, but the systems and the processes that we create. So I'm going to talk about this, right? As we talk about trust, and I tackled this issue of trust, and people say, it's going to be so difficult, don't do it, don't waste your 2 years tackling this trust issue. But I realized that we spoke a lot about how difficult it is to create trust and engender trust. And we fell into this narrative of believing that it is too hard to tackle. Well, maybe. So journey with me a little bit, right? There's trust, and then there's trustworthiness. And I felt that in the research and literature and in our practice, we didn't speak enough about trustworthiness. I may not be able to get you to trust me based on what I'm saying, but I can impact my own trustworthiness, which is the ability, humanity, and integrity. People are asking themselves 3 questions when they're wondering if they can trust you or your organization, and that is, can you do what you say you're going to do? Can you do that without causing harm? Can you do that without me having to look over your shoulders every 5 minutes, right? If you answer those 3 questions for people, then they're more likely to trust you. They're more likely to be vulnerable and take risks and do things that they normally would not have done, right? What does this mean for us, right? It means that trust is a dynamic to be managed, and we all have a collective responsibility to actually manage that trustworthiness. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about in the time that I have left, though, is this fascinating journey that I've been on across the globe to understand trust and how it's built and how it's engendered, and the focus on our levels of trustworthiness, right? I went from thinking that trust was a flat continuum based on the existing research. And then I realized, like, wait a minute, it's not really a flat continuum. It's not that we should go to the highest level of trust we can in order to have the greatest level of collaboration or stay away from this lowest level of trust. It's really a quadrant, right? And I'm going to give you a visual. So imagine this flat line moving into a 180-degree angle, 180-degree circumference, right? And so now we're thinking about the fact that in this very center section, this healthy trust, it says that I trust you, but I'm going to verify, and I trust you enough because I feel like you've been consistent and your information is fair, just, and caring. That's the center section. On this first third of the wheel, you have this low level of trust, which is categorized with there's a lack of trust, a loss of trust, skepticism, and then cynicism. And cynicism is what we often think about when we think about this low levels of trust, right? It says that not only do I not trust you, I'm going to go on a campaign to talk to anybody I can to prevent them from trusting you, because I have reason to believe that you are going to use your powers to harm me. Now, this really fascinating side, though, is this complete trust realm. It's when we move outside of this zone of healthy trust, we move into this area where it says, I trust you so much that I don't want to be vulnerable enough to speak my point of view, which means that I'm now going to be less risk averse to step out and exhibit some non-normative behavior from pushing on you, which leads me into groupthink where it says there's strength in numbers. I'm not going to say what I truly believe. I'm just going to believe that this person is telling me the truth. We're going to follow it. And then we fall into this zone of absolute trust where no matter what you say, I am going to go with this person because that person's in control, and we trust that trust is there. And even when it's not there, I believe that this person is not operating in bad faith. And so when we think about this, we go back to this point that I mentioned earlier, that trust itself is a dynamic to be measured. I am not here to prescribe ways to actually build trust tactically. I'm here to give you a new framework and a new way of understanding that we could spend time focusing on the how do we get people to trust us through the marketing campaigns and all those other novel ideas, or we can change and focus on the things that we control, our own trustworthiness, the ability, the humanity, and the integrity, which tells us that, hey, I am going to I am going to present the evidence and the narratives of that I can do what I say I'm going to do, that I can do it without causing harm, and that I can do it without you watching over my shoulders. Lastly, I'm going to leave you with something. In government and our public institutions, we highly focus and favor the people who have high levels of ability, right? And they go in and they achieve a goal, and we hold them up, we give them a gold star, and we promote them to the point of their incompetence, right? However, this is not war. We have to prioritize this level of humanity and this level of integrity because we're not recycling. We're not just cycling through people. We have to recycle these people. We have to come back to them in order to sustain any movement that we have. So I'm going to leave you with this. Trust is a dynamic to be measured, to be managed, and it is all of our collective responsibility to ensure that we're doing this in the right way. How do we do it? By ensuring that we're presenting evidence of our ability, our humanity, and our integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Terrence, for that important work that you shared with us. I know I speak on behalf of everyone here when I say we will certainly be reflecting on the words that you shared. In our next session, we wanted to show the intersection of technology, gaming, and learning. So I welcome to the stage Gwenda Nealon from Tilt Studio, who will lead us through a game which builds cognitive resistance against online manipulation. Welcome.
Hello.
Gwenda.
Hi, everyone. So let's start with a question. Who of you is less capable in detecting disinformation online than the average person in this room? Hands, please. Who is less capable than the average person in this room? Well, this is interesting because we cannot all be less capable than the average person in this room, right? Should be approximately half of you. And that is because we overestimate our own capabilities and we underestimate the amount of disinformation online. So what we do is we build a game to make people more aware of how it works. Not what is right and what is wrong, but what techniques are used. So if we can get the game up the screen, then we can just start the game. And I will need your help to go through this. The first technique is impersonation. Hi there, good to see you. Who are you? Can you click? Yeah. Well, so this is the game. Oh boy, let's become a fake news tycoon. What do you want to do? Which one? We're gonna pick. Post a frustrated tweet or you're not? Yeah? Okay, yeah, we're gonna tweet. Post a frustrated tweet. Okay, we could do this one. This government is a complete and utter failure. What is the other one? Let's pick not this one. Or the mainstream media is one massive conspiracy. Yeah, let's go with that one. Okay, let's go with this one. Tweet. Ooh, you got a few followers, and more followers mean more influence. Okay, what do I do next? Look at your meter. People don't find it very credible yet. Are you ready? Okay, we're ready. Great to hear. Okay, what do you want to do? Fake an official Twitter account or impersonate someone important? What would you do? What would you do? Would you fake an official Twitter account or impersonate someone who already has a lot of followers? Make a fake account, okay. As your president, I have issued an executive order to rename Canada to North Dakota. This one? Let's give it a try. Annexing Canada is just realistic enough to worry people. Okay, let's continue. Got it. Looks like you fooled some Twitter users. Check the reactions. Oh my God, is he serious? Check another one. Yeah, awesome. Okay, let's move on. How are you feeling? Anyone have moral objections already? Yeah? No, and some no. Okay, pretty good. Let's continue. Yeah, let's go pro. Where do you begin? You want to start a news site or a blog? Boring. A news site, definitely going for a news site. We have to pick a name. We can pick the best words, not this one maybe. So we'll check the best words or honest truth online. And let's check with not this one. Oh, okay, we pick honest truth online, not bad. Because everybody wants the honest truth to be out there, right? Okay, cool. And you don't want to label yourself as an anonymous goon because who listens to that? So let's go for the editor-in-chief because that sounds like you're a somebody, right? Okay, check responses on Twitter. Honest Truth Online has just joined the fight against the mainstream media. Good news. Maybe we need a citation. Wow, thanks DPNA, whoever that may be. Yeah, let's click. Good job, Chief. Honest Truth Online has now become the basis of your fake news empire. And you can see your credibility is rising already. Hooray! Let's continue. See how easy it is to just generate some credibility and some followers and a fake news account. Okay, let's continue. Impersonation. And this happens in real life. 21st of January, people in New Hampshire received a phone call from a robot voice impersonating President Biden to promoting them not to vote in the primaries 2 days after the phone call. So this happens. It happens all the time. People fake to be a professor. They steal people's accounts. So please, please, check the source for reliability before you just share or trust what is posted online. Okay, let's continue, because there's more. We just went to impersonation. Let's go to the use of emotional language. Love that. Continue. Emotions, because this is what drives people, not ratio. If you want them to follow you online, you have to trigger their emotions. Fear works perfectly. Anger is also a really good emotion to motivate people. So let's go. Okay, we have to pick a post. Can I ask you to pick one? So this is the first, the life of ants, the joy of routine. Not this one, maybe. Let's check the other one. Can you click not this one? Yeah. The 25 most popular TV shows. Next. Not this one. Breaking, president to visit Luxembourg early next year. Next. Unbelievable. Okay, which one? About the president, about ants, or about TV shows? Luxembourg. We go with the president, so not this one, and not this one, but this one. Unbelievable. Boring, who cares? Okay, yeah. Yikes, that didn't work. The article didn't use manipulation techniques, but they were all way too boring, right? They were not using emotional language. So we need emotional content. That's an excellent choice. I know, I made the game. Let's make people mad by attacking something, because that works. You need a scapegoat. That works very well to have people like engaged in your content. So we can browse exploitable news headlines, or we can talk about video games, but the first one works best. All right. Do you want to pick the next one for me? Yeah, you? Yeah. So we have this one. Scientists, climate change could have a serious negative impact on our way of life. Let's check the other one and just explore what we have. Genetically modified foods pose no risk to human health, experts say in a new report. Wow. And let's see the last one. Oh, we only have two. You want to go for climate change or genetically manipulated food. Okay, climate change is scarier. Let's go with climate change. Good choice. What's your opinion on climate change? It's a total hoax or a serious problem? And remember, you're a fake news distributor. It's a total hoax. Of course, everybody knows this, right? Okay, it's a total hoax, and a very polarizing one. Easy peasy. Let's go, whatever. Exploiting people's basic emotions can be hugely effective. How do you want to do it? Let me ask you, how do you want to do it? Get emotional. Okay, let's get emotional. Make a meme or publish an article? Okay, we go for publish an article. I got a few options. Let's check out. Expecting mothers told not having kids is better for the climate. It's true, basically. Statistical methods in climate science are clunky, or, not this one. Scientist friend, he told me I was saving the planet by living on the streets. So which one do you want to go for? The mothers, the method being clunky, or your scientist friend? Scientist friend. Okay, let's go for the scientist friend. Let's pick this one. Not bad. You made scientists look cruel. Good point, Honest Truth Online. Let's see more. People are suffering. Are all science insane? Looks good. Not bad. Let's keep going. What do you want to do? Exploit fear or anger? Can I ask you? Anger? We go for anger. They test anti-aircraft guns. Innocent puppies. Well, this content doesn't really matter. It's the use of emotional language that will trigger people. Okay, I hear ya. So the use of emotions is very strong in spreading disinformation and getting people to share misinformation as well. And this happens all the time. I mean, you see this online. And the best thing how to deal with this is when you feel an emotional response, when you are online with certain content, not just react, but first stop, think about it, and then make a conscious decision if you want to react and how you would like to respond. And for instance, Russia is using this recently. There has been a really big TikTok campaign in trying to scandalize Ukrainian officials by promoting all kinds of lies about them having insanely big houses abroad and being corrupt, and the only care they had was accumulating money and not caring about Ukrainian people at all. And this way, Russia tries via TikTok videos to undermine the trust of Ukrainian people in their own government, but also internationally decline the trust in Ukrainian officials. And it works quite well, and the BBC has been investigating this, and all of these TikTok videos contain false claims. So be aware of what you see, especially if it's about conflict or crisis or elections. There is a lot of manipulation there. Continue. So the game, bad news, goes into 6 techniques in the end. We also have another game, it's bad facts. And if you go into the WebEx app, you probably can see, this is the first screen, and you swipe twice to the right, and there is bad news and bad facts. And you can play them for yourself. because research from Cambridge University has shown that people who play these games are up to 20% more resilient against online mis and disinformation, and it's everywhere. So I have a lot of examples on polarization, conspiracies, discrediting and trolling, and also there's more techniques in the other game. I will be in the back of the room during the lunch break. If you want to know more, come and see me, or just connect with me on LinkedIn, and we can talk some more. But play these games, and if you want to use them in your professional career, in education, or with colleagues, or share it with your family, they're publicly available, all the games. They're free to use, and so please help us with building resilience against disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gwenda, for that incredibly eye-opening piece, and that interactive segment really, I think, drove the messaging home for all of us. As Gwenda mentioned, if you want to keep on playing and discover other educational games developed by Tilt Studio in the break, Gwenda will be at one of the networking stations in the room, and those of you watching online, we invite you to discover the games in the app. We will now break for lunch. A couple of housekeeping items before we all do that. Lunch will be served in buffet style located at the neon bar to your left over there. Please feel free to grab your food, sit in the audience seats. You can stand around a table. You can also get some fresh air outside at the picnic tables. And during this lunch break, we will also have the networking stations set up with new faces. Given that we are also at an art museum, I encourage you to tap into your artistic side and head outside to contribute to a communal drawing based around the theme of how each of you contribute to a more secure tomorrow. Please be sure to return to your seats promptly by 1:10 p.m. because after the break, we will begin track 3, where we will talk about countering disinformation, climate change, the opportunities and threats of new technologies, and many other topics. And we will be speaking with special guest, U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell. So you don't want to miss that. And as we play out, DJ Isel got some more jams for us. Enjoy lunch. Thank you all. Lovely. Thank you, DJ Yusel. I, for one, have loved the music. Thank you all for getting back into your seats. I know that you were chatting, networking, taking photos. Don't worry, there will be many more opportunities for that throughout the afternoon. We have a great next segment and interview that I want to make sure everyone is seated for. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. If you could please take your seats. I hope you all had a great lunch break. Did anyone have an empanada? Because that's what I had, and it was quite good. And I hope you all took the opportunity to connect with each other and to our speakers, as well as contribute to maybe the communal drawing we have. We are now diving into track 3, which will focus on current and future security challenges as perceived by youth and how these intersect with NATO's priorities. So as we start the next session, if everyone could take their seats, I would like to get your take on the US-NATO relationship. So let's run another short poll. Remember that in order to vote, go to the polling function in the app and submit your response, or if you are using our live stream function, please feel free to press Slido to access the poll. Now the question is the US-NATO relationship at its strongest point in its history? Yes or no? That was pretty immediate. Yes or no? Is the US-NATO relationship at its strongest point in its history? Okay. I would say majority think no, it is not. Well, these poll results will provide the right frame for our next discussion, so I will now hand it over to my friend Kylie Atwood to introduce our special guest speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm Kylie Atwood. I cover the State Department for CNN, and I have the pleasure and the honor of interviewing the Deputy Secretary of State, Kurt Campbell. He has a full plate, to say the least, these days. He also came to the role after being the top official at the White House and the National Security Council for all things Indo-Pacific strategy for the Biden administration, China strategy. So I'd like to touch upon that a little bit, but today we're here also, of course, to discuss NATO. And so we'll dive right in unless you have any remarks you want to share.
First of all, Kylie, it's terrific to be here. Kylie's an incredible reporter. If you watch her interviews, extremely gracious and friendly, and then she gets the State Department official to say something that he or she shouldn't, so I have to be quite vigilant here.
No comment.
She's really a terrific reporter. It's a great gathering. I'm really thrilled to be here. It's interesting, I just want to say one thing about the poll. If you had asked at any time over 75 years. Is this the moment that the alliance was the strongest? At every moment, the answer probably would have been no. There's always been a golden age, either before or at some point in the future. But I do want to underscore, I was in Europe last week. I had the chance to talk to a lot of the officials who are getting ready for two big events, the 80th anniversary of Normandy, the tremendous surge in the Second World War on the beaches of France, that followed in July by the 75th anniversary of NATO that would be held in Washington, D.C. These are very important moments to commemorate this alliance, which I think, by almost any measure, is the most important, most influential gathering of like-minded countries in history, and I think every day proving its worth on the battlefields in Ukraine.
Great, thank you. I think that poll is a great place for us to start.
Yeah.
It is interesting nonetheless to see that the majority of people who were just polled there, I'm not sure how many, but say that NATO isn't at its strongest point throughout history. And I wonder, as you talk to young people who are interested in joining the Foreign Service or interested in, joining the military, and they're looking at NATO and they're reflecting upon the last 2 years, where I think since there was the invasion of Ukraine, we saw NATO really come together in a bold way. But now, more than 2 years later, we're seeing a Ukraine that's lost, by all measures, about 20% of its territory. Just in recent days, we have seen the Russians make more progress along the northeastern border. So what do you say about the state of NATO right now, and how do you defend it as being as strong as U.S. officials have continually tried to say that it is?
Well, first of all, Kylie, let's go back to 3 years ago. If you'd asked any of us whether this would have been possible, a brutal invasion by Russia and Ukraine holding its own, first driving Russians back out of its territory, an enormous gathering of nations both in Europe and also in the Indo-Pacific. Kylie, you began there, but what's interesting about this conflict is some of the biggest supporters are in Japan and South Korea. We were just talking about Japan's state visit 2 weeks ago. It was a surprise when Prime Minister Kishida visited Congress for his joint session. His number one request was for solidarity on the battlefield in Ukraine. Huge surprise for many people listening on the Capitol Hill side. They're like, why is a Japanese prime minister basically speaking out on behalf of Ukraine? I think a recognition that how Ukraine goes will say a lot about the ability of like-minded states to be able to stand up against Russia, but also, frankly, against China, who's providing support behind the scenes for Russia as well. So I would say overall, this has been an enormous success. Russia is a major military player. I think by and large, Ukraine has been able to hold them at bay, but this is an extraordinarily difficult campaign. What I thought you were going to mention, Kylie, what's actually even more important than territory are the attacks against civilian infrastructure, the cities, the energy supplies. Those things will take a substantial toll. Now, since the passage 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago, of the supplemental, I believe you will see a substantial rallying on the part of the United States, but also other countries in Europe to support air defense and other capabilities more generally. This is a terrible conflict. I think we are doing what we can to support Ukraine. It is of the highest priority that they are able to repel Russian invaders from their territory, but I don't think we can be under any illusions about how difficult this is going to be.
Air defense, when do you think that could come?
I think the process of delivering capacity has already begun. I'm not going to get into great details, but we've been able to work with countries in Europe to provide some excess articles. We're also finding some things that we can provide. This is one of those things, Kylie, that is not really about procuring. It's hard. These are expensive. They take a long time to make. Some of it is just gathering capacity in other countries to see what's possible. It's also the case that what we need is multi-layered. It's not just the most sophisticated kinds of systems like Patriots, but other things that can defend against things like UAVs and the like.
I want to get your response. In recent days, French President Macron made some comments that France would be willing to send troops into Ukraine in the case that the Russians break through the front lines of defense that the Ukrainians have put up, and in the case that the Ukrainians are asking for it. What's your response to hearing something like that? Would NATO ever reconsider what has been such a clear position that there won't be NATO troops, there will not be US troops on the ground in Ukraine?
Look, it's important not really to get into future hypotheticals. I think the President, our National Security Advisor, Secretary of Defense and State have been clear about how we want to support Ukraine in its struggle. And I think we will continue to hew to those public guidelines that we've laid out very carefully. I think occasionally we do hear comments in Europe from countries that are prepared to consider other elements. I think the most important thing right now is for each of the countries in Europe to step up to provide the material support to Ukraine. And sometimes those statements disguise that, in fact, behind the scenes, perhaps not as much support is being given as others in Europe are expecting or hoping for.
So you didn't process that in an outsized way, those recent comments?
Look, there's a intense election campaign underway in France. I mean, I meet with many countries, the Baltic states, Poland, and others. They all are deeply committed to this, and they're not prepared to see Ukraine lose. I think it'd be fair to say that there is more optimism and a different sense on the ground than there was just 3 or 4 weeks ago when we didn't have the supplemental passed. I think we get a sense of, first of all, there's a tremendous fighting spirit in Ukraine. I think they were worried was support to them flagging. I think they have a greater sense now of commitment from the countries in Ukraine, in NATO and elsewhere. I think the key will be when we meet in July, Kylie, in Washington, D.C., will we be able to arrive at arrangements about how NATO will interact with Ukraine? What's the pathway for their ultimate membership? Will they feel comforted and satisfied by what we're prepared to put on the table? And we're working hard to achieve that. So
you talk about the gathering in July, the 75th anniversary of NATO, and one thing that strikes me, and I think this is applicable to your expertise, you're going to have Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, and Australia in attendance. Yeah. Can you talk to us a little bit about the role that they will have at the gathering and also the role that NATO has in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, thank you. So look, in previous summits, those 4 nations have participated. They are referred to as the AP or IP for Indo-Pacific, Asia-Pacific 4, and they've engaged with partners in Europe. I think by and large, most of the discussion right now, Kylie, is not about potential missions of NATO outside of Europe. They've got their hands full in Ukraine. I think primarily what we can expect are some discussions about joint efforts on disinformation and cybersecurity, which are of real challenge to countries in the Indo-Pacific. But what I think we'll also highlight is that the involvement of 2 countries, China providing support to Russia's infrastructure through dual-use capabilities, a very sustained, intense effort to help Russia reconstitute its military, plus the provision of some missiles and artillery from North Korea. You could argue that the 2 most important contributions to Russia are coming from the Indo-Pacific. So the theaters are already linked, and I believe that that will be a substantial element of discussion when we meet in in July in Washington, D.C. I think we'll also listen, however, about how countries like Japan, South Korea, how much they have done for Ukraine and continue to do, whether it's energy grid, defensive systems, you could go down the list, you know, natural gas swaps. Few countries have put as much on the table as Japan, South Korea, and Australia for what's taking place on the battlefield in Ukraine.
And, you know, as the world has in some ways shifted its focus to the Israel-Hamas war, are you still hearing from those from those Asian countries that they're just as worried about the implications that a Ukrainian loss would have for them potentially, and the message that would send to China in their region?
Yeah, in fact, Kylie, that's exactly what we hear. So in my capacity, I travel a lot and, you know, engage with partners in Africa, in the Indo-Pacific, and Europe. And I think we hear a variety of things. The first, I think, is a concern, to be honest, about American domestic politics. What's going to happen domestically? How will that affect the sense of American purpose and commitment abroad? Like, what can we expect? Very difficult for me to provide any assurances, but I do make an argument that I think there is a bipartisan commitment generally to a determined, forceful, purposeful American engagement abroad. And then I think, yes, there are concerns in the Indo-Pacific that bad lessons would be drawn about how a big neighbor might be able to take advantage and seek to take steps against a smaller one. And I think everyone in the Indo-Pacific wants to prove that sort of approach will be resisted broadly. And then obviously, as you described, what's taking place in Gaza has consumed an enormous amount of time, both in the executive branch on Capitol Hill, in the journalistic community. Those issues, I can't remember a time in which the number of issues that are sort of cascading upon us are more intense and go straight to the heart of American commitments abroad.
It strikes me when you say that your interlocutors overseas are asking you about what to expect from America, and your mind can't help but go to the upcoming U.S. elections, President Biden versus former President Trump. What do you say to those countries who are trying to prepare for the possibility of President Trump returning?
So, Kelly, it's interesting, you know, as a diplomat, you have to play a careful role. But I'll tell you something that may be counterintuitive. Like, you would think that countries, when they're approaching uncertainty in American domestic politics, would have a tendency to pull back, to resist deeper engagement. But that is not what's taking place. I think most countries, sophisticated countries, survey the scene, recognize that, look, we can do more ourselves, we can spend more, we can work with other allies and partners, but then they come to the almost inevitable conclusion that the role of the United States is incredibly important, and it doesn't really matter what theater you're in, Europe or the Indo-Pacific. And so for many countries, the decision they've taken is to actually double down on engagement, with the hopes that if you make real progress, that there is a kind of momentum associated with that, not just bureaucratic momentum, but momentum in terms of developments on the ground, and that can be sustained if you can demonstrate that it's in the best interests of parties concerned, including the United States. So I will say the thing that has been most, not surprising, but pleasantly surprising, has been how many countries have been prepared to step up and work with the United States in the current context. I'll just give you an example. Again, we're talking mostly about Europe and Gaza, but just a few weeks ago, given the kind of challenges the Philippines are facing in their own territorial waters, they chose to come to Washington for an unprecedented summit between the United States, Japan, and the Philippines, President Marcos coming the day after the state visit. I don't think the Philippines would do that in normal circumstances, but I do believe that they think in the current environment, doubling down, working closer with the United States, maximizes both their peace and stability, but also creates the potential for continuing relationships going into the future. And I encourage that more generally.
Do you also encourage them, you're talking about spending more in defense, are you encouraging them to follow through with those commitments now, because that could help them if Trump potentially does win?
I would say, generally speaking, that trend is quite substantial in most places, Kylie. So you've seen Japan make unprecedented commitments after decades of spending less than 1%. They're now on the path to 2%. You've got South Korea taking similar steps. You have Australia essentially signing up to AUKUS, one of the most ambitious military programs to build nuclear-powered conventional submarines. Many countries in Europe have taken substantial steps, new nations joining NATO. I was just speaking not long ago with Polish interlocutors. It is remarkable the steps that they're taking. Not 2%, but closer to 4%. There are always some countries that are going to lag, that are going to be, struggle or question that overall level. But I think the combination of a security environment that's certainly more challenging in the Indo-Pacific, and then the obvious circumstances in Europe have led most countries to reevaluate, to make determinations to spend more. Yes.
We're going to get some questions from the audience in a few, but before we do, I do want to ask you a few questions about the Israel-Hamas war, given it's on the top of everyone's minds right now. And obviously last week we saw a dramatic shift from the Biden administration, putting a pause on those so-called dumb bombs, those 2,000-pound bombs, and those 500-pound bombs that were being shipped to Israel. Those are now on hold. It strikes me that we've heard from many U.S. officials in recent days, from the State Department, the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, saying that Biden doesn't want to see American weapons used in that kind of operation, being, of course, an all-out operation into Rafah's city centers.
Yes.
Israel already has a lot of U.S. weaponry. So the U.S. can put a pause on those bombs. It doesn't mean that Israel doesn't have those bombs already, in its centers, in its capacity. Has the U.S. explicitly told Israel that it cannot use any U.S. weaponry if it goes ahead with an all-out invasion of Rafah?
So I don't think Kelly, I'm not going to get into specific internal diplomacy between Israel and the United States. I will say several things. That, first of all, the interactions are extremely regular. They're deeply professional. And I think there's a recognition of a partnership that's deep and profound between the United States and Israel. There are undeniable tensions about Rafah. I think the president has made clear, both in his private conversations but also in public, that the kind of military action that Israel is contemplating against Rafah will create large numbers of displaced and civilian casualties. And I think the president has been clear that he's deeply uncomfortable with that and believes that the necessary steps to either move people to safer zones or to contemplate a different kind of engagement, he doesn't think some of those steps have taken place. I think it is very important, both Israel and the United States understand the importance of the relationship. And you can see occasionally some sparks fly in public, but I can assure you behind the scenes, I think it is paramount and important for both sides that there not be an open break. But you can expect under these circumstances, given the nature of what took place on October 7th, kinds of civilian casualties we've seen, there is substantial tension that I think both sides are committed to working through.
Do you feel that you're actually working through that right now, or do you feel like it's at an impasse? Because Israel doesn't seem to be listening.
So I do believe there is substantial dialogue between the United States and Israel, and I do believe that Israel is heeding the issues that President Biden has offered both in public and in private. Now, that may play out in different ways, Kylie, than everyone anticipates, but I do believe that that back and forth is ongoing. I think it is also the case that most of the Israeli people and population know there's probably no American leader that has put it all on the line for Israel over the last several months. Going to visit immediately after the tragedy there, you know, a president has openly committed most of his political life to the security and safety of Israel. And so that's something that most Israelis appreciate, understand, and do not want to see that somehow jettisoned. Mm-hmm. So I think this is a process that is going to be challenging, but I'm quite confident that this back and forth between the two sides is continuing.
One more question for you, and then we'll go to the audience. Is the Biden administration concerned at all about a new generation of terrorists among the Palestinian people emerging if this war continues to drag on for much longer and we have so many civilian deaths among the Palestinians?
Yeah. Look, I think we have to be clear that some of the challenges that we're facing are having implications not just for immediate populations in Gaza, but more broadly. I will say I was in Nigeria last week, and we heard from the Nigerian leaders that the images are provoking their own populations. And so, yes, we are concerned by this. This is something that is guiding.
Anti-American sentiment is growing?
I don't know necessarily anti-Israeli, but certainly there are challenges about what Israel has, the manner in which the conflict has been undertaken, the fact that the United States has been a supporter, and in some circumstances that the UN has been isolated. Yeah, I do think it has been a challenge for us. But at the same time, I think the United States, the president, is proud of the fact that he has stood by Israel in its darkest, most difficult time. But at the same time, I think we are committed to a future that calls for a two-state solution. We believe that ultimately there has to be a political and humanitarian set of solutions to what's taking place. I think Kylie, you haven't asked the question, but I think in some respects, we are struggling over what the theory of victory is. And I think sometimes when we listen closely to Israeli leaders, they talk about mostly the idea of some sort of sweeping victory on the battlefield, total victory. I don't think we believe that that is likely or possible, and that this looks a lot like situations that we found ourselves in after 9/11, where, after civilian populations had been moved and lots of violence, that, the insurrections continue. And so ultimately, I think we view that there has to be more of a political solution. That's one of the reasons why the president's team has been so engaged with the surrounding region. I will say what's different from the past is that in that sense, many countries want to move towards a political solution in which the rights of Palestinians are more respected. I don't think it's ever been more difficult than right now, but I still believe that the commitment is there. And we're hearing that more and more from countries in the region as well. I will also say, Kylie, you were talking about the Indo-Pacific. We sometimes forget that the largest Muslim communities are actually in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei. These countries badly want us to move to the day after, in which we start to rebuild, try to find a peacekeeping, a political solution, and investments on rebuilding the Palestinian infrastructure. And so I think that if we're to get to that point, the United States will not be alone in helping to rebuild, and we will play a very substantial role in that, both politically and structurally as well.
Thank you. I want to go to the audience. Okay, so where's the mic? I want to see if we can get to, you're in the back. Okay.
I can take a couple.
Do you mind coming up to the first row? Yeah, we'll just take a few. And you're the closest to the mic, so you're going to end up with the first question here.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, Deputy Secretary of State, for sharing your thoughts and experiences and listening to the audiences. Before going to the question, I just want to put a little bit, if we come to the commitment of the US and NATO in 1978 against the USSR, I think in that time we were stuck to one word, how to defeat the Russians in Afghanistan. There were no doubt in the US politics and the NATO politics. Exactly what we see right now, how to bring the Russia in Ukraine, there is a little bit doubt in the US politics and also the NATO politics. And that gives the hope to the Russian politicians and leadership to stick to their own diplomacy and policy in Ukraine. Isn't a good chance for the Putin, if we are not stuck to one promise and one word, to bring Vladimir Putin accountable for what exactly he has done in Ukraine?
So let me just try to say this. There is a tendency always to look back in that period as some kind of golden age. I was a student in Great Britain during the Reagan presidency, in which the tensions between the United States and Europe were deep and profound, different views about how to go against the Soviet Union, whether to place certain kinds of weapon systems in Western Europe more generally. And so my own counsel would be, it's very easy to look at earlier periods and see a sense of how easy this was. During much of this period, we were bitterly divided about tactics, about investments militarily, very real issues around Ostpolitik. You, of course, know that. So I think at a general level, this is not unusual. And what I would counsel is, I take great confidence that NATO councils are full of debate, discussion, engagement on a regular basis. I think that's powerful. I think it reflects the fact that we are mature, responsible democracies more generally. And I personally think the fact that each of these countries have managed to so clearly state what our interests are in Ukraine, I find more reassuring. Are there challenges? Obviously, and going against a country like Russia is incredibly difficult. But the level of engagement of various countries in Europe and support to Ukraine, I think, is much deeper than most people understand, and I think the commitment will continue.
I think we have time for one more very quick question. Is there a woman who has a question? The second row right here.
Good for you, Kylie.
Sorry, guys.
Why don't we take two quick ones and I'll answer. Okay?
If that's okay, great.
Yeah, thanks. I'm fine.
Great to be a woman here. So,
Hi.
So I'm from Pakistan. I'm a Fulbright candidate in a grad school. Mr. Deputy Secretary, you mentioned something about the Russian cyber attacks in Ukraine. And we see that cyber intrusions have lately been replacing kinetic options. And this is what we've been seeing in Ukraine. This is what we have seen in, like, NATO allies when there was a cyber intrusion attack on Danish energy companies. What is the sense and the policy position, not only in NATO but in the United States, because we see that cyber security is kind of like taken a backseat. It's not really on the top charts of national security. So where do you see cyber security coming up on national security perspective?
That's a great question. Why don't I take one more, and then this fell in the front row here.
Yeah.
There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, for taking the question. My question is actually something I've been thinking about a lot about today, because one of the things that I think we've kind of been overlooking is energy independence and the role that plays within NATO. And so that's my question to you. What role do you think energy independence plays within NATO? And how has the Biden administration contributed to energy independence, not only domestically, but also internationally, in light of the pause also of LNG to foreign countries?
Yeah, thank you. Those are both great questions. So first of all, on the cyber front, I would slightly take issue. I think one of the areas that we are much more active on internationally has been working with countries on cyber defensives, basically understanding the hygiene of cyber networks. We have a team that is responsible for that in the White House that was just created at the National Security Council. We have a similar capacity at the State Department. If I had to say, when Kylie was asking questions about cooperation and engagement, one of the reasons countries want to work with us is because of our expertise on cybersecurity capabilities, understanding how certain systems are vulnerable. And the challenges are increasingly not just Russia, but increasingly in the Indo-Pacific and elsewhere, it's China. It is also Iran. A number of countries have been involved, North Korea, in these capacities. I would say that durable cyber partnerships are going to be one of those things that we will hand on to the next administrations as we go forward. And it is a very active arena of cooperation. And in fact, most countries that we work with quietly very much want to have this kind of dialogue with us. I think one of the reasons why it may not get as much publicity is that many countries don't like to advertise their vulnerabilities. They don't like to advertise how elements of their infrastructure are vulnerable to attack. So they seek to try to remedy and address those through private dialogues and engagements, different kinds of tools and the like. And let me just assure you, this is one area where those activities are deep and relevant. I work on something else, which is around disinformation campaigns and public sort of, Kylie's asking the question about American standing in the region, either because of Ukraine, increase in food and energy crisis, or Gaza. This is a real challenge. Not only are we facing just, clear challenges just as it is, but we're working with countries that are privately undermining sort of the American role. I remember I was traveling in the Pacific almost immediately after the Russian invasion, and I was meeting with a minister in Papua New Guinea, and his first question is, why do you have chemical and biological weapon facilities in Ukraine? And I'm like, we have nothing of the sort, nothing at all. That's just complete disinformation, but it's disinformation that was very widely shared and spread across the global South. So I'm worried both about these kinds of, intrusions into critical information nodes, other kinds of capacities inside a country, but I'm also worried about the messaging that our adversaries have, I think in some cases quite effectively spread that challenges the American role more generally. To the good question about energy security. So obviously we're in the process of a substantial energy transition in which there will have to be for years increased support from fuels like natural gas and the like. And I think there's a understanding of what enormous leverage and capacity energy independence gives the United States on the global stage more generally. I think what we found initially in Europe is that countries that made a decision to be wholly reliant on Russia for its energy supplies, countries like Germany, immediately regretted that. Now, we have worked unbelievably intensively and creatively with a number of states and institutions to provide energy to the countries of Europe. Now, we've benefited that these last two winters were probably less intense than had been estimated. But I'm going to say that a number of countries have sought to put their interests second to support more natural gas and energy supplies to Europe as a whole. I think getting that balance right between making the right investments for an energy transition into the future, but also making appropriate investments and building capacity in the here and now for the global economy, which runs on hydrocarbons. I think that finding that balance is one of the most difficult and challenging things in energy policy. I do believe the way that we've supported countries like Germany and France, the Benelux countries, during this war is quite impressive. And I believe that the energy issues are not as relevant as, or not as top of mind as we worried 2 years ago. I think the biggest challenges are the things that Kylie talked about, which is the Russians have gone against substantial investments the Ukrainians have made in civilian infrastructure, energy, and just natural capacity, energy and electricity transformers across the country. Those attacks in the last several weeks have rendered substantial damage in Ukraine, which will be challenging to rebuild.
What a wonderful conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Callie.
Deputy Secretary Campbell. Thank you all for great questions.
Thanks, Kylie.
Deputy Secretary, thank you. And Kylie, thank you for that insightful and interesting discussion. And thank you again to our audience members for such strong questions. NATO has further reinforced its deterrence and deference posture following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. But how much do the young people think and feel about the security threat posed by Russia? As the theme of this summit is in yours and our shared security, we will dive into some of the major global challenges that are threatening our shared security. The next panel will ask a variety of experts what the key security challenges on the horizon are and how NATO can best tackle them. And to our online viewers, please do put your Q&A in the app, as we will be spending time with each of our panels to hear questions from you as well. And now, Stavros, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Donna, for the introduction, and thank you to everyone who's joining us today, both here in person in Miami, as well as online from all over the world. My name is Stavros Superidis. I'm a Fulbright Onassis and Public Service Fellow at the Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, and the moderator for the discussion on Defending Forward. Joining us today is Simon Askew, a captain in the US Army serving as the military advisor to the Deputy Secretary of State, we just heard. And next, we have Anna Maria Catauta, member of the Romanian Parliament, as well as a member of the Romanian delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. We also have the pleasure to have Javier Colomina, NATO's Deputy Assistant Secretary General for Public Affairs and Security Policy, as well as the Secretary General's Special Representative for the Caucasus and Central Asia. And last but not least, we're joined by Preston Stewart, a digital content creator and podcaster who discusses war, conflict, and national security issues. Our panel's objective is to dive into NATO's defense posture in the current Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, and why youth, all of you here, should show interest in it. As a young person coordinating this discussion, I have to admit I'm truly honored by asking the questions that matter most to our generation. What has changed? What are we doing about it? Where are we heading? And why is it important for us? Having said that, I'll start with Javier Colomina. And please start submitting your questions on the app for our fascinating Q&A later. Mr. Colomina, over the past 2 years, NATO has undergone a massive transformation, rapidly adapting to regional threats. Can you guide us through some of the most notable changes and briefly touch upon where the alliance is heading?
Thank you very much, Stavros, and thanks very much for having me here. It's a pleasure for me to be attending this Youth Summit here in Miami. So I think most of the things we've done, of course, are directly related with the war that started in February 2022. And actually, that is the utmost priority of NATO, and it's been since then most of the work that we've been doing. We've been trying to help the Ukrainians as much as we could on practical cooperation. We created a package of assistance, non-lethal assistance. As you know, NATO has not been providing lethal assistance. That has been our allies bilaterally. We created a NATO-Ukraine Council where we've been sitting as equals, taking decisions, getting closer to Ukraine, and we ended up in Vilnius taking the decision of inviting Ukraine to become a member whenever the conditions will be met, which is not the case yet, and therefore that's probably the last decision that we're going to take in terms of membership. But at the same time, we are advancing in being able to have the Ukrainians as close as possible to us. Second, we've taken a lot of decisions in terms of deterrence and defense, which is closely linked with the war in Ukraine. I often say that in my view, in 75 years of history, what we've been doing in the last 2 years in terms of defense and deterrence is one of the most important tasks we've achieved in 75 years. Basically trying to avoid that a local war, as terrible as it is, does not become a global one. And to do that, we needed to increase our defense and to increase largely our deterrence. We went into several decisions, both in the summit in Madrid and in Vilnius, and we are now implementing those. We deployed more people in the Eastern Front, from 4 to 8 battle groups. We gave them the ability to go from battle groups to brigade level. That means basically a battle group is 1,000 guys, a brigade would be like 3,000 guys. So it means from 4 to 8,000, from 8,000 to a possible 24,000. But more than that, what we need is to increase our ability to move our troops quickly. And just to give you a couple of facts, on the 15 days after February 24th, 2022, NATO was able to mobilize 40,000 troops, 300 aircraft, and 100 ships. That's already quite amazing. I don't think that is something that anyone, probably the US, might be able to do that, but that would be the only one. We have now implemented a new thing that we call NATO Force Model, which is just an increase of the readiness of our troops to be deployed quicker. With that, in the same period of time, we'll be able to mobilize 300,000 troops. That is not able not even the US would be capable to do that. So it's quite an achievement. At the same time, we have regional plans. We have decided to have a larger presence and a better capacity to deter the Russians to make more strategic mistakes. Linked with defense and deterrence, just a word on border sharing. We heard Secretary General this morning. We heard Deputy State Secretary Kurt Campbell talking about that. It is a very important thing. We've been able to, in the last 10 years, European allies have been able to commit $470 billion. Today, European allies are reaching altogether the 2% figure already. Of course, you have some that have 3% and others that have 1%, but altogether is at 2%. So we are much better than when we were 10 years ago. 20 out of our 32 countries are today reaching the 2% figure. And the third priority would be our partners. We work on the conviction for a few years already that the threats and the challenges that we see can only be confronted together, using our amazing network of partners from Colombia to New Zealand, 35 partners. That makes us work a lot with the Indo-Pacific partners because they're capable, because they can provide lots of things, and also because we have a concern about one big country that is there, which is China, a country that presents a lot of security challenges for all of us, but at the same time, a country that we engage with, completely different than the case of Russia. Is not an adversary. China is a country that just presents lots of security concerns, particularly the support they bring into the Russians in terms of their war effort. Second, we're working with the European Union, unique and essential partner, particularly since the war started We've been working hand by hand. Third, what we call vulnerable partners, Moldova, Georgia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. That brings us into the Black Sea, brings us into the Balkans, where we do a lot of our work. And finally, the South, where we decided in Vilnius to launch a deep reflection, sort of a strategy for the South. And we are expecting in Washington our heads of states to take decisions on that. So I would say that those are the priorities we've been working on.
Thank you so much for your insights. And we heard the NATO perspective. I want to switch to the US perspective, and let's move to Simone. As someone who is working at the heart of the US decision-making process on foreign policy, defense affairs, what are some of the major changes you have seen in terms of military cooperation in Europe under the US and/or the NATO flag?
So thanks so much, Stavros, for your question, and thanks to everyone who's here today and streaming in online, listening to us. This might be the last time in my life I'm invited to a youth summit. I don't know how much longer I'll be considered a youth, but really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I think a question that we've all touched on is why is it so essential for us to gather and have these discussions? And when we talk about sort of the risk and the imminent threat that Russia poses to the sovereignty of Ukraine, you ask a really good question, which is what has changed in the landscape? I think a reframing of that's super helpful is what has become a priority to us in the defense and diplomatic spaces since Russia's invasion. And to me, I often think about it in three categories. I think the first is assuring the interoperability of the NATO allies, right? So it's not good enough to just have the capacity to send weapon systems to another military, but the ability of that other military to use your weapon systems effectively and efficiently, and for the weapon systems from Poland to integrate well with weapon systems from the United States. And so I think that interoperability is something that has proven to be such an essential element of how the NATO alliance provides defense and deterrence in the future. I think the second one that we spent a lot of time thinking about is the efficiency and the effectiveness of our defense industrial base, not just in the United States, but amongst our European allies as well, something we think about for Ukraine in the long term. Beyond the imminent threat of this war, how do we create a defense industrial base in Ukraine that has the capacity to effectively deter future aggression on their eastern border? And I think the third part of it, you ask, how has the space navigated? And I think it's changed really in a way that the duality of the NATO alliance is really reinforced, in the sense that the NATO alliance is not just about defense and war, but it's also a core element of it is diplomacy, is how do we work together as partners to assure that we're reinforcing not just the military capability of Ukraine, but the importance of human rights, of democracy, of freedom, of energy, of climate resilience. And I think that is the third category that I would think of what has become more of a priority, or even something that has been at the forefront of our minds since the war started.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that.
Of course.
And it's really a timely point to make that NATO is not just a military alliance, it's also a political alliance. Having said that, we're switching to the NATO's eastern flank, and we're going to hear from Ms. Katauta. We're currently witnessing the rising strategic significance of the Black Sea, both for NATO and for Russia. And with Romania playing a decisive role in decisions regarding the Black Sea and the wider eastern flank, what's your country's perspective on this shifting dynamic, and how can we best prepare to face it?
I'll also take the opportunity to say thank you. I'm deeply honored to be here with you. And Simone, if you want to be invited to youth events, become a politician, then you have a better chance. So first of all, I don't know how many of you know, but Romania has the longest border with Ukraine. So ever since this brutal invasion of the Russian Federation, Romania was forced in a way to play this strategic role, not only when it came to helping people and welcoming people from Ukraine when they cross borders, especially at the beginning of the war, but also during all this period. And I'm talking here about the fact that Romania has been one of the main let's say, when it comes to grains and when it comes to other types of help that the Ukrainians needed. So my country, from Eastern European country, became in a way the center of the help that was provided to Ukraine. When it comes to the Black Sea, things are very complicated there, because if you look around at the countries that are neighboring the Black Sea, you will see different influences, you will see different ambitions, regional ambitions, global ambitions. We have warned Romania, together with the countries from the eastern flank, we have warned that Putin's intentions, as he stated in 2014, I think, were pretty close to the truth. And other countries chose not to listen to us at that point, because it was, in a way, had more sense in economic terms, and in other terms had more sense to have a good relationship with the Russian Federation. But unfortunately, it was pretty obvious to us, living there with the geography we have, with the history we have, it was pretty obvious that their dream of creating this recreating this great empire and having a large influence in the Black Sea was there, and was there to stay. One good news is that you can also see that things are evolving in a way that people would have not expected. And I'm referring here to the fact that, for instance, Ukraine, without the fleet, has managed to push the Russian fleet and create the grain corridors in the Black Sea. This means that, in a way, Ukraine is also a field of experimenting the new way of conducting warfare on both sides. Russians are also experiencing and having their part of success, but also Ukraine, a country that is bravely fighting for their sovereignty and their future, has managed to find a very smart solution to defend themselves. To come back to your question, this war, and especially in the Black Sea region, has shown us that it's not only about the traditional security, but it's also about food security, it's also about the energy security, and it's a lot about the disinformation and hybrid warfare. Because countries like Romania, Estonia, Bulgaria, and the Republic of Moldova, a very small but important country in Eastern Europe, have been affected by, not only by cyber attacks, but also by disinformation. And as a politician in an Eastern European country, or an Eastern flank country, depends how you look at the geography of the region, it's very hard to fight against the Russian propaganda, because unfortunately, they have managed to build on the frustration that our population has. Remember that we're coming after COVID, we're coming after the energy prices crisis. So there is a lot of frustration among the population from Romania, but from other countries surrounding Romania. And it's a very fertile ground for the Russian disinformation. But all in all, let's say, the Black Sea will continue to be a very, let's say, heated area, and the evolutions in the Black Sea will continue to have a large impact upon all our countries and all our future.
And we're happy to see Romania's leadership in that issue and that region. It's really always a pleasure hearing this perspective, and it needs to be heard more. Now we're gonna hear from Preston and his unique viewpoint as an external analyst. You have dedicated a lot of time to analyzing important developments around security and defense, and explaining those to audiences of all ages, but also to the youth. From your standpoint, what do you think of NATO's stance vis-a-vis the war in Ukraine and the numerous security challenges it faces? And are you optimistic about NATO's future?
Well, thanks for the question, Stavros, and thank you all for being here. It's an honor to be here. I want to start with a question. How many people have heard of NAFO? N-A-F-O. All right, we've got a couple hands. So there is an intense information war raging around the war in Ukraine all day, every day. It involves all of us, whether we like it or not. It's impossible to avoid. and it's very, very challenging to fight back against. However, there is a group of online volunteers that are doing just that, NAFO. So NAFO stands for the North Atlantic Fellow Organization. It's a group, an online group, grassroots, organic organization that agrees with NATO's stance of supporting the freedom, sovereignty, and self-determination of Ukraine, but they recognize there are some gaps, and NATO essentially is trying to fill in gaps in ways that NATO cannot. They do that in three main ways. First, NATO accounts across any number of social media platforms will put out updates about the war in Ukraine, help you track what's going on the battlefield. Second, they push back on and expose Russian disinformation on a regular basis. And then third, this one doesn't get as much attention as I think it probably should, but they fundraise. They provide military equipment, night vision devices, drones, tourniquets, body armor, helmets to the armed forces of Ukraine that are immediately put to use on the battlefield. They also raise funds for humanitarian assistance, helping the countless civilians in Ukraine stuck in the middle of this tragic war. Their actions, day in and day out, are saving lives in Ukraine. Now I want to stress, again, these are volunteers, average citizens, firefighters, teachers, office workers. They're not affiliated with NATO, but they have committed their time, energy, and money because they view this cause that aligns with NATO's support of Ukraine to be righteous. So to bring it back, your question was, am I optimistic about the future of NATO? And I am. And one of the reasons I'm optimistic is because of NATO. Actions speak louder than words. And we can look up any number of polls that show increasing or decreasing support for NATO, but we have people, you pull out your phones and type in NAFO on any social media app, you'll see that in the time that we're up here talking, there are people taking action in support of these values of supporting freedom across NATO and across NATO allied countries like Ukraine. So yes, I think I am optimistic about the future of NATO.
And I take this point as a call of action for everyone here to join or create such initiatives that help the Alliance as well. And that's a great pass because I want to switch to a broad question for all the panel. And based on your background, your knowledge of the topic at hand, as well as your capacity here today, can each one of you weigh in on why should youth care about it, and perhaps what's your message here to these young people watching us live in Miami or online? And I'll start with Preston again.
All right. So I make content online, and what we do online is we have hot takes. So my hot take is that nuclear war is bad. I know it's a little controversial, but there's any number of reasons that we have been fortunate to have not devolved into a global nuclear war over the past 80 or so years. One of those is deterrence. Javier hit on this earlier. And a major aspect of deterrence is NATO. So if we want, I just finished the Fallout series on TV. It doesn't look good, right? Even the people that survive nuclear war still looks like a pretty rough way to go. And the reason that we're able to sit here today and talk about NATO's future going forward and the future of all of our different countries going forward is because of the work that our generations previous to us put in to ensure that we didn't devolve into some sort of World War III situation that could go nuclear. So why is this important for us today? Well, that burden now falls on us to make sure that we pass that same thing to our children, our grandchildren in 20, 30, 40, 50 years. A major aspect of helping to prevent and deter nuclear war in the future is a strong and effective NATO. That has been done to this point, and it's going to be on us going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Ms. Katauta?
There are two things that I love about the young generation. One is the fact that they know their rights. And the second is that they get informed. Whenever they want to know more things about something, they have the tools. In my days, we could not Google things, but you can do this. So why should you care about? Because basically, it's not only your future, but it's your present. With the war in Ukraine, the world as we knew it before does no longer exist. Disinformation, cyber wars, even the physical threat is now a reality. So it's not something about the future, it's here, and unfortunately, your generation is going to have to find different ways to deal with it and maybe overcome it.
Simon, how about you? What do you think about it?
These are all wonderful answers. I'm so inspired to join NATO now. I want to tell a really brief story. My second year of grad school, we had a classmate of mine who was elected to be the president of our class. She was also the lead singer in our class band, and so she would perform at all of our student dinners and in town at Oxford. And this leader in our class actually turned out to be a really good friend of mine. She is a Ukrainian student who then, after the invasion of Ukraine, went back to Ukraine to lead Teach for Ukraine. And in serving in that leadership capacity, she was simultaneously maintaining a social media presence where she would show, in a very accessible way, the impact the war had on her life. And so she would, cook eggs on her porch when she had a burst of electricity, or she would talk about what it was like to go to the bunker when the sirens would go off downtown. And I think as a deep friend, but also someone concerned about her safety, that had such a visceral impact on me. And I would say was more influential in my motivation and inspiration to work towards a free and sovereign Ukraine than any piece of policy that I could have read. Because when you have these deep connectivities with other human beings, that's really how you do maintain friendship, alliance, community. And so as we look forward to the Washington Summit this summer, and a core theme of that gathering is defending our future, I think for young people, we play such a key role. You see, I'm encompassing myself in that youthful community, but we play such a core role in developing those relationships, right? In an international audience today, there are at least 10 people that I recognized when walking in the room. And like those interpersonal dynamics, I think, are what help us endure what Deputy Secretary outlined, which is the oscillation of domestic politics, so that I know, regardless of what happens in November, I will always watch Oksana's Instagram story and track how well she's excelling and maintaining the educational infrastructure in Ukraine. And that, I think, more than any short-term policy is what will allow us to defend our connectivity as the most successful alliance in the history of the world, but an alliance that is so committed to the maintenance of democracy, human rights, and those core institutional values.
Yeah, absolutely. And the word values is important because we might not have these interpersonal relationships with so many people in Ukraine if we're in the United States or in Europe, but we have to remember that we're sharing the same values, and these people are fighting for the same values. So that's what connects us. It doesn't have to be like a personal connection. It's a connection of values, and that's important. And with that, I'll pass it to Mr. Kolomina for why should youth care about it?
Thank you. Yeah, it's difficult to follow these three interventions, but if I have a message to convey to young people, I think you shouldn't take peace and stability and democracy for granted. I think that up to 2 years ago, NATO sounded probably as an old thing, either old or James Bond thing. You can choose whatever you want. Now it seems a very present thing, one that we all need because the world is in turmoil. And it has shown that we cannot take peace and stability and democracy for granted. And if NATO was a very important tool to, for 75 years, sustain peace and stability, we need young generations to be convinced, to be committed, and to know what all this is about. So actually, we need you guys to get more and more committed with issues that sounded all for long, but are very present today.
Yeah, and now it's the time for our Q&A. And we'll start with an online question first. We're coming back to the in-person questions. And Mark from the United States is joining us virtually and asking what can NATO do to counter Russian attempts to gain a foothold in North Africa, which has been described as, quote, NATO and the EU's soft underbelly. Not my words. So maybe if Mr. Kolomina or like Preston have any views on this, you can...
I have views, yes. It's a difficult question. At the end, the alliance is a very mighty alliance, but the allies have to decide where they decide to use their tools, to use the might that we have. Africa is a continent where there is already a huge presence of international efforts. international and regional organizations, bilateral efforts. I think NATO has a role to play, could complement those efforts. But in order to do that, we need to work together hand by hand with all the other actors that are already working there, and above all of them, the local ownership of the countries that are there. I think there is a way to do it. Russia is a big concern in the region, disinformation, their own presence, they have military bases, they're working very well. Even through the war in Ukraine, they still have lots of soldiers and presence and means and investments there. So I think it should be a common effort. Africa is very relevant for all of us and for Euro-Atlantic stability for sure.
Yeah. Preston, any thoughts?
It's challenging because Africa is one of the areas where there have been rifts, and that rift has been exploited by Russia. They understand that. They see that there's a gap, a desire for a strong international partner in some of these countries, and they're taking advantage of that. A lot of how they're taking advantage of it right now is through some of the private military companies that have relocated, in a sense, from portions of Ukraine, like the Wagner Group or the remnants of that organization, moving into aspects of North Africa, and or across Africa, quite frankly, and it's challenging. I don't think we have a good solution to that. I think it's something that we're still actively trying to figure out, not just NATO, but the United States and everybody who's interested in what's happening, being able to still exert our influence and have a say, and hopefully, assist in certain ways in Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're switching it to in-person questions, and I'm gonna take a question from here. Please keep it short and make sure to have a question mark at the end.
I'll be quick and I'll have a question mark. So first of all, hi, my name is Michele Mancuso. I'm an intern for the World Affairs Council of Miami. And my question is in regards to the securitization of everything, it seems, in today's world, right? In this conference specifically, we've heard a lot about cybersecurity, but there's also other forms of security, like economic security, that we've seen play a role in national security. So what I'd like to know is, what do you think the role of youth is in contributing to other forms of national security, especially with regard to the war in Ukraine?
Maybe Ms. Katauta wants to take that question?
After the war started in Ukraine, we were all shocked. But if you look today, Ukraine is more digitalized than it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. So they have, in a way, turned this very, very complicated challenge into an opportunity, the opportunity to go further than other countries that are not going through the same things are. So the idea is to see how to find innovative solutions. And yes, it is a matter of economic security, and the young generation has a very important role, because the future is also connected to technology. And this is where I think that the youth can play an important part in having smart ideas, smart technical solutions that can help the economy go forward. I think this is the one point where being young and being interested in what is going on is a very important thing. So innovation, technology, digitalization.
Simone, any thoughts as the youth here on the panel?
Right. No, when you ask that question, I think it's a really good one. And not necessarily, I wouldn't frame it as a securitization of every element of governance, but actually recognizing the way in which peace and stability allow democracies to thrive. And when democracies are threatened, it debilitates our capacity to function, not just in the defense space, but in the economic space, in the educational space. It's all interconnected in the same way that Deputy Secretary Campbell recognizes that Euro-Atlantic security is connected to Indo-Pacific security. We can no longer really divorce the spaces, the war theaters, or the concepts of what combat looks like. But to your question, I think of, so silly, but I think about how we approach working out, right? So you decide one day you're gonna do bicep curls, right? You don't go into the gym thinking, I'm really afraid I'm gonna break my arm. So in order to not break my arm, I'm going to do one bicep curl and hope I don't fall when I leave the gym. But instead, the framing, ideally, is that I'm going to work out and build my muscular capability all over my body so that when the day comes that inevitably I do fall, it's okay because I've got muscular reinforcements around my bones that allow me to maintain agility and be flexible and also able to respond should a disaster happen. And so when I think about as a youth, as a young person, how do I prepare for conflicts that inevitably will arise in the future of the next 75 years of the NATO alliance, I think, how can I exercise those muscles today? Whether it is an understanding of international humanitarian law, whether it's building connectivity amongst my allies and partners in the alliance, whether it's attending forums like this where I garner ideas of how we can build resilience in our economies and our supply chains. Regardless of what the topic is, it's not necessarily about responding to disaster, although that is what we're doing in this moment, but also flexing those muscles for future disaster that may come. Lord willing, nothing happens, but when you do those bicep curls, maybe 20 a day, there's far fewer risks that you're gonna fall outside of the gym and break your arm. So maybe an oversimplification dramatically, but I think it helps me think about what we ought to be doing in a positive sense to prepare for the future ahead.
Absolutely, building muscle to prevent accidents. I love it. Please join me in a round of applause for our panel. Thank you so much. And we pass it back to the MC.
On key security challenges, thank you for sharing your perspectives. Simone, I particularly enjoyed that workout analogy. I could relate to it. Anyone else? Yes, okay. All right, the next session will tackle democratic erosion, the causes, why people think it is not delivering anymore, rising authoritarian regimes, and the role of intergovernmental institutions such as NATO in promoting and defending democratic governance. But before that, let's run another short poll. So if everyone can go to the polling function in the app, or for our viewers at home, if you can press Slido to access the poll. Now here's the question. What is the biggest threat to democracy today? Please submit a one-word response. What is the biggest threat to democracy today? Maybe we'll talk about what the slide says in a second. Oh. Whoops. Disinformation, economy, trust, polarization, social media, ignorance, inequality. Interesting. Wow, these are very... Thank you all for participating. This is great. Okay, so the biggest ones are disinformation, polarization, trust, populism, extremism, Trump. Those are the biggest ones right now. Okay. Well, these poll results will provide the right frame for the next discussion, and I will now hand it over to Alex Ward, who will lead our next session tackling the themes of democratic erosion and host our first Fishbowl session, a unique Q&A experience where two of you will have the opportunity to come on stage and engage as part of the panel. Welcome, Alex.
What's up, everybody? How are we doing? It's 2:30. It has been a long day. You didn't get a break. So I want to wake everyone up. Let's give your own selves a round of applause for staying through this amount of time. It's a really big deal. That side of the room, how you doing? You doing good? How's this side of the room doing? Middle? Y'all, yeah, that was weak. Anyway, all right. Let's do this. You heard about this Fishbowl thing. Let me explain what it is right at the start so you can get your heads in the game. At the end of this session, about 30 minutes, we're going to call on two of you to ask a question, but you're going to ask that question from up here with us. You're going to come on stage for 10 minutes, and you're going to be part of the conversation. You get to ask a question, we get to ask you questions. So if you like what you're hearing, and you want to be part of the conversation, raise your hand when I come out to you, and you can join us here on stage. Sound good? All right, one more time. How we doing? right, let's kick it off. So over here we've got Roberta Braga, Executive Director of the Digital Democracy Institute. Did I nail that? Of the Americas. And Emma Campbell, a consultant, who are both, we've been talking for a while about this session, and we're very excited to get into this with you. But I do think maybe let's get into this poll for a second, because we just saw everyone basically say, disinformation is the problem. That's why democracy is under fire. Roberta, you're giving me this look that you're not feeling it. Why are you not feeling it?
Okay, so starting off with a slightly controversial comment, in this coming from someone who works a lot on disinformation. So DDIA, the Digital Democracy Institute, we're essentially trying to center the human experience with online information. So we're actually getting beyond usually the content to counter content mentality and trying to address sort of the psychological and social and media consumption drivers of how people engage with information online. So we study, for example, with surveys and focus groups, how much people are actually seeing and believing things on the internet, why they might be, who are the people who do see and believe. So all of that to say that I actually, unfortunately, disagree with all of you who said disinformation is our biggest problem for democracy, because I actually think that two things. One, disinformation has been around for a very long time in a variety of different terms. All the way back to, if there are any journalism students in the room, like the yellow journalism terminology that used to be used. It's one of a variety of different information integrity issues that make up the larger ecosystem of information problems. Two, it's actually, in my opinion, a tool for sowing distrust and a byproduct of a larger crisis of trust that is underpinned by a transition and transformation in how we as a society consume news and information, period. So I don't think that it is the core issue. I think it is a byproduct of a larger set of issues, and it's also a tool that bad actors and manipulators are using to kind of change our opinions online.
So I know you just tried to be nuanced, but your one-word answer is trust is the issue?
Yes.
Okay. Emma, do you agree with the audience that it's disinformation or trust? And remember, she's close to you so she can punch you.
I'm most scared of her, but overall, I think
my arms are too short.
I think trust is a major issue. I would go, it's not just trust, though. It's really, we're seeing a confluence of factors, right? We have the economist intelligence units saying that democracy is the lowest it's been, their democracy index, the lowest it's been since the entire time they're measuring. Freedom House going, saying, I think it's the lowest in, I want to say, 18 years. We're seeing this widely across the board, and it's not just one factor, right? Like, trust is part of it. Another part is this background of great power competition, where we're seeing more armed conflicts around the world, and that's also contributing to these factors. We're also seeing the rise of tech authoritarianism or digital authoritarianism, where you're getting these new surveillance technologies that are kind of being not checked. And creating an increase in authoritarianism. So when we talk about, like, VDEM's another kind of democracy index tool looking at democratic health around the world, you see these high levels because we're getting increasing violations of human rights. We're getting an increasing rise in authoritarianism. It's all part of this bigger equation.
Okay, so I know we're at the NATO Youth Summit, and I have a feeling a lot of people in this audience are like, NATO, yay! But I'm just some guy, right? But just some guy is wondering how NATO, in a political military organization of 32 nations, is going, which is mostly a military, like, it's a military alliance, yes, this is the political part, but like their job is to protect each other. How is NATO supposed to be part of this conversation? Like, how is NATO supposed to build trust in governments around the world? Does it even have that responsibility? Maybe Emma, let's just go with you.
Yeah, so I think the Secretary General talked about earlier today that the threats we're looking at, that NATO tradition looks at, are global in nature, right? So a lot of what we're seeing is NATO's taking action in terms of tech standard setting. It's taking action in terms of engaging countries around the world, and all that is part of how NATO's playing a part in democracy, and then encouraging democratic health in its own in countries within NATO. Mm-hmm. All these kind of contribute to the factor of NATO is definitely part of the conversation, and also that NATO feels the end product, whether it's, as we just heard about how China is kind of helping Russia in this war with Ukraine. Mm-hmm. NATO's feeling the effects of these authoritarian competition, and therefore needs to be part of this broader conversation about democracy.
So I don't mean to pick on you, and I'm coming to you in a second, Roberto, but I don't mean to pick on you. But if I'm, say, a coal miner in West Virginia, and I am worried about this growing distrust in governments, and then when you ask, okay, NATO's part of this conversation, how? And I hear, well, we're setting tech standards. Am I supposed to go, yeah, got it, good? I mean, what is there's a public diplomacy angle here too. Like, how do you actually get to that person and say, we're not just building standards for the sake of doing them, we're doing it because XYZ reasons?
Yeah, and I think it comes down to a lot. Well, I think there's basically two parts. So first, I think tech standards, the flow down, will impact you in West Virginia as you use said tech, or as you're trying to trade with another country and you're using U.S. standards versus like Chinese standards or something of that sort. So there's the flow down effect. But more immediately, I think that's why we're here, right? Part of this summit is to kind of reach out to all communities and explain these kind of lofty ideas that are very abstract and bring it down to make it applicable to the people around the world.
Roberta, am I off track here? Am I being too mean to Emma? I don't mean to be.
No, so I guess this time I'll be less nuanced and then get to that in a second. So for me, the one-word answer here is transparency. Emma talked about tech, I'll talk about comms because that is my background. I think that increasingly organizations like NATO, they don't necessarily need to be, and this may come off a little controversial, but a lot of us, when we see a false claim online, entities and individuals, our first instinct is to correct the record. We're human beings. Like, we want to make sure that things are right in the world for our friends and family and what have you. Most of the time, though, engaging with a specific claim isn't the answer. You need to be thinking more about the meta-narratives and the tactics and techniques, which I know got mentioned earlier. Because those are the things that get recycled over and over. They are the predictable silver lining of this broader conversation around disinformation. And if we can just take a calm step back and begin to address those things, I think that we can move the needle a little better than the whack-a-mole approach of trying to correct the record on all claims. To your question about NATO, for me, government institutions and international organizations are not always the most trusted actors for the everyday voter, no matter what country they're in. People don't fundamentally understand the ins and outs of these big institutions, and I think that they don't care to understand. We all care to understand. Most people, I don't think, really spend their day-to-day thinking about NATO. So the role of NATO, in my opinion, is actually to be putting out proactive, good, fact-based communication that resonates with people, sort of demystifying the complexities of what it does and how all the countries come together, because that in itself helps to counter false and misleading narratives in a very proactive way. It's not necessarily the case that NATO needs to be out there saying this is right and this is wrong, if they're already telling a good story about their role in this larger ecosystem. And I think that applies to governments too, for what it's worth.
But we're kind of putting the cart before the horse, right? Because even before, let's say, a NATO or an international organization tells their fact-based story or is countering certain claims that are out there, the people receiving the information have to trust that institution to begin with, right? They have to believe that it's telling the truth. I mean, how do you even get to that problem first? So it almost feels like when we have the conversation about disinformation or whatever it is, the first issue is like, how does the US government, how does a NATO government, how does X institution prove that what I'm saying is accurate and prove that it can deliver? Or am I wrong on this?
No, you're not. I think it's a catch-22 because the more so just like with disinformation, walking it back 1 second, our polling shows that the majority of people are not believing false stuff on the internet. They're actually really highly skeptical. I think that's a great thing. You can move them either direction, right? They're not sure whether things are true or false because our information ecosystem is really polluted. So that's a good thing. So I think for the catch-22 problem I was thinking of is like, the more you put out transparent, good communication, the more people begin to trust that you will do that again and again and again. And I think the same applies with disinformation. So I think like the unfortunate part about us working all together to address information integrity issues is the more we talk about disinformation being a problem in society, the more people feel like it's a problem in society, the more distrusting they become of content, right? So it's a good and a bad thing, but I think remembering that most people are skeptical, they're not gullible, they're not dumb, and they're not victims, they just are rationally engaging with like pollution online. that's where this comes in. So I think more and more trustworthy information, more transparency equals over time more trust.
Yeah, I don't know about you guys, but I'm always skeptical of news on April 1st. Like, I'm like, Kid Rock will win 180 IQ? No. Anyway, Emma, you seem to like go like this when Roberta was talking. Is there something you disagreed with, or?
I agree with that.
Okay, okay.
Not a disagreement at all. No, I think in addition to that, we're seeing more regulatory frameworks to kind of decrease distrust and also ensure that platforms are accountable for what they're doing at. And that's whether it's the EC and sort of the Digital Services Act, et cetera, whether that's looking at sort of the laws in Brazil, whether it's looking at laws in the US. We're starting to see more ways that people can ensure and flag content that's not credible and have the takedown procedures there.
Okay. But wait, do you guys know what the Digital Services Act is? No? Okay, can you explain the digital services? Because it's been said twice now as like some panacea. Can you explain what this thing is?
Don't make me.
Because this is apparently what's going to create trust, and this NATO youth audience doesn't know what it is.
It's by no means the thing that will
Okay.
It's part of
Sorry, my words, not hers.
Part of the toolkit. I mean, it gives users greater rights vis-a-vis platforms, I'd say, in a very, very simple, and that's a great simplification of it. It means that the European community and the EC basically empowered states to take certain actions vis-a-vis platforms and provide users with greater accountability for those platforms' actions.
But very cool use of vis-a-vis, by the way. That was very awesome.
Try to keep it lively.
No, thank you. It's the top notch. Okay, you also, Emma, you're very good with China and tech authoritarianism. Whoa. Do we have like a surprise guest? What was that? All right. Mr. Rogers. No, all right. Dated reference. Okay.
Are you under 36, Alex?
I am oddly enough under 36. Okay. When you're China and you're putting out your information you're putting out, or you're using the platforms or leveraging the platforms that you have, do you run into these kinds of problems, or can you almost like create the trust artificially?
So China, I think there's two separate issues that we're sort of dealing with China. And one is the disinformation, right? Like China's disinformation campaigns, whether in Taiwan or around the world, have been sort of an issue therein. But also, I think the other issue is promotion of this tech authoritarianism, promotion of surveillance technologies that, and when we're talking about democracy, have kind of decreased the freedom scores of many states, as whether it's using surveillance states, whether it's facial recognition software, whether it's something akin to their own internal monitoring of civilians. And there's been over 80 countries that they kind of exported this technology. There's even more fears as they increasingly export AI-related technology about this. And I think that is one thing that is a big decreasing democracy around the world and increasing authoritarianism.
So if you are China or Russia or a country that's using this kind of technology, do you have a built-in advantage? Because if it almost feels like the underlying conversation here is like, does my government or does X institution work for me, right? That almost feels like the underlying case. And if you've got that tech or you're using that tech, do you have an advantage in making that case to the public you're trying to make it to?
I think absolutely. With state suppression of media, you without a doubt have an advantage. My year in China, I had many conversations where there was where I had to dispel certain rumors that were backed by state media, whether about Europe or whether about the U.S. And so there is certainly an advantage. But that being said, I don't think there's not enough about the benefits of democracy that's talked about more generally. Like, for example, MIT professor Asimogo talks about how democracy is good for growth, and we don't necessarily talk about that as much as right now we focus a lot on disinformation. We talk a lot about distrust in government, but there's these broader narratives that have held true for decades. That really is what we need to turn the conversation towards. Yeah.
So Roberta, am I on the right track? I mean, do authoritarians have the better argument when it comes to look, I can build a road anytime I want. I'm an authoritarian government. I can build a road. I can pick up your garbage. It takes 6 months to get something through Congress. Like, I can deliver for you right away. You might have to trade a little bit of freedom. But they can make that argument.
I'm laughing because this is a really clear case of a manipulation tactic, a false dichotomy that some bad actors use. It's either this or this thing, and they have to be mutually exclusive. And I think that the case of it's either an authoritarian government that is secure and predictable that will equal growth, or it's a loosey-goosey democracy that can't give you any security or growth. So to Emma's point, I think it's about, I don't think it's the case that authoritarians have better tools to communicate the power of their system or whatever. I actually think that it's what Emma mentioned. So this narrative about democracy delivering for you in focus groups and surveys that we do in the domestic space, we see how people's top priorities are usually the economy or like providing for their family. It's the day-to-day stuff, the stuff that they can really feel affecting them. When you ask them about democracy, they're like, that's nice, we like that concept, but if you can't connect it back to how it impacts your day-to-day and makes it better for you and your family, then it's almost like useless for them. It'll become another priority, a lower priority on their list of priorities. So I think it's about connecting the dots more. It goes back to communication and storytelling for me is like, I think that the campaigns in 2024 in the US right now are attempting to make those cases. But I do think that that connection needs to be made for people over and over and over again in a way that not panders to them, but like just helps to land how the economy growing, for example, can be connected to a strong democracy.
But we're in this era where Steve Bannon, right, he's famous for coining the phrase, or not coining, but popularizing more recently, like, you just got to flood the zone with shit, right? If you just throw a bunch of stuff out into the ecosystem, it will eventually overwhelm the counter message. That's been learned by pretty much every government, and every government's dealing with that. So say I'm someone who trusts my government, am looking for that information, am looking to see how institutions, or not looking to see, but like, am trusting what I am getting, I still might struggle to find that information. And there's also studies that say, even if you are a discerning reader or a discerning consumer of information, if you see something else, you're bound to sort of believe it, whether or not you sort of trust that it's true or not. Like, it's a psychological problem. So this is a long-winded way of saying, like, how do we deal with the shit problem?
Well, I think whether government officials, whether think tank officials, whether platform people working at platform companies, everyone's trying to deal with this, right? Like, we've seen an expansion of trust and safety teams. We then saw that decrease, and now we're seeing a growth again. And I think that's the important role that we haven't quite, as far as I know, have an answer for yet. But it's a mixture of regulations like DSA. It's a mixture of building in these internal platform teams that's moderating and building kind of crisis response. And it's also educating the users, which we've heard about at a lot of panels today, about increasing individual skepticism.
But I gotta say, and maybe it's because I'm in newspapers, so I think, I'm depressed. Just because, like, you guys seem to be more optimistic than me, which, thank goodness. But in a way, or at least the way I'm seeing things is like, okay, you're going to have all these counter messages, all these, he said, she said, et cetera, whatever it may be. Yeah. It feels kind of hard. Let me just take it down to it just feels hard as a person to get the information you want, and to get information that you can trust. And if that's happening for someone who's in newspapers, or people like, smart people like yourselves who are in this space, or people all out here who are probably on their phones looking for stuff, like, am I alone? Does it feel hard to get the information you want? Okay, thank you, that person. So like, help me, like, either of you, like, how do I get the information I want? Maybe that's a simple question, or maybe it's not, I don't know.
So the good and the bad of this is, I think, like, we are more well positioned to get the information we want today than we used to be, but we curate it for ourselves out of like a whole host of options that make it harder. So I guess if I could say it this way, there are 2 points I would make. One is the people who tend to engage more with false and misleading information online don't tend to be the people who don't have access to good information, nor the people that have low levels of education, actually. And this is just based on a couple of polls we've done. It tends to be the people that have really high interest rates in politics, so like they're very interested in politics. They're consuming very hyper-partisan news and information in channels that they've chosen to trust, and they tend to have conspiratorial tendencies, so it's not always about access. So I guess to me, that is like one of the biggest underlying issues, is that we just have way too many choices. The internet is an ocean. We're all trying to make our way through it, and we're unlikely to stumble across information that doesn't already kind of fit with our values and belief systems casually. Like, I think we position ourselves to encounter what we already want to hear, and it's easier now than it used to be to listen to the other side's viewpoints. That's kind of bleak, sorry.
No. Again, remain depressed. But a line that sort of popped in my head was, based on what you said, you can get the information you want, or you're getting the information you need. How do we get the information we need, Emma?
I think that's a challenge that we've heard people talk about on the stage today. I think that that's very much a question that has not been answered well yet. Whether it's some solution using watermarks for trusted sources, whether it's some solution using where you have regulation in certain areas. I think that the world very much is still grappling how to handle this. And there's a lot of discussions about, we thought there was so much promise of social media. Social media was going to be the fueler of democracy. It really democratized this information in a lot of ways. And we've seen that kind of, well, maybe it doesn't in the way that we thought it would. Maybe this actually could be used for disinformation. Maybe this actually harms democracy instead. And I think we're trying to grapple with that problem throughout NATO countries, throughout the US, et cetera. And I don't think we found a concrete, actionable, like, this is the solution yet. But with White House, there's a lot of great people working on it. Hopefully
everyone's working
Alex,
on it.
can I add? I know we have to move to Q&A because we're probably off time. But one really last thing I wanted to say was just, I think that, so our research has also shown, and I think in academia too, that like all of the solutions that we usually deem solutions to disinformation work. So it's fact checking and pre-bunking / inoculation, digital and media literacy, like they all tend to work. It's more about figuring out who they need to be targeted to, because people are going to be at different levels of the spectrum of belief and behavior. For example, a person that believes one false thing out of 16 false things probably needs a fact check. A person that usually believes 14 of the 16 false things probably does not need a fact check. They might need to like meet some people on the other side of the spectrum or something, make new friends. But like, it's all working in different ways, and I think we haven't figured out how to like tailor it better to different audiences yet. It's also, I think, about recognizing that we don't get to tell people what they want to consume anymore. They get to choose. And so it's about figuring out who your audience's trusted messengers and channels are, and then doing a better job of working with those people to make sure that your messages and stories are getting in front of the people where they're consuming information already.
So I know we spent a lot of time, okay, so actually here's what we're going to do. We are going to bring two of you on stage. And I'm going to ask a question while you guys, by the way, if I call on you, it'll be two people only. You're going to come over here, you're going to pick up a handheld mic, and then you're going to join us on stage. So, raise your hand if you want to join. I'll come, this side hasn't gotten much love. Hold on, what's going on over here? One person, why don't you come and join us? And why don't you come join us? Okay, so come over here. In the meantime, I'm going to ask a question. We've been focusing a lot on information and messaging and communications, but this panel is called Democracy Under Fire. Yeah. But all this underlying information is what leads to the democracy question. So here's the straightforward question. Is democracy a winning message?
Yes, very much so. I think the decline of democracy is not winning the message right now. But I think there is absolutely a winning message overall. Like we said before, democracy, we see greater growth in countries with democracies. We see political participation, human rights, et cetera. It's definitely a winning message. It's just not winning right now.
Yeah.
And I would say democracy is a winning concept. It has not been a winning message. And I think we need to figure out how to tell the story of democracy's successes better.
Okay. Who's just joined us?
Hi, my name is Jessica Sobieski. I am studying Russian and International Affairs, and I just finished up an internship with the Council on Foreign Relations in their Russian Studies Department.
I'm Lauren Hansen-Armendariz.
Oh, yeah, there you go. You're good.
Okay, I just need to hold it closer. I'm Lauren Hansen-Armendariz. I'm a 9-year Army vet, and I just graduated with my Master's in National Security Policy from Duke. And
awesome. Round of applause, please. Okay, Jessica, you have a question for our panelists?
Yes, so I know it's about democracy, but I think that media and democracy continues to be a very engaging conversation. And so my background's not in democracy, so if I sound silly,
No, there's no silly, there's no dumb question. Go ahead.
But there are a lot of new sources of journalism, including things like OSINT, open source, information, and Bellingcat was a really big company that kind of is doing a lot of that work, but it starts with a lot of people who are in the field and doing things, and it gets into a lot of questions as well about privacy, social media, the use of different things to find new information. And how do you think that companies like these, how do we make sure that they are being regulated, that they're not, maliciously using people's personal information or kind of incorrectly substantiating things? I know that even the way that the tweet cycle works and how, disinformation substantiates other pieces of information. What are your thoughts?
Can I ask you a clarifying question? When you say companies like these, do you mean companies like Bellingcat and other research institutions?
Yes. But it started very with one person on the computer and kind of an online, like Brown Moses, that then grew.
So I've worked with a lot of OSINT researchers since 2017. There are others in this room that I'm sure have as well. Olga, who will speak a little bit later. So how do we regulate companies like these? So I would say a lot of these research institutions actually tend to be 501c3 nonprofits. They're usually also nonpartisan. This is a tough question because I think that often what they're using is already readily available online, thus the concept of OSINT. So they're not necessarily always uncovering anything in an illegal way, and so the framing of regulating these types of institutions, I think, is a tough one to address. I would say that all of these civil society organizations, part of their role is holding each other accountable, and so I think that the sheer framework of OSINT is based on the premise that other people can verify the same thing that you are verifying, and they can follow in your footsteps to reach the same conclusions. And so I would say more so than a regulatory body regulating an NGO and its research, I would say other researchers should do the due diligence of replicating the research to make sure that the outcomes are similar or the same, more so than an on high coming through and kind of creating a regulatory framework. I don't know if you agree with that, or you.
No, I think I completely agree with that, and I think to your privacy, I think privacy frameworks are being stood up, and I think a key, going back to international standards setting, we needed that unification of privacy frameworks. It makes it much easier on companies instead of having this fractured ecosystem.
Yeah.
Please.
Sure, thank you. I think it's no secret that it seems like attention spans are getting shorter and shorter because we're exposed to so much information. And so today here we have a lot of young thought leaders. And when we, there seems to be kind of a balance in catering to those attention spans because we do need to rally for more attention and awareness. But the problems that we want to talk about are really complex. And so when we could run the risk of oversimplifying through abstractions. Yeah. So my question to you is, what recommendations do you have for young thought leaders who want to capture the attention, but also, want to balance that and make sure that, we're not oversimplifying or over-abstracting?
I might let the journalist answer this question, but
no one listens
I have
to
a
us.
comment I can make.
Well, first, the first thought that came to my head was, I believe it or not, I watched an interview with Phineas, Billie Eilish's brother and producer, and he was saying that the music industry has changed. You catered an album, then you catered a single, and now you're catering 15 seconds of a song so people can dance to it on TikTok or on Instagram. And that is about as much as I think an indicator of where we are in information ecosystem as anything else. Look, the polls that I see, right, and of course I'm self-interested, I work in newspapers, but the polls that I see show that, not most, but maybe most, are getting their news for YouTube, Instagram. It's not like people's attention spans are necessarily shorter. It's just they prefer their news delivered a different way. And maybe that's a byproduct, but I think that's incumbent upon us. We're not expecting you to read an 800-word story. That's why we take a lot of care to write what we call the lead, the opening sentences, and then the nut graph right after, because we kind of know you're not going to go through that. And by the way, we do know that. We all have technology that sees how far you read down the stories, and oh boy, boy, you guys do not get down to the end. And we know. So all this to say, I mean, how many tabs have opened on your computers right now? Exactly. So
Who's even using computers?
that's a fair point. That's how I am old. No, but that's the fair point. So all this to say is that's not a really satisfying answer to your question, but I think it's, in a way, the market has spoken, and the market has spoken in that everyone wants more personalized, delivered ways of reaching their news, and so maybe we still hope you read our newspapers, and we still hope you come to Politico.com or whatever website it is, but maybe it's incumbent upon us to meet you where you're at instead of just kind of force-feeding you the old way it used to be done. But that's just me speculating here. I'm just some guy, like I said.
I can add one thing.
Do you have actual experts here?
No. So I was in a fascinating conference on Thursday that was comprised entirely of influencers and content creators. I was the only person in the room that was not a content creator. And when they asked a question of like, where do you all get your news and information primarily from? I was the only person who answered traditional news like CNN and the New York Times. Everyone else consumes their information from YouTube and TikTok and Instagram, but they're consuming news information. So what was eye-opening to me was that I don't think as a newer set of generations we're moving away from wanting nuance and intelligent analysis and long-form explanatory content. It's, to Alex's point, just like how it's framed and how the story is told for us. And what I found was that a lot of content creators in the room were talking about very substantive, great, news-like content. Like, they actually were producing news and they saw themselves as news creators. They recognized they weren't journalists by training, and so they were working with, some of them were working with fact checkers. They would pay fact checkers or journalists to fact check stuff for them as they were putting out their stories, but they recognized there was a responsibility on their end to like put out fact-based information. They were just lacing it, we call them infotainers at DDIA, because they're lacing it with their opinions and their perspectives. But it was still good, solid, quote-unquote reporting in a slightly different format. So I would say, I mean, it's all up to us. Like, what we consume dictates the market, to Alex's point, but I think there's a space for long-form journalism, and there's a space for short-form video storytelling, and there's space for both.
Yeah, I would say that, and I'll wrap it here. I had a former editor-in-chief who said, you never underestimate the audience's intelligence, but you never overestimate their knowledge. And I always found that was very helpful, not only for these kinds of conversations, but anything in general. But Roberta, Emma, Jessica, Lauren, thank you so much for being here, and thank you all for listening. Give them a round of applause, come on.
Yes, let's keep that energy going. Thank you, Alex and panelists, and thank you to the two of you in the audience who came on up. That was really fun and exciting and eye-opening. Now, considering the power of art, which can take many forms, we wanted to bring on a unique voice in the space of photojournalism to talk about photography in conflict and the way it is a tool for important and difficult conversations. I welcome Lauren Walsh, professor and director of the Gallatin Photojournalism Intensive at NYU.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi.
I have 2:30 feeling, ma'am.
Excuse me? I don't know what I just heard. Okay, let's start over. Let's talk about photography. I want to start us off with a Slido with two questions. If we can cue up the Slido. Okay. First one, super simple question. So if you can scan it and answer them, have you taken a photo in the last 3 days? This, of course, includes cell phone pictures. Anyone? Anyone else? Okay, so we've got 100% yeses. I haven't given you a ton of time to answer this, but we can come back to it later if we have time. 100% of you have taken a photo in the last 3 days. Second question. I'm asking you now to go to your Photos app on your phone or whatever albums where you're keeping your images and just look at what is the most recent one and tell me, or tell us, what it's a picture of. So we have some pre-selected topics. While you're doing that, and in the vein of photography, everybody say cheese. I'll share it to the organizers. We can all float around social media later. Okay, so we're getting a bunch of others. It looks like other loved one selfies are the highest ranking. And work-related, and okay, Miami, okay. Surprise, surprise, a bunch of pictures of Miami. And work-related, possibly because you're taking pictures here and you're considering that work-related. Okay, I'm gonna jump over to my slideshow. Presumably. It'll be up on the screen in a sec. Opening card, we can skip through this. Okay, so these are these questions. You can pull the next two questions up. You just answered these, we talked about them. I have a third question, if you want to go to the next one, and pause it there. Does anyone know how many photos are taken on a yearly basis nowadays? So if you have a loud voice, you can shout a guess. 1 trillion. 1 trillion going once? 7 million? A billion? Any other guesses? 1 trillion. All right, so we had 2 1 trillions. We can show the answer. The 1 trillions were close. It's 1.8 trillion photographs taken on a yearly basis these days. This is the one funny picture you're going to get during my talk. The rest get more serious. So amidst the 1.8 trillion are pictures by me, pictures by you, pictures that are work-related, pictures that are Miami. And there's also a subset of the 1.8 trillion that is photojournalism. And within that subset is photojournalistic imagery of conflict and crisis. So that's where I come in. That's my specialty. I wear a few hats. The first one is I am not a frontline photographer. I'm a professor at NYU, and this is my field of specialty, so this is what I'm teaching. I am a safety advisor to photojournalists globally, and that entails thinking about what are the risks you're facing, how do we mitigate them. I am also working with photojournalists globally, thinking about how do you tell this story of conflict in pictures. I'm also working with them in terms of thinking about ethics. So these are a few of the ways in which I am connected to photojournalism, and these are some of the things I'm going to talk to us about today. So the images, I always give warnings like this. It kind of goes without saying that when you're talking about conflict and photography, images are going to be distressing. To my mind, distressing is not necessarily graphic imagery, it's also emotionally distressing. So the images that I'm going to show today come from my book. We had it up on a screen or two ago. I'm also an author who focuses on this as a topic. So the images come from that book, except for one which was taken after my book was published, but it's by a photographer I've been working very closely with. So I'm going to talk to us about 4 different topics today, and the first one I've called aesthetics and empathy. Okay, so unfortunately on this screen, this image is running a little dark, but I'm going to just pause for a second and talk to us about what I first saw when I looked at this picture. It came to me on a screen that wasn't quite so contrasty, and the adjective that came to my mind was painterly. Like it just looked like a painting, and in some ways, and I think maybe the contrast works to my point here, it had a bit of a quality of a Vermeer to me. And then I read the caption, which you have here, and you can read, and I thought, this is devastating. Right, her standing over the body of her infant who has frozen to death. Okay, so I called this aesthetics and empathy. I could have also called it beauty and suffering. And I frame it that way because when I'm teaching or when I'm giving public lectures, I hear a version of a kind of comment that comes to me. And sometimes it's framed as a question. How is the photographer possibly thinking about light and shadow and composition and color when they're in the middle of, let's say, a war zone. The other version of that is much more pointed, and it's how dare the photographer make something beautiful out of someone's worst moment. So what I want to do is peel back the layers a little bit and think about why might a photojournalist be thinking about artistry or beauty or powerful aesthetic. So if we can go. This is a quote. It's also from my book, which I had on screen before. This is by the photographer who took that picture. I'll leave it on screen. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. Essentially, she is aware of that statistic that I started us out with, right? She's aware of the 1.8 trillion. She's aware that this is an extremely visually crowded landscape, and she needs to get your attention. Now, if you happen to have a print subscription to the New York Times, that image appeared on the front page. So it would land on your doorstep, you'd pick it up. It'd be very hard to avoid that image because it's on the front page. But let's be real, the demographic in this room tips young, and primarily we are getting our news on screens, and our screens are this size, right? These are small little screens. So the photographer is thinking, how do I get you to stop and see my picture? Maybe you go to the New York Times app and you see it there, but as we just heard in the previous panel, many of you are getting news information on social media platforms rolling very quickly, and an image like that might be sandwiched between a celebrity photo and a Miami sunset. So she is absolutely consciously using artistry to get you to stop for an extra second, maybe 2 seconds. And then maybe you read the caption, and maybe you connect because you feel an empathic response and you say, this is devastating. And then maybe you go and you read the article. And at that moment, the photojournalist has brought you in. She has raised your awareness. And from there, it's up to you. Do you learn more? Do you do something? What's the next step? The next topic I want to talk to us about is called, or I've called it, violence and metaphors. And so 2 ways of framing this. Obviously, as I said before, if you're talking about conflict, there will be graphic imagery involved at times. Not all media outlets are going to run really, really horrifically graphic content. There are different standards around the world for this. The United States happens to tip towards a more cautious use of graphic content in official media outlets. And there's also times where photojournalists are not even going to have access to the scenes of violence, right? So they're not even actually able to make those pictures, but they have to show to you that something has happened, something very serious, and it's newsworthy. So the image I've selected to talk about this, it's not from a conflict zone, but it is a form of conflict. This is 2012. It was a school shooting in Connecticut. 26 individuals were killed. 20 of them were children. This is, unfortunately, in the United States, a problem that happens multiple times every single year. And what happens by and large at a school shooting is law enforcement shows off and they close off, right? They establish a perimeter. Media does not get inside. So media doesn't have access. You might even say, how many of us really want to see the photographs of what has happened inside? Whether or not, or wherever our answer stands on that, the media doesn't have the ability to get in, and yet it's their job to create the documentation, to create it quickly, and to tell this story. So I picked this image because I think the photographer did a number of things really well. One, he's showing us that there is death. There's all these angels. Two, he's showing us the scope of death. So he crouched down a little bit and he let the angels go back, all the way to the end of the frame. And then three, he's showing us that it's children's deaths. So front and center in the foreground is a teddy bear, and then your eye moves out from there and you see a panda bear and a Tweety bird, right? This is a metaphor for what happened, but he had to do his job and this is how he did it. The next topic is called visual evidence. So there are times that photojournalists do have access to the very graphic scenes. And again, they might not get published in major media outlets, but many photojournalists are going to feel it's important to create a visual record of what happened. So this image is from Ukraine. It's the early days of the 2022 Russian invasion. This image may be familiar to some of you. It won a Pulitzer. It was very widely distributed. It's not super graphic, but it does remind us that war takes an enormous toll on a civilian population. So this is a young woman. She's pregnant. She's being carried on a stretcher. For those who need reminding, this is in Mariupol in eastern Ukraine. Again, it's the early days of the war. The city was besieged. The photographer Evgeny Maleka and 2 of his colleagues remained behind. They were the only journalists creating documentation and disseminating it to an outside world. So he's thinking, I'm creating visual evidence to let the public know what is going on here. And what is going on is horrific. It's death, it's destruction, it's suffering. But he's also thinking on another level. And what he's saying to himself is, this is potentially the immediate aftermath of a war crime. Right, so attacks on civilian infrastructure, attacks on hospitals. This woman was in a maternity hospital. These are violations of international law. This is a possible war crime. So this is also evidence on another level. And it's evidence to push policymakers. And it's evidence, and again, if we remember, this is early in the invasion. This is evidence to also put pressure to get investigators and researchers in to start collecting even more evidence, testimony, and other kinds of forensic materials to build war crimes cases. The final topic I want to talk about, I've called avoiding the visual stereotypes. And for that, I'm going to open by just reading a quick quote. This comes from the former executive director of the Royal African Society, who's also the former Africa editor for The Economist. His name is Richard Dowden, and he says, "Persistent images of starving children and men with guns have accumulated into our narrative of the African continent." Okay, so persistent images of starving children and men with guns. An entire continent, 54 countries, that obviously elides a lot of nuance and different populations and different places and culture. But by and large, the history of by and large Western media has tended to show this continent as starving children and men with guns. Surveys have shown that over time, this has a very deleterious effect for broader populations, reducing a kind of public understanding of what's going on, and also resulting in fatigue and disillusionment, a kind of attitude of, well, it's always hopeless over there, so why should I turn my attention there anyway? So one thing I would advocate for is photojournalists being aware of when these kinds of cliches and stereotypes are attached to places. Africa is certainly not the only region of the world that has these kinds of negative portrayals attached to it, but for our purposes today, I'm going to focus on 2 photos from Africa. So here's one, and there's a quote from the photographer, and he says, "This woman is a picture of strength and dignity, if not beauty, and she's not the cliched image of a displaced person or a refugee." Now, photographers can't stage or script their images anytime, not if they're journalistic, but what they can do is think about the framing. They can think about the context and where the image will be seen. They can potentially think about what words might be connected to the image. And then the final image that I want to show to us today is this one. It's a pretty simple image. It's got a nice, if I'm looking with my photo editor hat, a nice leading line, that diagonal front to back. It's got a beautiful reflection. And what I really like here is what the photographer has to say about it. This is a women's collective. Here's his words here. This is a women's collective that is working in a patriarchal society. And he says they're going against the grain, out there physically preparing, plowing, working the fields. Many other women admire them. They're fighting the social and gender norms, right? And so what this photographer is also doing is pushing back on the dominant narratives that, if we think back to those persistent images of starving children and men with guns, this is different. And it's also pushing back on local gender norms, right? So he's celebrating this women's collective, he's acknowledging their achievements, and he's helping empower towards gender equality. The final screen that I want to show essentially is an acknowledgement that I spent the last 15 minutes talking about the visual output of photojournalists, right? This is basically often how we receive their work. It comes to us as an image, we read a caption, maybe it's connected to a story. But I think we can also forget that it takes a person behind the camera lens to do this work, and particularly if you're talking about spaces of conflict or crisis, you're going to be facing risks and threats. And so the first risk that I have here, physical risks, we've been talking in many ways throughout today about conflict or spaces of conflict, and I think it doesn't take a stretch of the imagination to say if you're in the middle of a war zone, you're potentially at bodily risk for injury, if not worse. But if you are the documentarian who is photographing human rights violations or suffering or death, this also takes very serious emotional tolls. There are, as we've heard throughout today, also digital security risks, and this applies to journalists as well. There are legal threats, and I think this one is less known, but increasingly smaller independent media outlets are being slapped with essentially bogus lawsuits to financially burden them and intimidate them in order to shut down the journalism. There are risks of imprisonment or detainment. So according to the Committee to Protect Journalists, 320 journalists were imprisoned in 2023 for doing their job. I shouldn't have to say it, but I'll say it anyway. Journalism is not a crime. And then there's just the risk of kind of discrediting the press. And that can be as simple as using rhetoric to discredit the press, right? So the phrase fake news. And I know that's a phrase that we heard here a lot over the past, let's say, decade. It's not at all singular to the United States, right? Many powers that be around the world, when they don't like the legitimate journalism that is occurring, they will slap a label of fake news on it in order to undermine it and discredit the work of the journalists. So I think what I hope I have pulled off is sensitizing you a little bit to some of the work that it takes to go into a dangerous space and take pictures, and also to get you thinking a little bit more about how to read the pictures, right? Not just the making of the image, but reading it and understanding it from both the side of the consumer who views it and the photojournalist who makes it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren, on that moving discussion on how photography can promote awareness and affect dialogue. That was especially pertinent, relevant, and important. It is now time for our final break of the day. I know it's been a long, wonderful day, and we still have some super exciting programming coming up, including a reception and exhibit at the end. So if everyone would like to take a 10-minute break, and please be back in your seats by 3:35. Thank you. I hope you had a great break. I know you're really enjoying the break with the networking, connecting with people, the photos. I promise all those things will still be there. And also, I'm so happy you're having such a great time. I'm having a great time too. Okay. Now, as everyone gathers back to their seats, because we have some exciting speakers ahead, let's dive into the new session with a poll. So if everyone could take their seats, get ready to vote. If you go to the app and submit your response, or if you're in the live stream function, please press Slido to access the poll. And as we're all sitting down, we'll get the question up. The question is, do you feel you can identify reliable information on social media? Always, never, or sometimes? Do you feel you can identify reliable information on social media? We're in the lead with sometimes. Okay. All right, well, your responses are particularly relevant because up next, I invite you to get serious about the challenges posed by disinformation. The next two sessions will tackle the security challenges of disinformation and what we can do to increase awareness of them in an era with an abundance of uncontrolled information that circulates online. So we will first hear from Andrei Shelaru, a Romanian content creator and entrepreneur, also known as Shelly online, to talk us through the traps of disinformation online. Then we will follow up with a discussion led by Zaman Qureshi, co-chair of Design It for us. So first, let us please welcome on stage Andrei.
Thank you, and good afternoon. It's a great honor for me to be here and to get a chance to talk to you at the invitation of NATO, known to the world as the strongest military alliance in history. But I have a confession to make today from the very beginning. I am part of an army that is bigger and more influential than NATO itself. I have joined this army at the young age of 11 as a simple soldier, without receiving a uniform, without proper military instruction, and without having to give 2.5%, but with a lot of time spent online, I now have very powerful weapons at my disposal. I could change opinions, manipulate the masses, interfere in the democratic process, and spread toxic ideologies using these weapons. I'm talking about the information army, established in the information age. It's not a mandatory military service. All of us joined voluntarily. And today, this army counts over 5 billion soldiers worldwide. That's everyone with an internet connection. When bad actors use these weapons to manipulate, disinform, to hide their true actions and intent, when this happens, human rights, world peace, and democracy are in great jeopardy. Military conflicts all around the world happening nowadays are doubled by this informational warfare, in which all of us can be used as soldiers. Now, 85% of EU citizens feel like their governments should do more to combat the spread of misinformation and fake news. That's according to a recent study by the Bertelsmann Stiftung Foundation. And governments, well, they do take this matter seriously. All around the world, authorities are debating ways on how to stop misinformation and fake news. Some of the proposals, though, they are mostly around censorship and the government having more control over social media. Well, I think censorship is not the solution to this problem. In fact, it's the opposite. Censorship is the fuel to this fire. If you want extremists to thrive, go ahead and censor them. Take down their posts, ban their accounts. That fits perfectly in their cause and in their theory that there is a conspiracy to hide the truth. By taking away their platform, we are actually giving them a way bigger platform. I think the approach to stopping disinformation should not be about how to stop the ones who speak. We need to think about how to educate the ones who listen. Someone whose opinion is censored has a very high chance of becoming an extremist. But an educated listener has the tools to disarm a soldier that's using the weapons of misinformation. And that's the most crucial part. We need better listeners that are equipped with critical thinking. And when they will stop listening to the noise and start looking for ideas that are backed up by actual facts, bad actors will have a way harder time pushing disinformation. Now, of course, this is a way harder endeavor. It's a long-term one. It's an effort that will span generations. Censorship, it looks like the easier solution. Well, it might be easier, but it's definitely not a solution. First off, how much can you really censor by hand? Mark Zuckerberg was asked in US Congress if we will, quote, take down lies. Now, leaving aside the implications this has on the whole concept of freedom of speech, how many lies can you really take down using human resources when your social network has 3 billion users? Probably a very, very tiny percentage, so you're gonna resort to algorithms to make the call for you. Well, I don't want to live in a dystopian world where an AI decides what's true and what's not. This is not something that is settled with zeros and ones. There is a lot of middle ground. There are things that we don't know. There are things that we are not sure about. Not all the things that are said in the world can fit perfectly into these 2 categories, true or false. And in this process of censorship, freedom of speech is lost, extremism flourishes, and the people's trust in government is greatly diminished. People should judge with their own eyes and decide if they believe a piece of information. But yes, it would be best if those eyes were properly trained to spot the signs of a fake news or a coordinated manipulation campaign. I'm actually very glad that in Romania, my home country, extremism is far less widespread compared to the rest of Europe. Because we have witnessed firsthand for the last 20 years the tremendous positive implications of being a NATO member. I was born when Romania was in the middle of negotiations for this alliance. And I am as proud to be a member of NATO as I am proud to be Romanian. Even our extremists, and we have plenty of them, have to at least appear to be pro-NATO to keep their popularity. That's how popular this alliance is in Romania. Aside from that, yes, they do have plenty of bad ideas, and they are free to spread them. No one is censoring them as long as they are not breaking any laws or the constitution of our country, but their tactics don't work as well here. Because us Romanians are taught from a very, very young age by our parents to question everything, to not take the truth for granted, to research for ourselves. Nowadays, there is a term for this, almost a buzzword. It's called media literacy. Our parents, they didn't know the term, but they damn well knew the dangers of propaganda. After all, it's their generation that has overthrown the communist regime in a bloody revolution. For them, freedom, which includes freedom of speech, is not a given, but something they had to fight for, to die for. And after the revolution, Romania witnessed its first free elections in 1990, and along with that, its first ever televised presidential debate. And there is one quote from that debate that remains memorable to this day, said by one of the candidates. It says the following: "The essence of democracy can be expressed in a single sentence. I will fight until my last drop of blood for your right to disagree with me." We ended up voting for the other guy though, but that's a whole other story. And then we were disappointed, which brings me, last but not least, to another cause why extremism flourishes: the people's major distrust and disappointment in the political establishment. Weak leadership. I sincerely think that right now globally, we are in a leadership crisis. And this is fertile ground for extremism, because people are genuinely saying, we voted for those guys and nothing changed. We tried with these other guys, same thing, different branding. Maybe now, let's change something. Maybe these guys with more extreme ideas, maybe they would get something done. At least they look more passionate about it. And it's true, they do look more passionate. Their campaigns, they have more life to them. You know why? Because a fake headline will always be more interesting and easier to grasp than the actual nuanced reality. Policy making, the act of actually getting something done, is a laborious and boring process that most people don't even want to bother understanding. But that's what makes a great reader. There are people who are great at reading, and then people who are great at campaigning, and unfortunately, we'll always vote for the latter. And in this world that is more and more fast-paced, with more and more content flooding our social feeds, unfortunately, we don't take enough time to digest information, to separate the truth from the lies. But we need to do this. We need to look beyond sensationalist statements, sensationalist headlines, and political campaigns, and look for the truth. Not just for the sake of democracy, but what is. Because, like our parents taught us, we cannot take the truth for granted. Not anymore. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so much for that. I think the previous panelists got into what we want to talk about here, which are what are the solutions that we can deliver to drive disinformation, to try and stem the threats around disinformation. My name is Zaman Qureshi. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Miami. I am the co-chair of a coalition called Design It For Us, a group of youth activists driving policy to protect our generation online. And I'm joined by two tremendous experts in this space. Marie Doha Besancenot is the NATO Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy. She held roles in the French government as an advisor to the Prime Minister and as a cultural attaché, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She now leads the Public Diplomacy Division at NATO, which works to raise NATO's profile with audiences worldwide and to build support for NATO operations and policies. Olga Belaglova is the Director of Emerging Technologies Initiatives at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, where she teaches a course on disinformation and influence in the digital age. She previously worked as a journalist and then at Meta, where she led policy for countering influence operations, leading the execution and development of policies on coordinated and authentic behavior, state media capture, and hack leaks within the trust and safety team. So thank you so much for being here today. Olga, I'll start with you. So throughout your work in both the tech industry and academia, you have seen disinformation and influence operations take shape in many different forms. I wonder if you can just start by painting the scene for us a little bit. What is disinformation and influence operations? Who are the actors in this space? And can you help us understand what we are dealing with today?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure being here, and thank you so much for your question. So before I start answering your question, I do want to comment on something. I've been here all day, and we have spent the entire day talking about disinformation. I think that's really interesting because I start to wonder, why are we actually doing that? Why have we spent an entire day at a NATO summit talking about disinformation? And that's actually something that concerns me quite a bit, because even though I'm a professor that teaches about this, even though I've worked on this for a great number of years in my career, I worry that in some ways this is because the threat actors want us to be talking about disinformation all day, rather than some of the other security issues that NATO deals with. Because in some ways, it becomes a crutch. It absolves us of having to discuss some of these other issues that we need to be talking about, right? Someone brought up to me earlier, why aren't we talking about cyber or energy more, or some of these other topics? Because we get so caught up in talking about how we understand our information environment, and that is in fact what some of the Russian threat actors that I've studied are interested in doing. We often think that disinformation and influence operations are designed to get us to believe something in particular, but really, having studied in particular Russian threat actors, Russian military intelligence, some of these other organizations that run these operations, they're interested in getting us to believe nothing at all and not to trust in institutions. But to your actual question about what disinformation is, it's really important to make the distinction between some of these terms. How many of you, by show of hands, know the difference or think you know the difference between misinformation and disinformation? I see some of my students in the audience, so I'm glad I've trained you well. Okay, well, the main difference between those two terms is intent, right? And often what happens is people will use these terms interchangeably, but there's a lot of people, including all of us in this room, that have at many points in time, probably even today, said something that we thought we understood but didn't actually know, and we were misinformed. We didn't know any better. And therefore, we are distinct from the threat actors that are deliberately trying to deceive and manipulate. And that's important, not just because, it's interesting and fun to, look at roots of words and study where they come from, but it's important because when you talk about solutions, you have to figure out what it is that you are addressing. The other question that you asked was about who's doing this, right? We tend to focus on nation-state threat actors, particularly we're here at the NATO Youth Summit. We're talking about some of the adversaries that NATO might have, including Russian, Chinese, and Iranian influence campaigns. But there are other actors in the space. There are people who are financially motivated, trying to peddle false information in order to make money. There are people who are conspiracy theorists that also sometimes make money off of these things. And so we have to know what it is that we're dealing with and sort of look at the kill chain, as to use a cybersecurity term, of what the threat actually is to be able to cut it off at the right moment. The last thing I'll say is that, when we think about, all these terms, we tend to talk about content. But having studied Russian influence operations and those of other threat actors, a lot of times the content isn't actually false. A lot of what the Internet Research Agency did in the lead up to the 2016 election in the United States, what other Russian threat actors have done since the Cold War, is exploit existing fissures in societies. And they don't often have to make anything up or lie about anything. And in fact, a lot of the articles, if you just were to fact check something, you're gonna be missing a whole ecosystem of manipulation that has nothing to do with fact or fiction. So that binary can be really problematic.
Yeah, I think that's spot on, and it sets up a really interesting conversation around how we are thinking about the distinctions between mis and disinformation and how we approach the solutions, as you said. So I want to go to Marie Doha for the next question. So obviously disinformation plays a major role in attempting to undo a lot of the good security work that we've been talking about here, ensure peaceful transitions of power, free and fair elections, the democratic process, but also to continue to support allies around the world as they continue to contend with a lot of the security threats that we've been discussing today. According to The Economist, more than 60 countries are holding elections this year, with an estimated half of the world's population voting in some kind of election. The Economist called it the biggest election year. So I'm curious, how is NATO thinking about its work in the context of such a crucial election year, while also conflicts are going on, such as Russia, Ukraine, and the security challenges that the Deputy Secretary of State spoke about as well, where they're engaging with actors around the world who are actively asking them questions about disinformation that they've received themselves?
Yeah, thank you for those questions. I'm actually happy we're talking about disinformation. And as you're saying, no longer talking about content, something we like or we don't like, we agree or disagree with, but actually talking about what it is, tactics, techniques, procedures, with targets, with intent, with money invested, and that's what we're talking about. And this is why we should be talking about, because it's part of a global war, a more general warfare. So on elections, indeed, half of the world population is voting this year, and it is a relevant question here in the US, relevant in Europe also. However, from a NATO standpoint, I would say our focus is not so much on elections as on the security risks that disinformation is causing throughout the year, elections or no elections. I would say elections are a natural focus for political leaders, because of course you want to be protecting your old democratic processes, you want to be protecting their integrity, and that is as it should be. However, if you look at many reports on disinfo, including the quarterly reports produced by the platforms like Meta, what you see is that those disinfo campaigns are taking place in a very, very long run, and basically it takes time and money and strategy and to build those networks and create all those fake accounts that are usually left dormant for a while and then activated when there's a purpose, whether it's planned or, as Olga was saying, whether there's a great opportunity to suddenly be, stepping in and then creating havoc. So Yes, it is an intense election year, but I would say way beyond that, we need to keep looking and addressing those manipulated info campaigns earlier than when those accounts are being activated. And that's something that more and more nations are doing, and I just know from my own country, in France recently, the Vision Agency focusing on foreign interference has been producing reports on something that is probably a little less sexy than a big, massive disinfo campaign, but which is going back in time and actually calling out the process as the fake accounts are being structured even before they're being activated. So we're all learning how to do this. Yes, so maybe, for NATO, what does it mean? And we're all doing a lot of research on this disinformation. What we're seeing, maybe three things. What is very relevant for us is, of course, the war in Ukraine, because this is really NATO core business. Why? Because many studies show that the number one target and intent behind disinformation worldwide right now is undermining the support to Ukraine. So there is an intrinsic link between those campaigns and what we are trying to achieve. What we see, just to sum it up, is maybe three different views of disinformation. One is very strictly military, I would say, part of the military planning of the Russians. And there's a very interesting report just published by NATO's Center of Excellence on Stratcom, based in Riga. Fascinating, showing how the Russians have actually created fake Ukrainian accounts in every single location where they thought the invasion would be going. So if you look at the different clusters of fake Ukrainian accounts created, you can see how the invasion was initially planned and how it didn't go in the end. So it is part of the military planning. That's some use of disinformation. And basically the accounts were created to say, hey, welcome, we're very, create. Second type of disinformation, I would say, is to achieve geopolitical goals more globally, to isolate Ukraine, to prevent nations from supporting Ukraine and the United Nations. That's a more global approach. And then I would say there's a third one, and I completely agree with Olga. It's just simply not selling us anything, not convincing us of anything, but just creating insecurity, chaos, panic, concern, doubt. And that's literally an attack on our democracies to make us doubt our own systems and also fracture our own societies. So I would say those three different approaches to Russian disinfo right now that we are very clearly observing do impact our security, which is why it is NATO business. So we do see a growing amount of those attacks, hybrid, we call them hybrid, but they're increasingly physical. We see sabotage pretty much everywhere, combined with the disinformation campaigns and with crazy hypotheses on why the sabotage happened. So yes, we see this happening, but it's probably a mixture of different sorts of disinfo.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I want to stay on the last point that you made, the third point around the strengthening of our democracy. We're at the NATO Youth Summit. Young people play a tremendous role in kind of combating some of these threats and also being the active participants in a strong, healthy, thriving democracy. We know how digitally savvy young people are, but young people also have a particular susceptibility to conspiracy theories and disinformation. According to research from the Center for Countering Digital Hate, belief in conspiracy theories was most common among 13 to 17-year-olds, about 60% of Americans, and higher still among teenagers who are heavy social media users. It was close to 69%. So what needs to change and what NATO is doing to address disinformation in young people, and how can we be part of the solution to try and combat some of this with specific focus on youth?
Well, I think what we're trying to do is raising awareness, but then there's a fine line between raising awareness, making those tactics known and well understood, and as our previous guests were saying, having better listeners, better informed listeners, and I fully agree with that. But then there's a fine line between doing that and doing too much of that. And I would also agree with Olga that we don't want to instill fear. And I've been traveling to Finland recently, and a very interesting takeaway for me, coming from a country that has a very long experience of building societal resilience and having a population which simply didn't follow Russia today when it was created. It had to be closed for lack of followers. People were just not interested. They would recognize it as propaganda right away. interestingly, what they said was, what destroys that resilience that you built for decades is fear. So yes, we are raising awareness. We don't want to make anyone panic, but raising awareness, helping each of us decide. And so I guess the recommendation is be curious, and also, you know those tools way better than us, and get involved with the platforms, with the tech. There's so much that can be done in the way of further guaranteeing digital identity and fighting disinformation processes online. And I think we need more research there and more responses from tech actors also, so we rely on you.
If I may jump in, one of my friends who works in the sort of digital democracy space, some of you may know her name is Katie Harbath. She has this term which is panic responsibly, and I think that's we want to find a balance between instilling fear. We don't want to go in that route, but we also want to find a way to make people better understand the information environment that they're in and make good decisions in it.
Yeah, so on that point, let's talk about the tech companies and the tech industry. This is obviously a background that you have working in this space before. I'm curious how you're thinking, and again, we'll take the frame of elections, but feel free to expand beyond that. It's a critical year for tech companies and elections. Obviously there's the next panel is going to be on the rising threats of AI, but specifically focused on social media. Meta has laid off a number of trust and safety professionals and rolled back some of its election integrity teams. Microsoft and OpenAI committed just $2 million to investing in stopping election-related threats. It's the equivalent budget of what NYU Professor Scott Galloway says is what the company spends on Diet Dr. Pepper, obviously facetiously. But given the broader discussions around how the tech companies play such an increasingly important role in sort of stemming these threats, how do you think that they're approaching their mandate right now, and what do you think needs to continue to be done or improve on?
So Maria actually brought up the transparency reports, and so that's a part of a sort of broader picture of what tech companies do in this particular space. So I've actually worked in a few places within this ecosystem at the company formerly known as Facebook, currently known as Meta, and I started out on the threat intelligence team. So the way a lot of companies structure this type of work is doing investigations and doing open source intelligence, but also intelligence based on data analysis and research and subject matter expertise, language expertise. And so the people that are hired to do that type of work are people who understand a particular region. That's what I did in my first role at the company. Is I investigated the Internet Research Agency as a Russian speaker. I'm originally from Ukraine, and conducting investigations, doing network analysis, and trying to find these networks of fake accounts. Then those teams work with engineers that can later sort of wrap their arms around other types of potential networks like that. And then afterward, there are policy teams, and so I then ended up working on the policy team. And you develop policies like the Coordinated Authentic Behavior Policy, Hack and Leak, state media policies to address different problems within the information ecosystem that these companies have to deal with. And then the important piece that Marie mentioned is being transparent about all of that and sharing the findings with people so they can actually understand what do these campaigns look like and how many viewers did they have. Not a perfect measure of impact, for sure, but it's important for people to understand what was the scope of it, how many accounts did they create, and also being able to say these guys were actually kind of bad at their jobs. Like they troll farm tried to do all this stuff, and then no one looked at them. So it's important for people to sort of, to laugh at them as well. Humor. There's been some NATO Stratcom Center of Excellence reports that have talked about the importance of humor in all of this. And so to your question, there are a lot of companies that do different work in this space. Some of them more than others, and some of them are smaller and less resourced to do this type of work. I will say, my old team is still all there and still doing all this work. And I know quite a few people that work at some of these other technology companies that are doing this type of investigative work. I have a lot of faith in what they're doing. I think that they're doing a fantastic job, but there's certainly limitations. These companies are gonna mess up and they're gonna make some bad decisions. They're gonna accidentally take something down they shouldn't have, or vice versa. And so they are human beings just like everyone else, and they also have prioritization decisions, right? So what happens in a world where there are perhaps fewer resources to do something is you have to prioritize, just like national intelligence agencies have to prioritize which countries they're going to focus on more than others. That has to happen. you have to make difficult decisions about, elections and conflicts and other time periods during which you're going to be doing this type of work and what you're going to be focusing on. But I will say, I think it's it sounds like a cliche when people at tech companies say this, that this is a whole of society problem, but it actually is, because so much of the work that we did benefited from the relationships with governments, from the relationship with research institutions and civil society researchers, open source researchers, and the people that were calling out the companies to hold them accountable. There's this ecosystem that is really important where all of these players play a role. And I do worry, if there's anything I worry about, is the sort of cooling effects of some of the attacks on researchers that have happened, particularly in the United States and around the world around these issues, because they can impact the government's ability to talk to the companies. We got a lot of really great leads from our partners, NATO partners and partners all over the world.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point. I think transparency is key here. We need researcher access. We need researchers to be able to understand and study these platforms. But I think that's a perfect transition. We want to go to questions now, so all of you get your questions ready. I'll go to an online question first, though, which is a perfect lead-in. A question from Washington, D.C. asks, how can NATO encourage collaboration with tech industries to foster innovation in combating disinformation? So, Marita,
I'm happy to take that question. I just spent 9 years in the private sector where I was head of comms and brand, and for me it was absolutely natural to talk to the platforms almost every week. So when I joined NATO, I was like, well, can I call Facebook? And we made it happen in the past months. I would just say that, there's been several European regulations that made those reports happen, made them compulsory, increased their transparency. That's one big step. But then there's indeed the trust that you can create with the platforms, and indeed the whole point of moving away from content, saying I like, I don't like, and calling the platform and saying, I don't like your story, I want to take it down, which of course cannot happen. And the whole point of moving from this to a different approach, which is, guys, my own analysts have been doing what could be your work, and can actually provide evidence that there is what we call a coordinated and inauthentic use of your own services. We give the picture, basically AI, exposing AI, and that's what we're doing, showing them the picture. Look, you have this massive creation of accounts, all pushing this content simultaneously. How come it's still up there? And indeed, what I see is that the trust is there when we're able to provide this. Indeed, they have their own teams of fact checkers. They're independent from the public affairs teams, if you will, and they will do it. Now, is that happening fast enough? Should we be doing this work with our own analysts? I don't know, but it is happening, and those reports are already extremely useful for us to understand, including political issues, like how is Russian disinfo converging with Chinese disinfo, for example? So these discussions we can actually have with the platforms, and those reports are almost part of the research for us. So we are increasing the relationship, increasing the work. I think everyone is still learning. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, the reports that have come from the Digital Services Act have been huge in being able to understand where companies are at, what they're working towards, and being able to hold them accountable as a public to, what are your next goals for the next time you have to file one of these reports. We have a couple minutes left. I want to turn to the audience and see if there are any questions. Where's the microphone at? Okay, yes. Let's go to a question in the back there.
Hi, I'm Martin Makarian, first year master's student at Johns Hopkins SAIS, where Olga teaches. Thanks so much for the great insights. My question is about how can we raise awareness about the disinformation threat, challenge, whatever you want to call it, without necessarily having the negative impacts in our society in terms of healthy discussion and engaging in discourse, which I feel like has suffered to some extent from hyping up this disinformation threat too much, because you have people that immediately you have a reaction of, oh, that's propaganda, like without even thinking about that there is not an intention to bring up some arguments or points in a number of policy areas. So what is your take on the best way to balance these things?
I can start. I also, we were talking about this earlier during one of the breaks, but I think for those of you that don't know, I'm a little bit obsessed with terms, but did you guys know that the term public diplomacy was invented in the United States in the 1970s because we didn't want to use the term propaganda? Because propaganda in and of itself is a neutral term that doesn't mean anything other than the promotion of some sort of idea on behalf of a government or some sort of institution. But over time, it gained this negative connotation that people didn't want to use it, and so they basically created and invented a completely new term called public diplomacy, which is now the name of various institutions, including part of Marie's job title. But outside of that, in order to sort of address your question on not hyping things up too much, I think it's important to be able to address the information that you find. So someone mentioned OSINT researchers. I think Bellingcat is really good at basically telling the story of what it is that they found, but also what they didn't find either. And so what often happens is that people will try to attribute to the Kremlin a lot of things that they don't deserve credit for, right? And so attribution is a really difficult problem in the cybersecurity space and the influence operations space. But being able to sort of show your work when you do this have this conversation and not throw out terms or assessments about effectiveness of things when you aren't actually able to prove it, right? That's how we don't hype this up too much. We talk about what we do know, but we don't try to overinflate things that we have no information to back it up with.
Mm-hmm. Maybe if I can add a few words from a NATO perspective. Actually, last week, it was, to my knowledge, the first time that there was a statement spontaneously issued by the North Atlantic Council. So all the ambassadors decided to issue a statement on repeated hybrid threats caused by Russia and the increase of them. And why they did that was because they observed very similar tactics happening in 7 different allied nations. And so it seemed to us, this is NATO business. And then the Secretary General also made a statement and so on. So I think one way of answering your question is also saying, when we see several nations across the alliance targeted by the same tactics at the same time, presumably to reach the same goal, yes, it is also NATO's role to call it NATO business and say, we see this is happening, we see how systematic this is, and we're talking about disinformation, but it also applies to other hybrid threats. Like, all the nations who have a border with Russia know what's happening with the weaponization of migrations. And then we can talk about many other, we saw the jamming of the GPS a couple of weeks ago. So this applies to many other hybrid threats. And so I think we're not trying to create fear, but we see it as our responsibility also as an alliance to say, we see what's happening, and it's not just 1 or 2 allies. But maybe just to conclude on this, the latest document agreed by allies on this was last year at the summit in Vilnius. And the paragraph on disinformation and misinformation contains pretty strong language, including on the solidarity that we owe the allies on this, which could reach the level of an armed conflict and hence trigger Article 5. But the conclusion of the paragraph is also the responsibility to actually attribute an attack in the information sphere relies with nations. It is a sovereign decision by the nations. So NATO is here as an amplifier of a risk assessed by the nations, that they want also NATO to bring awareness on. So.
Marie Doha, Olga, thank you so much. Thank you for this conversation.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. And thank you, Zeman and Andre, for both sessions. They provided us certainly with a lot of food for thought. Moving on to another challenge we are facing as a society. How can AI and other emerging technologies either improve or harm our lives? I welcome Michelle Nadashkovsky from OpenAI, who will moderate this discussion and introduce our next panel.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon to everyone live here with us today and to our virtual audience. We're so grateful for you being with us here for this fascinating discussion. My name is Michelle Nurszkowska. I'll be moderating this panel on the digital elephant in the room, the good, the bad, and the reality. It's a great title. Before we dive in, I would love for our panelists to take an opportunity to quickly introduce themselves.
Hello everyone, my name is B. Cavello. I use they, them pronouns, and I lead our work on emerging technologies at Aspen Institute. I'm really excited to join you all today.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Florian Lemoine. I'm French, but I work in Norfolk, Virginia, and I advise the NATO Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, yet it's a long title, on how to speed up the technology adoption for our collective defense. And I'm honored to be able to answer your questions today.
Wonderful. And as already mentioned, I'm currently at OpenAI as a member of the strategic intelligence staff there. And I'm really excited to be here with you today. So just to get us started, reflecting the wonderful theme that we're working with emerging technology, AI. It's a very multifaceted topic that we can take in many directions. But why don't we start on an optimistic note about what our esteemed panelists are most excited about here. So E, could you start us off? What do you think is an area in your work, a sector that you are most excited about when thinking about the promise of maybe AI, emerging technology, whatever's top of mind for you?
Yeah, I know that conversations like these often start out with a lot of fear and negativity, so I'm glad we're starting in a positive place. I would say that things that I'm really excited about are often the more kind of niche, nerdy, maybe like less consumer-facing applications of automation. In particular, I'm excited about automation in supply chain. Actually, the AI Objectives Institute has been doing some really interesting thinking and work there, as well as AI in kind of material science, drug discovery. There's an organization, a nonprofit called Conscience, that has been doing some really interesting stuff around open source drug discovery with AI. So I think that there are a lot of places that maybe as consumers, as everyday people, we don't interface with them directly, but they actually really can make the world around us a better place. That makes me excited.
Awesome. And Florian, same question to you. Could you tell us, in your sphere, what is the most promising element that you look forward to?
Thank you, Michelle. So I would say for our collective defense, I'm very excited about AI as a game changer, a strategic game changer. I will come back to that. And second, on this strategic game changer, I'm enthusiastic about the fact that there is a need for speed regarding AI, and I will come back to that also. So why is it a strategic game? Can you hear me? Yeah. Why is it a strategic game changer? Let's think about any strategic game. Go, chess, soccer, American football, poker, Pokemon cards, whatever. If one player uses expert AI assistance, it's game over. It's why it's considered cheating in most of these games or sports. But in warfare, there is no such thing as cheating. And imagine what you can do if you understand better, if you decide faster. So this is why it's as simple as that. AI is a game changer, and if you don't find ways to incorporate it into your defense capabilities, then you are not getting that technological edge anymore. And remember, this morning, Secretary General explained that the success of NATO relies not only, but it relies on NATO technological edge. So if we want to keep it, we really need to speed up on AI adoption. And my second point is, why is speed so important? The tech industry, and NATO tech industry in particular, is developing AI at a crazy speed. And you are much better aware of me than me on this thing. And it's also shrinking the cost to AI at a crazy speed. So AI is available now for everyone to adopt it. We must find ways to adopt it at the speed, at the crazy speed of AI, not at the usual speed of defense capability development.
Wonderful. So it sounds like we have a really broad area here to work with in terms of what we can expect for AI to bring positivity to, from making us safer, bringing greater capabilities to us militarily, to health and scientific breakthroughs. That's all wonderful. But to pick up on your point, Florian, we're thinking, to pick up on just a word you used, there's no cheating in warfare. And, you know, it sounds like there are really some really life or death implications of the adoption of this technology. And turning to kind of the other side of the coin, we've started on an optimistic note, but in hearing about the power that comes with this technology, we also have to think, of course, very deeply about the responsibility that comes with it as well. So in thinking through the risks, could each of you kind of take a stab at telling us what keeps you up at night the most with respect to this technology, maybe in your respective fields? Maybe Florian can start on this.
Thank you, Michelle. There are a lot of things, a lot of challenges, I would say, or concerns. The first one is that speed. I already mentioned. Everyone can grab AI in its own capabilities. So it's really important we are among the first ones to do it. But I won't dive more into that first aspect. The second one, and you mentioned it, Michelle, defense is very particular in the sense that it's about lives and deaths. So if you mix AI and defense, it can quickly become an ethical nightmare. It raises a lot of questions, and we must answer these questions, and we must be certain we don't do things we don't want to do with AI in defense. I'm pretty optimistic on that aspect because in NATO in 2021, all the nations agreed on principles of responsible use for AI. So it's good because it provides us a very strong foundation on which we can build up these AI assistant or AI assisted capabilities. So to this, I would like to add a third concern, which is in building these AI assisted capabilities, it's very important and it's an immense challenge to build up the trust between the humans, because in defense, humans will stay in the loop, and the AIs they use in support of their activities. Today, we have generals, we have political decision makers. When they take a decision based on the situational awareness and recommendations by their trusted advisors and teams. And it takes, the higher the stake, the stronger, the more difficult the trust building. So it takes years and years to build a trusted ecosystem in support of these decision makers. All of a sudden, if we inject AI all over this ecosystem, the whole trust building is reopened. So how to address this question? And this is a question we have no clear answers yet. So it's open. If you want to support us here, we probably need young talents as what I see in the room.
Awesome. And same question to B, just because you're also coming at this from a pretty different sector. And so what keeps you up at night? Are you also thinking about automated weaponry, or is it a different concern?
Fortunately, I don't spend most nights thinking about automated weaponry, but I do think that, I mean, we're talking about AI here, but a lot of these ideas generalize more broadly. I mean, think about some of the most simple technology that exists, right? A lever, right? There's famously the idea that with a lever long enough, you could lift the world, and technology is a force multiplier. That is an incredible thing. That's very empowering. That means that we can do things we could never do before. And it also means that a small number of people with a limited amount of buy-in from other folks can make a lot of change in the world. And to me, that's concerning both in some of the ways that Florian was just talking about, with some of these challenges around different kind of threats and actors who, you know, don't need the buy-in of the international community to make, you know, big unilateral decisions. And I also think that it's concerning from the conversation, which is much more in my world, around economic impacts, around social impacts, domestic policy, around concentration of power. And I think that increasingly fewer and fewer people are needed to accomplish bigger and bigger things. That can be beautiful and exciting, and that can also be incredibly risky and damaging, because those people may not have accountability to the rest of us. So I'm a big believer in there being greater accountability and transparency in the development and deployment of technologies.
Awesome. Thank you both. So that was, I have one more question for you right now, but I would like to flag that after that, I will open it up for live questions from the audience. So please do start thinking about what you can ask our wonderful panelists. You both just outlined some wonderful challenges for us to think about that are extremely impactful and significant and will define our futures in a pretty impactful way. What is the solution? So if we're getting real, we can start with you, B. We have an audience here of future leaders in the room and listening to us virtually. How do we approach these challenges? I mean, who's meant to lead the answer and the resolution of them? Is it the public sector? Is it the private sector? How are we meant to get ahead of this and mitigate these risks today?
Yeah, I would definitely say yes and, right? Of course, we know that there is a role for each of these sectors to play in these conversations. I think that especially folks who are in this room, people who tune into a NATO Youth Summit, probably are very aware of the policy levers that are available to us. And I absolutely believe that we should pursue those. I think that when it comes to public accountability, we should be exploring public options for AI. What does it mean to actually build tools in a public capacity with public oversight? That being said, I think that we also really need to recognize that more than policy teams, more than legislatures, frequently the people, in fact, our previous panel kind of indicates this, many of the people who are making very significant decisions about the way that technology impacts our world are product managers, are UX designers, are people who are sitting, at the computers building these tools. And I would encourage people, when thinking about how we address these challenges, to recognize that there are important decisions about human rights, about democracy, about all of these conversations and questions that we've been talking about today to be made in the private sector, in civil society. And so I hope that people will see that policy is certainly one avenue that we should explore, and also that there's an important role for private sector leadership as well.
Awesome.
Thank you, B. I think you grab it globally. From NATO perspective, we know that the worst way to tackle this question would be to do it in a stovepipe way. The best way is to do it as a team. Diversity is a strength of NATO, diversity in terms of countries, in terms of cultures, but also diversity between defense, industry, academia, entrepreneurs. So to tackle these questions, we need all these people to meet and to collaborate together to understand the question, to understand the various viewpoints around these questions, and to propose tangible solutions to these questions we are working on over.
Wonderful. It sounds like we have our work cut out for us across all sectors, because regardless of where we start, it sounds like we can come at these issues in an impactful way. So I would like to open up the opportunity for our audience now to ask a few questions. Why don't we start right here? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Madison. In between World War I and World War II, the bomber mafia theorized that the strategic bomber would change future warfare. That led to a massive increase in strategic bombing investment, but come World War II, their theory wasn't realized and precision bombing wasn't actually within their capacity. Where might we be wrong with AI? And does our investment lend to creativity come the next fight if we are wrong?
Okay.
I think I will start on that one. There is a fundamental difference between these two. It's a very good question. There is a fundamental situation, which is what you mentioned. It was driven by the military need, mostly. The technical progress in aviation helped, but it was mostly directed innovation, I would say, and then use case. So government funding to make that into a possibility without really understanding if it would be a strategic game changer or not. Here it's different. It's happening. Defense or not defense, AI is happening, it's changing a lot of things, so we have to become fast followers. So it's not a matter of resources we inject into AI, it's a matter of how we become fast followers at speed to explore, experiment, test, assess the added value, the opportunities, the risk we want to grab or we want to protect from.
Awesome. Anything to add, B?
I'm very ignorant on that topic, so well said.
Awesome. Another question maybe from our audience here in front.
It's a little bit question and comment as well. How do you compare the competition among the global players or the global superpowers? If we invest in technology or intelligence, is it a good way to bring the world peaceful? Or as the world have been divided among the global superpowers, as we all know the Monroe Doctrine, like it's a U.S. internal and external policy that America doesn't accept, as in any interference in the whole American continent. As the world divided among these competitors, that technology and artificial intelligence will secure the future of our kids and generations? Or should we come to a peaceful negotiations and bring the world in a balance of power?
That's a very interesting question.
Maybe to summarize that question also for our online viewers, it sounds like we're talking about the distribution of access, this technology. How do we think about the security implications of potential imbalances that may come from that? Yeah.
So first, my background is engineering, not international relationships or politics. So personal opinion, I would say here. Our mission in ACT in particular, so Allied Command Transformation in Norfolk, USA, it's to make sure NATO military instrument of power remains fit for its purpose, which is protect our future, collective defense. So we observe, a part of the mission is anticipation of trends, and tech trends are one among many different trends, economical trends, global warming, societal trends, whatever. To understand what is the future environment we will have to be ready for. And then once we have a good glimpse of this future environment, we must work to make sure we keep this technological edge. So it's not a matter of competition or whatever, it's a matter of being ready from a military instrument of power perspective. Full stop.
I would also add to that, I think, something that you expressed there as well is, there is this dominant framing that we see. So many people are having a conversation about AI competition, and what I would personally really love to see is a reframe of what that competition looks like. Certainly one flavor of competition is AI capability. One flavor of that competition is military capability. But I think that another way to think about the competition that we see playing out around AI is also a competition of AI readiness. And so when I think about what it means to build AI-ready economies, AI-ready societies, that doesn't necessarily mean building the shiniest AI model. That might mean building a society that makes it easier for people to change jobs if their role is disrupted, right? It might mean investing in more robust supply chains so that we can be more adaptive. So I think that one of the things that is important to think about as we think about the tensions that currently exist and this kind of framing that people do hold around competition is that competition can mean investing in yourself, investing in your people, and trying to make more resilient and robust, I think, economies, education sectors, et cetera. And so to me, that framing provides us an opportunity to really ask the question, what does it mean to compete, and what are we actually competing at? And I would hope that we're competing at making more democratic societies, making more equitable societies. And so that's where I want to see people investing in this AI competition.
Yeah, and if I may, because I like your point here, I fully compete with it. I would say even the competition wording, I'm not sure it's the right term to describe what we have to do. It's about building a future, a peaceful future. And here the question is about how to leverage the AI tremendous potential to make that future even better than what we have today, and to protect it, whatever happens.
Wonderful. So thinking not only about development, but also about access and deployment and adoption of the technology. That's awesome perspective. We have time for one more question that ends in a question mark, and it's snappy. Yeah, right here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christine. I'm a partner at J2 Ventures. I'm venture capitalist, so I spend my days creating markets for dual-use technologies. So my question is about markets. I think we've spent most of today thinking about policy innovation and talking about what you could argue to be negative externality in markets, right? Algorithmic bias, disinformation, those are externalities. I'd love to get your take on, how to create markets for the types of technologies that you think we need in the world.
I think there's a really important role for markets to play in these conversations. I think that, I'm a former game designer, and I think similarly, like the incentives that we create are really powerful for motivating innovation. I think that what we see right now is there are kind of two dynamics playing out. One is I think that there is an opportunity to give name to and be explicit about those externalities, and the classic phrase, what's measured gets managed. If we can create sort of these race to the top dynamics around leaderboards, we see this already in the open source AI ecosystem. If we can name, describe, and measure those impacts, I think that we have real opportunities to incentivize behavior toward driving innovation in that space. I also think, and this is maybe not a question to market definition, but a little bit of a culture and philosophy point, but I think that we have to stop describing responsible behavior as somehow in tension with or in contrast to innovation. Doing the responsible thing, those are the tough, hard, juicy questions. If you're a technologist who wants to work on the real hard problems of technology, focus on responsible innovation. And I think that there's a real role for investors and funders and people in that ecosystem to really create opportunity and frankly star power, cultural cachet related to solving what are genuinely the hard problems in the world, by being able to again, link it back to something that can be comparable and measurable.
Thank you, Vi. To that, I would add from a defense perspective. In defense, we leverage and we accelerate a lot in terms of open innovation, but from a defense perspective, the goal is not to create any market. In open innovation, the goal is to identify commercial tech trends that can have dual use potential for defense, and then to add our own resources to accelerate even more what is already accelerating in the commercial sector. So we are not creating markets, we are synergizing where there is synergies to develop from a defense perspective, no more.
Wonderful. So we heard it here first, be responsible, be quick, and focus on responsible innovation. Thank you both so much for the wonderful discussion, and thanks to our audience for being here today.
Thank you all for that interesting conversation on how we can harness emerging technologies for good. Now we are moving on to a topic that we have all identified as critical, not only for youth, but for our shared survival: climate change. It's not just a threat to humans, but all life on Earth. And it is a threat multiplier, which means it has the potential to exacerbate other threats and drivers of instability, contributing to greater security risks. So first, I would like to hear from all of you on the ways climate change acts as a threat multiplier in your community. If you can go to the voting poll in your app or Slido, and write your keyword there. What are the ways climate change acts as a threat multiplier in your community? I'd love for everyone to write one word on what are the ways climate change acts as a threat multiplier in your community.
I know.
We're just hearing the mic of the other panel. Hurricanes, polarization, wildfires, food scarcity, floods. These are great. Rising sea levels, gentrification. These are all ways that you believe climate change acts as a threat, as a threat multiplier in your community. Thank you for this participation. This is great. And this next session will tackle security implications of climate change, how wars and conflict can harm the environment, and the work underway by NATO in the area of climate security. Thank you all for your participation. And now I welcome Cameron Oglesby, who will moderate this next panel.
Hello? Okay, I can be heard. Hello, everybody. Okay. It is lovely to be here. It's lovely to be moderating this amazing panel that focuses on the one of the most pressing wicked problems of our time, climate change. I'm extremely excited as an environmental justice journalist focused on the US South, one of the regions in this country at least that is expected to be hit first and worst by the climate crisis. I'm very excited to be up here with these amazing panelists to discuss the intersections of climate change and security around the world. I'm just going to go down the list here, and I'm going to be very brief because I want to give them time to introduce themselves in depth. But first, we have Samu Pakunen, NATO. Perfect. Yes, I literally practiced that for hours, guys. I'm nervous. NATO head of climate and energy security. We have Pooja Tilvawala, founder and executive director of Youth Climate Collaborative, and Lesia Vasilenko, member of Ukrainian Parliament. So I want to start us off. Just tell us a little bit more about yourselves and how your work touches on this climate security intersection. We can start with Samu.
Okay, thanks. I believe I have the coolest job within NATO, maybe after SG. I'm responsible for the team that covers both climate and energy security, but also critical underwater infrastructure. We are involved with climate change and security-related work within the alliance, and we have a huge task ahead of us. SG has pronounced that NATO has to be the organization that understands the security implications of climate change the best, the organization that adapts best to these security implications. So there's a lot of us to do. We have a couple of main tasks here. We have to adapt to the climate change, and we have to mitigate when it comes to climate change. In mitigation, it means that we have to actually do our part, and that's practically meaning curbing our own emissions. We have to shoulder our own responsibility. On adaptation, that's an even bigger question. That's how we proceed and climate-proof NATO so it can withstand the challenges of tomorrow. So there's quite a lot to do for our team.
Perfect. Pooja?
Hi, my name is Pooja Tilvawala. I am the founder and executive director of Youth Climate Collaborative. We're a global youth-led community trying to create a more just, inclusive, and intergenerational climate movement. So I actually went to American University. I know there are some others who also went there and studied economics and international studies. I graduated in 2018, and then my first job was in mediation and facilitation work with the Meridian Institute. So we would convene stakeholders on various environmental issues. Like if the issue was plastic waste, we would have like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, then we'd have research institutes like Five Gyres, and then waste pickers and others all at one table discussing their various perspectives on the issue, and then finding shared values and a framework for moving forward together so that they could solve the issue of plastic waste, for example. So now with YCC, dialogue, collaboration is very important for taking meaningful action involving youth in the decision-making processes. So we support youth who are serving as negotiators in climate change at COPs and other venues. We also are doing research with Penn State University on different models of intergenerational collaboration, like boards, advisory councils. And so that's some of the relevant work we do to make sure that across generations, we have a stronger understanding of each other's needs and perspectives and can move forward together to address climate change.
Thank you. My name is Lesya Vasilenko. I'm a member of parliament in Ukraine, and in parliament I represent the people of Ukraine, and I sit on the environmental committee, and I chair the subcommittee on climate change in the Ukrainian parliament. However, for the last 2 years, I am representing the people of Ukraine on international platforms like this one, where I am very much honored to be speaking today. I think the topic which we have chosen about climate justice and how it sits and where it sits in the NATO framework and the NATO system is extremely important. The way I came into the Ukrainian parliament, into being elected, was actually through my work as a civil society activist. I ran an organization dealing with veteran rights, helping them get the just social care that they were entitled to by law. And from that actually stemmed that once these veterans were getting what they were entitled to by law, the first issue they started caring most about was actually environmental justice and the climate and the environment that they were living in and the country that they were fighting for. So the two issues are already interlinked at this kind of level. For the last 2 years, I am saddened to say that the priority of climate justice in Ukraine has shifted in the negative into a lower space, because our priority today in Ukraine is survival. It's the physical defense and security. And last year, this time around last year, I was also at an Aspen event here in Miami on climate. And for me, witnessing the different dialogues and conversations that were going on this time last year around the climate and the technology that was taking the world forward into not just identifying issues but their solutions was very sad, because for us in Ukraine, these dialogues are not going on anymore. For us in Ukraine, the issue and the dialogue, the main dialogue, is the issue of physical survival. And often that physical survival, fighting back on the battleground, means that we have to compromise on the climate change front.
Lesya, I think that is a beautiful segue into my first question. I'm going to try to breeze through these to make sure we have time for Q&A, and I just want to flag for the people online, please feel free to put your questions in the chat, because we will be going to you first when we get to Q&A time. But the first question is really around this idea of how we discuss climate change in the context of conflict, right? So whether you're discussing climate change or global conflict, we're often asking people to engage in vast, all-encompassing, wicked problems that individually are overwhelming, in themselves are overwhelming, let alone when you're trying to compound them, bring them together, right? So how should we be talking about the interconnectedness of these crises without overwhelming people and in a way that ensures the individual or political nuances are not muddled, especially for folks that are just trying to survive? I will allow anybody to take that, maybe Lesya, because you sort of led us into that.
I will try. So again, going back into the realities of Ukraine, NATO is doing a great job. If you look at NATO's website, you can see that there's these strategies being built up, taking into account the consequences of climate change, how they can affect future conflicts, and also how the wars that are being fought today are affecting our environment and the climate change scene. However, the way that NATO is approaching this at the moment, they are strategizing in the theoretical sense. Before the escalation of Russia's aggression in 2022, I wouldn't have said this. But over the last 2 years, I can see that when you are faced with the threat of physical extermination, you do not care what weapon you pick up and what thing you actually pick up to fight back on that aggression. When somebody is breaking into your house, you're not going to be thinking, should I fire a gun or not fire a gun? How do I protect myself? Will this impact the environment? How will this impact the environment? No, you just pick up whatever you can and you start defending yourself. This is exactly what is happening in Ukraine right now. And the fact is that the new technology that is being developed, it's only in its nascent state. So there's a lot of these technologies which are based on hydrogen, which are based on biofuels that potentially can be used on the battlefield. The problem is this technology has not been tested. The problem is this technology is very expensive and not all the lines of command, not all of the soldiers get to try them out and get to be trained in the use of this technology. This is what's happening in Ukraine on the ground. If you ask any soldier, what will you rather run on? A tank on hydrogen or a conventional tank that just runs on diesel, they will choose the one that runs on diesel because they know how to service it, they know how to use it, they know that it's reliable. And this is why in the present war of aggression that Russia is waging against Ukraine, you see all these conventional weapons being used first and foremost. They are cheap, they are there, they're available, people know how to use them. This is why wars, they will always be major contributors to climate change and to deteriorating environments.
Go ahead, Tim.
I just would like to continue on that point. Nothing is as detrimental to our common fight against climate change than war. And I think the Ukrainian example is underlining that in a way that we wouldn't want to see, that Russian unlawful aggression has led to huge amounts of emissions. We are talking about the same levels as the annual output of a medium-sized European country. And that is why it is so immensely important for us, for NATO, to be able to deter. Because only by deterring adversaries, we are able to invest in fighting the climate change. And coming back to the original question, I think how we understand it is by practical examples, bringing it close to our everyday life. And I think Miami is also a showcase for that. It is really a hotspot, pun not unintended, for climate warming. The sea level rise and effects, it's having an impact on hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people living here. But it has also an impact to Norfolk, some 100 miles up north from here, the biggest naval base in the world. How the weather patterns are going to impact Norfolk in a way that it's going to have an impact on the operations, on the maintenance, on the staff, the personnel working there. It is by these examples that we actually learn what are the interlinkages between climate change and security. And there are thousands and thousands of those. We can discuss about the situation in Northern Europe. Because of global warming, some of the northern airfields are not at our disposal anymore. So the planes have to be based on more southern bases. When we go eastwards to the Russian Arctic, we see a situation that global warming and the thawing of permafrost is leading to a situation where anthrax is becoming, again, a real possibility. Anthrax spreading because of global warming. I think we have a role, NATO, in connecting the dots. We have the capacity to do the analysis. This is something that we can do for the whole alliance, but I think it can also be a more broader contribution from our side. We help to explain what climate change actually means, how it affects our security.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I would add to that. So one way to do this is to tailor your messaging to the different audiences. The same message isn't going to work for every audience. So recognize that these different audiences may have varying levels of understanding on terms, familiarity with the language. And so you can try to find trusted voices in the community to relay the message to that community. So let's see, here maybe the mayor of Miami would be a good voice for relaying the messages about the impacts of climate change at the nexus of security and climate. Then another thing you could do is to try to provide a positive framing of the message. So while it's important to acknowledge the severity of the challenges that we face, a focus on framing solutions in a positive and actionable light, like not that all this is happening and, you know, this situation can't get any better, showing as well with the interconnectedness of conflict and climate, the solutions that are possible to get us out of these situations can be helpful and less overwhelming. Yeah, I'll stop there.
I love that. I know I personally resonate with that as somebody who is sort of a solutions-focused environmental justice reporter. I think the communities in the U.S. South that are contending with climate change are oftentimes also contending with pollution. They're just trying to survive. And so being able to communicate this in a way that is effective is really critical. For sake of time, I want to combine my solutions-focused question and my how do we engage the youth question? What is the role of youth question? And so just sort of the grounding here is for decades, protest in particular has been used as a tool for youth engagement. We've seen this most recently with the collection of protests on college campuses in response to the Israel-Hamas war, but we've also seen it through time in response to apartheid in South Africa and in recent history in response to climate change and the lack of action as a result of climate change. So I really want to ground this question is youth participation. What do you think the role of youth is in this sort of climate security intersection? And perhaps what solutions would you push forward that engage youth but also sort of capture the geopolitical codependencies, the energy dependencies, just the nuance that exists when we're talking about these dual conflicts of climate change and war oftentimes. I know that was a big one, but does somebody want to tackle it first?
Yeah, I can tackle the youth part. This is kind of a long answer, but so as young people, we are culture shapers. We remind people of the values of democracy. We are policymakers. We demand accountability of our leaders. We're entrepreneurs, creatives, like we saw with the challenge winners today, and much, much more. Sometimes finding our entry point for action can be difficult, but to quote Eleanor Roosevelt, the best way to begin is to begin. And so protesting in countries where freedom of speech is protected is often a go-to response. People mobilize as groups or in masses, and you are one of many, so the barrier to entry is low. Then you have the organizers who try to involve the more proactive protesters and marchers in deeper engagement, such as strategy development and policy change. Protest alone does not go far enough, but I've rarely ever seen protest unaccompanied by deeper policy work. In some ways, protests are great for recruitment for this approach. So, youth are taking corporations and governments to court. Even before even taking a class on politics or government, youth are creating evidence-based social media content to educate their peers. Youth are talking about the issues with their families and sharing on social media, making the conversations more mainstream. Youth are demanding a transition to intergenerational decision-making bodies and setting up climate councils. For example, NATO 2030 has a young leaders group, and although it's not intergenerational yet, they are making the most of this opportunity. In 2021, the young leaders submitted a report to the NATO Secretary General with advice on how to make NATO a stronger institution. On a global scale, since 2015, young people's essential role in peace and security has been increasingly recognized and documented. Following several years of advocacy by over 11,000 youth from over 110 countries, the UN Security Council unanimously adopted a historic resolution. This is Resolution 2250 on the Youth Peace Security Agenda. These were followed by 2 other resolutions in 2018 and 2020, all recognizing the inclusion and participation of young people as a key dimension of building and sustaining peace and security for all. Now there's a youth working group for the Youth Peace Security Agenda, using these binding resolutions to push their countries for structures and processes that more effectively and meaningfully engage youth in decision-making on peace and security. And you can get involved in this initiative too, or find other ways to keep your countries accountable to existing commitments and resolutions.
Lovely. I know that was a big one. Thank you for starting us off, Pooja.
I've had many discussions with politicians, policymakers. What encourages me is that how they feel that they get support from the youth, that it is the youth that is pushing them to make the hard decisions. This hasn't been there. With this kind of support, I think we have a chance. It is the youth that is demanding from the political decision makers how they want to deal with challenges that are common to us all. And that links to 2 themes that we were discussing here earlier. Integrity and the way that we do not take granted our own positions. And that's why I'm optimistic, even though I'm not officially young anymore. But I do feel that there's a movement, and that's rising.
Beautiful. And no reason about not being young. I think this is very much intergenerational. So
exactly.
Thank you for that. Lucia.
Okay, I'll jump in on that. I can't promise I'll be this brief, but because the question actually has many, many dimensions. The youth, these are the future generations. And we should care what kind of world we want to live in and what kind of world we will be bringing children into. And we ideally want this to be a world of a safe environment, a healthy environment, a stable, peaceful environment. And all of this has many dimensions which are brought out into the raw, into the open by wars when they are being fought. The youth across the globe has a huge responsibility to play. First and foremost, it's about uniting efforts, standing up in solidarity, and sharing the information and also the impacts of not just climate change, but actually conflicts and how they affect their daily lives. Again, I'm from Ukraine, so I can only speak from the experience of Ukraine. Ukraine has proven to be not a consumer of defense, but a contributor to global security. Not just because we are a nation by now which has been tried and tested on the battlefield and probably one of the most battle-resilient nations in the world at this point in time. But also because, if you look at Ukraine, Ukraine is responsible for global food security, being in the top 5 of grain producers and grain exporters in the world. Ukraine is responsible, as it turned out to be, for energy and trade security, being at the crossroads of many of the trade and energy routes. And Ukraine has turned out to be also responsible for deterring quite a few risks, such as nuclear security, for example, when we have Europe's largest nuclear power station on the territory of Ukraine, which is now under occupation by Russia. So all of these elements, they impact people, not just on the ground in Ukraine, but they impact people as far as Africa, as far as Asia, where, for example, the price of rice has suddenly gone up, and where the strain on agricultural land there has gone up, and where certain biodiversity patterns have been changing and affecting the whole world. So through this kind of story sharing, storytelling, impact sharing, the youth of the world need to unite, need to call out on the problems, on the issues. For this, we need to know the numbers. We need to know that within 18 months, there has been 150 million tons of CO2 produced as a result of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. This is, as we have correctly heard, the size of what Belgium produces in a year. Then there needs to be other statistics known that, for example, 30,000 square kilometers of forests in Ukraine are being affected by this war that is being fought by Russia, and an area 5 times the size of Miami, the city where we are in now, of forests has been completely destroyed and burned down. You can imagine the amount of trees that were also absorbing the CO2 and the emissions, and that were deterring this global warming and the heating up of our planet. And this is an ongoing basis. And once we identified the problem, then we identified the culprit. We need to have somebody who will be responsible. And we need to be calling out for this justice and for this responsibility. While Ukrainian men and women and Ukrainian youth, most of them are Ukrainian youth, are fighting on the battlefield, physically risking their lives for the world to be a more stable, safer place, and also hopefully earning our way into NATO membership by showing that the #1 value of being the contributor to international defense and security, we are meeting with that. The rest of the world needs to unite in solidarity again on calling out the problem, seeing the solution for what it really is. This is pushing back on the aggressor, and then figuring out how much of the deterrence charges we're going to press and calling the aggressors to justice. And this is the only way, because unfortunately, if we stay silent, if we take inaction, no action at all, that will only mean a green light to other authoritarian countries of the likes of China, Iran, to follow suit after Putin, and to go along this path of destruction rather than creation.
Awesome, thank you all. And I just really want to call out in that answer just the title of this, the threat multiplier that is climate change, right? And climate change is not just carbon emissions, but also food security, energy security, and something that impacts across the spectrum, across the globe. So thank you all for that. In our remaining 4 minutes, I'm going to try to fit in 2 questions. So from the audience, the first is going to come from online. So if somebody else in the audience did have a question, I want to encourage you to raise your hand, and the mic runner, okay, I see it way in the back. So if the mic runner could get that to the person way in the back, I'm going to ask this first question from online. We have Haley from Alexandria asking, how can NATO balance efforts to promote climate resilience while still maintaining a strategic focus on conflict-impacted areas? We have 3.5 minutes. Go.
I will try to touch upon the issue of resilience. I think that's a major challenge ahead of us. We already have black days for helicopters in operations when it's more than 50 degrees Celsius. They cannot operate on that kind of environment. We have, due to global warming, a situation in the high north area that some of the ice is drifting to more southern parts. How then we can operate there with the forces that we have? There are so many issues that we need to take into account when we are planning ahead, when we are adapting to the changes brought by the climate change. It needs to be interwoven in all of the processes within NATO. I think that's the only way that we can safeguard NATO, we can safeguard this alliance and its ability to deter, which, as was also touched upon SG in his remark, is the main task that we have. Because we do not have the luxury that the deterrence would fail.
Do either two of you? No? Okay, more time for our audience question. Thank you so much, Samu, for that response. Go ahead, stand up, introduce yourself, ask your question. No monologues, please.
Okay, as I was reflecting and hearing about like the visuals of like the carbon of a child like in Ukraine, or even thinking about what's happening in Israel, thinking about Palestine.
Sorry, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing. I don't know if it's the mic. Can you just maybe start over?
Okay. I was interested in knowing, right, as we all have this level of empathy that we're here today, like we want to be able to know what are some solutions we can be able to like drive into. I was captured how it's like a depiction of what gets our human emotion behind something, where it's like thinking about something like a cartoon or a narrative that we all can be able to see, or just know like how can we support something that we can be able to capture like everybody's idea or interest that moves people to say what are some ways we can be able to support this. If that's type of like television or documentary or news that we can all find ourselves to be able to like see, where it like answers that question of us as listeners to be able to cultivate that and show us doing that practice so that other people could be able to follow that. And that's something that we can be able to start investing into and cultivating ourselves. How can we all like move on ideas or like solutions? I was just curious to gather your opinions or insights of, is that something you would invest in or support into or cultivate? What are your ideas? Yeah.
So it sounds like this focus on creative solutions as a way of educating, but also actioning upon the climate crisis and this intersection. Anyone want to? Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't completely get the question, but if I understood it correctly, it's about information and knowledge. And this is something that we try to provide for the whole of Alliance, but also in a more broader sense. We are engaged in several studies where we try to understand the connections, the actual consequences. And I think this is an issue for us, because then there are all of the UN organizations that provide the actual research of the consequence of the reasons behind climate change and the consequences to food security, the effects to migration, but on hard security. I think this is the role that we can actually play here. Build that kind of more in-depth picture how security is going to be affected by the climate change. I don't know if that answered at all your question.
And I'm sort of thinking, maybe, Pooja, you might have a perspective as a young person. I know that a lot of these creative media, whether it's documentary, journalism, social media, art, we just saw a session on art, tends to sort of come up in some of these youth spaces. Wondering if you have any solutions that come to mind or ways of further engaging folks.
I guess it's more just comments, like we see artists sometimes produce songs, like Macklemore just made a song on supporting Palestine, and that had this virality component and reached audiences that wouldn't otherwise have been tapped. We also had a panel today on sports as a medium for cooperation. And we even saw in South Africa how rugby was used to reach wider audiences to bring about peace in South Africa. And so we are seeing creatives and artists step up to use these different mediums to communicate to audiences that would otherwise not be reached, or to reach them through their hearts instead of with numbers.
Beautiful. I know we barely scratched the surface today, guys, but so appreciative of your time, of all of you guys listening in and just sort of starting this conversation, starting this dialogue around climate change as a larger multiplier to some of the conflicts that were discussed today. So thank you. Give yourself a round of applause.
Thank you all for this critical discussion. Given that we have heard from several panels today about the pressing challenges to our shared security, we would like to offer another Fishbowl session with speakers from the panels you have heard from in track 3. So I now welcome Ana Maria Catauta, who will moderate, and the panelists to the stage.
With Olga, Michelle, and Samu to join us. So we have these
All right,
three wonderful
squeeze
speakers.
in here. Sorry.
We have these three wonderful speakers here, but we're missing two people. So if you
Yeah, that was quick. I didn't even get to ask both questions.
I didn't even get to ask him.
Yeah, we're fine. We're okay now. So if there are two people from the audience that want to join us and have a question, please raise your hand now. And the lady. Going once. So you and you were the first two. So please come on the stage. We're going to have a wonderful conversation about the challenges that we are facing today and the challenges that we're going to be, so the mic was not working, that we will be facing in the future. So we have our two panelists here, and I'm going to ask them to very, very briefly introduce themselves. Hello, Thomas.
Hi, do I need a microphone?
Just a second, the mic is coming. The microphone is coming.
We wanted to
get it. So, Thomas and Sean, please briefly introduce yourselves.
Sure thing. Hi, everyone. I'm Tom Letkowski. I'm a Georgetown graduate student. Actually, I graduate this coming Thursday. Thank you. And I also work at Aspen Digital studying the impact of AI on elections.
Wonderful. And Sean?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sean Schrader. I just graduated last week from the University of South Florida. Thank you.
Congrats.
With my MBA, and I've been very fortunate, very involved in local community efforts, have done some work in the U.S. government with Congress and things like that, so great to be here.
So, Sean, you'll be the first one to ask your question.
Well, thinking about local community action, we've touched on it a little bit today. A lot of what we've talked about, I think, may not always resonate with folks that feel like they're not heard or they don't have a voice. And I think there's really a power to that storytelling, to that empowerment, knowing that every person has a role in shaping the future. What advice would you have for bridging that disconnect, how we can make that happen, whether it's through social media, person-to-person networking, make people feel heard, ensure that they know about these priorities, and know that they can play a role in shaping our collective future?
So who wants to answer?
I can start. Before I start, I will say that I am here speaking in my personal capacity, just a little disclaimer. I really appreciate your question. I think I'll just start, with some thoughts. You mentioned community building as a focus and how an individual can kind of come to feel that they have that greater impact, that greater influence and connectivity to their surroundings. I think that's a really important frame of question, especially following our sessions on the emerging risks of new technology and security. Because one thing, from my personal opinion, that we should maybe spend a little more time thinking about is like the analog elements to solutions to what we perceive to be digital problems. So how do we kind of build stronger interpersonal ties? How do we take ourselves out of the screen and kind of back into reality so that we know each other and maybe build organic audiences to kind of touch on the solutions that you threw out in your question? I do believe that kind of networking, building ties to meeting people in person, and we see it in social media today as well, like influencers who build organic following and kind of meet those people. They have a lot of impact, and people kind of feel like they know who they're connecting to, they know who they're listening to, and I really don't think that should be understated, and I appreciate you bringing up that element to it.
If I may add, one of the things that when you read research and studies about why people end up in conspiracy networks, why they fall for false information, a lot of it has little to do with them being stupid, right? Or being uninformed. As Roberta said on another panel, there are a lot of people who have a ton of access to information. It's not necessarily about access. A lot of it is actually about people seeking community and feeling disconnected from each other. And so they gravitate towards a couple different things that conspiracy networks give them that perhaps other things in the past have given them. Meaning, and connection, right? If you look at, organized religion or some other communities, countries as organizing principles, all these different things, people felt like they were a part of something. And now in a very individualistic society, people tend to feel like they don't really know where to go and who is like them. And so they end up in these, conspiracy groups or networks and other places because they are seeking something that they can't find anywhere else, something that they might find if they did things like national service or something else where they can find people that they may have otherwise disagreed with, but they actually understand them and see them as human beings.
And there's also an acute need of validation, if I may add. Sammy, do you want to touch on this, or you're waiting for the next question?
Just maybe really quickly, I think we need to base all of the information on science. That needs to be the basis. Then on the other side, I think it's really important for us that we back that with an education that helps us to understand the questions in hand. I really like the US system of town hall meetings with gathering and confronting each other on a personal level, which is then completely different compared to anonymous discussions online, which then make it extremely easier also to somehow see your fellow being as a person of controversy. So we still need to also learn the ways how we navigate in these new technologies or with these new technologies. I think we are in an infant phase still there, that we are shouting aloud what we think, even when we wouldn't do that in this kind of situation when we are having a discussion.
Yeah, it's a reality we still need to find our tools to adapt. Thomas, Tom, it's your turn.
Thank you. So we've talked a lot about being in this environment of democratic backsliding. We've talked about disinformation, and we've talked about how NATO is not just a military alliance, it's also a political alliance, right? We have these values that are deeply important to us, including democracy. And yet, as we try and say that to the rest of the world, right, we think these are important values to care about. We also are struggling at home, right, in the United States, in other NATO member states. This is a challenge, and we lose some credibility, right? When we're struggling with these values at home, we lose credibility talking to the rest of the world about these things we think are important. So my question is, what do we do about that? What is NATO's role relative to the rest of the world to promote these values? What is the role of the United States or other member governments, or just as people living in these countries? How do we speak to these values while acknowledging that we don't have our own house in order all of the time?
I can maybe start. My family came to the United States from what was then the Soviet Union, and came to the United States because there was something, the sort of idea of a shining city on a hill, actually meant something. Economic opportunity, religious freedom, and all these values. They were something that looked so appealing to people that were coming from places that didn't have that. And so I think a lot about how we tell that better story and it's not about, NATO, obviously is a security alliance and has some political elements to it, but it's about representing those ideals as much as possible, which is, of course, easier said than done. But there's something to be said for representing, it makes it harder. There's this concept in the sort of disinformation influence place called whataboutism. For those of you that haven't heard of it, it's kind of someone tells you, the Chinese government, for example, will use this tactic to say, oh, well, you're saying that we have Uyghur camps, but what about you putting kids in cages at the border, right? It's easy to just point to something that is going wrong because, as you said, it makes it harder to represent those values around the world. So you have to find a way to, tell that story and in some ways actually live those values too, which is the hardest piece, right? It's one of the reasons I think we end up focusing, as I said on the previous panel, too much on disinformation because it's easy to just blame it and and absolve ourselves of having to deal with the fact that we still have, civil rights issues, human rights issues, and all these other divisions in society that are very real, and no one forced them upon us. We've always had them.
Yeah, I think I could also pick up on that. It was a great already answer, Olga, but as I was listening to you, I was kind of thinking through this question. You mentioned the credibility gap, and that's kind of been a really big picture critique today of kind of the geopolitical system. That is a little too much for me to tackle, so I'm going to go back to the messaging and the branding piece that Olga mentioned. And I think for me, that is kind of the most tangible and actionable angle through which we could approach this, and it kind of speaks to our earlier question on community building, because I have a background also as a disinformation researcher for less time than Olga does. And my family also actually comes from the USSR. But I digress. But one thing that I did find when I was doing that research was it seems like malign actors come in with that malinformation, disinformation, influence ops, especially when there's a vacuum to fill. Right? And so it's very easy for the same Russian narratives or other adversarial narratives to come in and say and exploit that gap and use whataboutism when actually we do not have a message in response to that, right? And it's kind of not cool anymore for us to sit around and think about, why do we, why should we care about our national values? Like, how do we interrogate our relationship to our history, our constitutions, our alliances, and I really feel like that answer comes back to your question. It really begins at home. And so how are we thinking about civic education? How are we, bringing together these things like our past values, our future capabilities? Let's go,
Samuel, a very, very, very brief answer.
I think the story is still there. To a large extent, it is still the city on the shining city on a hill. No one is queuing to join the Russians or the alliance with Chinese. My country, where I come from, the coldest country in the world, Finland, over one night, the support for NATO membership grew from 20 to plus 80. And the same applied for Sweden. We wanted to be part of this alliance. We wanted to be part of the most successful military alliance in the history. And so does many others. I think the difference is that we are open with our issues. We complain because we have the right for that. That's not the situation in many countries. And then we also see the impact what Russia is trying to do. Because Russia knows that it's not the strongest. It's not the strongest even in Europe. And it has only one possibility, and it's to drag us, others, down. And that has also had an impact on the way that we see ourselves. The way that Russia is explaining how bad we are to its own population to justify the heinous crimes that it is conducting.
And we do congratulate your country for the decision you have taken, and we are very happy that we are in the same family today. I will ask a very, very short question, and I expect one word or one sentence from you. So, what is the main challenge NATO and NATO allies are facing today? So I'm going to start with the more experienced speakers. Olga?
Is that a comment about my age?
No.
It's okay.
It's about being on stage before.
Yes. Trust.
Social cohesion.
Fear.
Democracy.
Unity.
So with this, thank you so much. Our session is over, and thank you for your wonderful questions and for the answers.
Okay, I'm now behind you. I switched sides. Thank you, Anna, so much for that, conducting that engaging session with you all. That was brilliant. And it leads perfectly into our last part of the event, because participants We are now moving into the last session for the day. We've heard so many ideas, inputs from all of you on stage, in the room, online. Thank you so much. And this session is about how we are going to move forward with all of these ideas. So I am joined on stage by Marie-Doha Besanceno, the NATO Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, the Vice Admiral Guy Robinson, Chief of Staff at NATO Allied Command Transformation, and Leanne Howard, hello, Advisor and NATO Summit Coordinator from the U.S. National Security Council. It's an honor to be sitting with you all right now, and before I turn to you to hear your reactions and follow-ups and to tie everything together, let's quickly hear from the participants one more time on some key topics from today. So, to see if the discussions changed your perspectives and how you feel about the future, let's take a look at the polls that we will rerun. The first poll that we will rerun was also conducted at the beginning of the event in Stockholm. So let's go once again to the app to vote. The question was, what do you see as the most pressing challenge to global security today? Is it disinformation, military actions by Russia, China's rise, climate change, weaponization of emerging and disruptive technologies, or the erosion of democracy? Wow. Now this is interesting. Disinformation was the most voted answer in Stockholm. So let's see how people feel here and now. It looks like the erosion of democracy is taking the lead for what you see as the most pressing challenge to global security today here in Miami. Interesting. Now, the second poll that we will rerun tackles the threats to democracy. What is the biggest threat to democracy today? You can fill in your keyword in the app under the polling function. What is the biggest threat to democracy today? We'll give it a beat as they come in. Polarization is a big one. Okay. We have a lot of similar words from earlier, with polarization in the lead. And finally, do you feel more confident about your tools to influence the future? Now, let's first see the answers we got during the day. Do you feel more confident about your tools to influence the future? 59% of you said yes. And now I'd like to give the opportunity to vote one more time, and let's see if there's a difference. Do you feel more confident right now about your tools to influence the future? You can choose from yes, no, or maybe. Right now, do you feel you have the tools to influence our future? Great. And even more of you said yes. And I think that is the best way to end these polls. That's what we came for everyone to feel more confident to be able to influence the future, because I do believe the future is in this room and online today. So now I can turn to you all for a little bit of wrapping up, and I'd love to hear kind of your take on the poll results. Especially, I'd love to start with you, Marie-Doha. Having heard from all the young voices on the stage and in the room, online, what are some of the ideas that you want to take forward, and how is NATO going to support empowering young generations to shape their tomorrow?
Thank you, and thank you for those polls, which are both a very accurate reflection of a day which started with a very eloquent president saying, do not take democracy for granted. I think the message is well heard. I also like that you all say you feel more or less confident that you do have the tools to actually decide and shape your future. And I'm very happy because I actually intended to close this event on democracy, and maybe on a very personal note, I really believe that my generation, being a little older than you, my generation's fight was probably climate change, and so far I thought it was my main fight, and I dedicated 10 years of work in a company to this, and then the war in Ukraine happened and Russia's invasion, and of course it became democracy and it completely changed. And the more I work in NATO, the more I think your generation will still have climate change to solve, still have to fight this fight, but you will also have to work on preserving democracy, and I'm actually both a bit shocked but very happy that this awareness is here. So what is NATO doing? So as head of communications basically for NATO, what I would really like to do is consolidate what we've been doing with the youth for a very long time. We have a long history of working with the youth, and we've been thinking and discussing with my team for a couple of weeks now the possibility of creating some kind of youth advisory board to keep this conversation going throughout the year. Of course, we already meet with a lot of you, schools, universities throughout the year, but having an advisory board, making sure that we get our priorities right. And I would really rely on this board, but also on all the networking that we created today. And I met a lot of you, and thank you so much for your interest in NATO, to understand interesting projects that you're working on. And I would actually end with this call for you to find your own way of solving the different problems. So all of us can be OSINTers, it's very easy. You can all be fact checkers, and NATO is very happy to support interesting fact checking projects. So, all of us can contribute to that collective resilience and defense. So very happy to support you in that respect, and also rely on you to make sure that we tell the NATO story in the way that matches your expectations. And one big takeaway for me was that I heard yesterday and today a lot. Please stop talking only about military stuff. Deterrence makes us feel anxious. So there's a good reason why NATO talks about deterrence. There is a hot war happening in Europe right now. Of course, we're talking about military deterrence. And of course, this is reflected in our communications. But I also really take away your point, which is please show us the multifaceted organization that NATO is. Its political life, the incredible art of consensus that's happening every day. It's a small miracle. 75 years of doing this among allies who find the way to negotiate topics which are non-negotiable because they're about national security. So I still feel very privileged to be working at NATO for this. So I'm happy to take this all in and work with you on reflecting NATO's work in a more diverse way than only the military part, and also get you on board.
Yeah, by show of hands, who would be attracted to or interested in a youth advisory board? Yeah. All right. I think you're going to have to line up with a lot of people back there after this. I think that's great. And again, you are our future. Vice Admiral Robinson, thank you, Marie Doha. Vice Admiral Robinson, what's your take on everything? How are we projecting a safe future for the youth?
Yeah, thank you. Well, let me just offer 3 observations about this conference that are different to the many NATO conferences I go to. Firstly, that the front row is not full of people wearing uniform like me, so that's quite different for me. Second, that I haven't had to change time zones to come to a conference, because being stationed in North America, I'm usually having to fight jet lag of 6 hours time zone difference, so that's pleasant. And thirdly, I actually came to a conference and I got a gift. The amazing Lauren Walsh, who we heard from earlier, gave me a signed copy of her book on conflict photography. So I shall be writing a review on that, no doubt, in the future. This is going to sound awfully patronizing, and I almost don't want to say it because it will sound patronizing, but hugely uplifting to come to a conference like this, with the sophistication, the variation of the discussions we've heard today. Really, really important, really inspiring, and I'm really privileged to be part of this event today. It's bad on me realizing this is the 4th NATO Youth Summit, and it's the first one I've been to, so I should have done better, but really impressive discussions today, and much we can learn from. In my headquarters, Allied Command Transformation, you heard from my colleague Florian earlier today, part of our responsibility is to look to the future, is to try and define the future in terms of the way NATO sees it, such that we can help to transform the military instrument of power such that it is fit for those future crises. The topics that we heard today, a lot, of course, on disinformation, we heard on women, peace and security, we heard about climate change, human security, quite a bit about emerging disruptive technologies, particularly the AI topic, which is so important to us. All of those subjects, I can tell you we're working on in Allied Command Transformation. I know I'm the Chief of Staff. I sign out documents on all of those, so that's really important. But as Mary Doha said, we haven't heard much from the military voice, and as one of the few people in the uniform, I think I'm obliged to sort of underline really the comments that the Secretary General opened with at the beginning of our session here. He reminded us about the great power competition we're in, about the critical war going on in Eastern Europe, in Ukraine, NATO's role in supporting our Ukrainian colleagues, the challenges there, and of course, maybe a wish that people didn't need to use the military instrument of power. Other instruments of power are available to secure political objectives, but that's just not the reality we find ourselves in. And more actors are resorting to the military instrument of power. We have to be able to invest in the deterrence and defense that will stop those actors that threaten the NATO alliance and our partners from using the military instrument of power. It's so important. With that comes an increased investment in defense spending, whether we like it or not, in order that we are credible in our deterrence and we don't have to resort to the military instrument of power. So with that, I think, and we can see it playing out in Ukraine, becomes resilience. We know the youth has shown great resilience over recent years through the COVID crisis. I'm sure we are building a resilient society within NATO, but we must continue to focus on resilience. And if I was to obviously rip a t-shirt off someone which might say freedom isn't free, again, that will be an overused saying, but it's a really important message that we have to focus on here. Many of you won't know, Marie Doha knows well, that NATO is quite hard work. It's hard work bringing 32 allies together in both political and military dimensions. Politically, we're trying to manage aspirations and views from those 32 allies. Militarily, we've got to become interoperable. We've got to train with 32 allies and make sure we're an effective force that can deter and defend. That's hard work. And anyone that joins my organization, I always make the point that, this is going to be hard. It's going to be a hard job. But to move 1 inch in NATO is better than moving a mile in a single nation by itself. The value of 32 nations is absolutely critical. If I was going to misquote the famous Winston Churchill, who talked about allies, there's only one thing worse than deterring and defending with allies, and that's not deterring and defending allies and doing it alone. And that is very, very true, and we have to make the most of the strength of our 32 allies. So what's the call to action? Well, based on the quality of discussions I've heard today and the engagement from everyone in the audience and remotely, and of course from the audience over in Stockholm, please keep that active discussion going. It's no point people like me banging the drum about the importance of NATO. I would say that, wouldn't I? But the advocates in this room who understand the importance of democracy, understand the importance of our values, but understand why we need to invest every day to make the alliance in what is critical. So please keep engaged in these forums, keep writing, keep advocating, keep in the discussion groups, in the teams that you're in, because it's critical for us to move forward and to maintain the cohesion we need in the alliance.
Absolutely, and I think everyone here shares in that. And it's continue to tell your friends and peers who aren't in these rooms, who aren't maybe clicking, because that's important too.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Admiral. And Leanne, we heard earlier in the morning the empowering message from First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, which was really inspiring. We also have the upcoming NATO Summit in July. So with everything that has appeared today and with those key messages that have come through. What is your main takeaway for what ideas we can carry on into the future and how we can continue to empower the youth?
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for allowing me to be here. I spent the last day and yesterday evening with the Youth Summit Challenge winners reflecting on what you just said, and I heard you loud and clear on authenticity, don't give bullet points, explain connection. So I'd like to start with that. When I was 22, I was in grad school. I was a business student. I cared about climate issues because I grew up in Hawaii, but I was working on my MBA right outside of New York City in a feeder school to Wall Street. So on September 11th, I didn't know hardly anything about NATO, truthfully. I was scared. I felt insecure. I had no idea what was going to come next. We saw the smoke cloud move up the Long Island Sound. And that was 20 years ago, and here I am having served with various organizations under the US government and within NATO for 20 years, because I realized then and there that I wanted to be a part of solutions. My grandmother lived through Pearl Harbor at the same age, and it's our own choices as to what we do to make our world safer and to use tools that we have like NATO to make us safer. So I wrote down 3 questions that I'd like to quickly go through because I listened to you to pull together answers. So the first one is it really NATO that should be the right organization through which we activate change and shape the future? I can tell you my answer, and it's yes. As Admiral Robinson said, if not NATO, what else do we have? This is connecting the North Atlantic. It's connecting these incredibly important democracies based in values. So why do we have alliances? We have them because we deeply believe that our allies' security is fundamental to our own. We in the US believe it. We get a lot out of being in NATO. So as our values are strengthened through NATO and as NATO grows, that umbrella, that security, that safety, that prosperity, it grows. And it grows for each and every one of us under that. So the next question is, what do we need to do now? You all put many answers on that table, and we just heard more about what Marie Doha and her team will do next, and what the rest of us can do next, be it misinformation, climate, cyber. I would say connect these to NATO. Talk to other people about how NATO is a platform. Let's leverage it for connectivity. And so my third question, I changed from what should we expect in July for this summit to what would I love to see at the summit based on what I heard today. Well, first of all, the summit's in Washington because in 1949, 12 heads of state government got together and signed the treaty in the Mellon Auditorium. A lot has changed. We have 32 heads of state, and that family photo of those heads of state looks so different now. It's growing in diversity, in identity, but it's still based on those shared values. So help us tell that story. Connect to that story. When you see it out there, retweet it or message it or whatever platform you're on. I'm a US government employee, and so I'm limited on the platforms I'm on. But I want to see it out there widely, and I want it discussed. I think it's so important for all of us to connect to why NATO does something for us, why it's important for the future. But the next piece of that answer is, in addition to the youth coverage, help us use that access and that collaboration to identify and steer what NATO needs to focus on next. It is not a deliberate path that's already set. I worked in in Romania 20 years ago when they were trying to get in, and I was young and I was out of grad school and I thought that was fantastic. And when I worked there, I realized there was no guarantee. And now if you speak to Romanians, and we heard from some today, they will tell you how different life is because they're in Romania. I heard one of the speakers say he was as proud to be Romanian as he is proud to be a member of NATO. I can tell you as an American, as a Hawaiian, I feel that too. But I don't think that's something that we've shared with all of our own communities and societies. So if you can help us share that, I think this is the moment at 75 to get ready for that next chapter now. So thank you.
Beautifully said. And thank you so much, Leanne, Vice Admiral Marie Dohat. Thank you for sharing your expertise and your perspectives and making sure everyone's voices are heard. And thank you all for sharing your voices, because truly that is the most powerful tool that you have. Thank you to everyone in this room. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the crew and to everyone at home. Let me once again thank our co-organizers for today, NATO, the Aspen Institute Romania, the Swedish Defence University, and the Swedish Civil Contingency Agency. And I also want to thank our institutional partners for helping expand outreach, and some of them for facilitating organization of watch parties among different countries across Europe and North America. How exciting. The US government, Aspen Institute Central Europe, Aspen Institute Kiev, the Center for New American Security, GlobeSec, Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies, NATO Field School of Simon Fraser University, the Veterans Media Corporation, William and Mary, World Affairs Council Miami, the Young Professionals Network, Young Professionals in Foreign Policy, and many more organizations that supported us in this endeavor. As you can see, many people have been tuning in and many care, which is the goal of this NATO Youth Summit. And last but not least, let us thank our corporate partners, Microsoft, Superblue, where we are right now, Global Records, and Tilt Studio. Thank you all so much for everything. We really appreciate it. I hope you're leaving inspired by the people that you've interacted with, that you've networked with, that you've heard speak. And I hope you feel inspired that there are solutions, the solutions they have proposed, and the most important resource is you in your collective work and efforts to build a better future and shape your tomorrow. Thank you once again for being here, and of course, thank you to our DJ, Isel, as well. Thank you.